go with plan B. You taking a crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, show the right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. No room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
ចឹងបោកគូស៊ីលេងទុកខាង5នៅកណ្ដាលសិទ្ធិនេះតែಈಗលេងមកជាមួយទៅថតសោះជា5000មកទៀតទៅឡងបូកស៊ីលីតច្បាស់តែម្ដងមានជាមួយពីការ៉ូទេបោកជាមួយនឹងជីវិត2ជាងណេនវាយលេងពូទៅតែស៊ីជាការចាក់តែម្ដងប្រាយោតែម្ដងជាមួយនឹងហាឡាមួយទៀតនេះខ្ញុំតែមានការប្រាយោជាមួយទូឈូវិញដល់ប្រទេសពីគីមានការយកបានជាមួយគ្នាតែម្ដងពីស្នាហ៊ូជូជីតែមានការលុតដល់អុកបាំង2 skill 5 skill អុកយក triple kill តែម្ដងពី The King is back បាទ
sangat itu karena Mikey bahkan kami bakal langsung dieksekusi oleh seorang Sensui tanpa adanya damage dealer. Ini bakal menjadi hal yang berat untuk alter ego Esports. Masih bisa diadu dari segi retribution dengan adanya seorang Leonomi di bagian depan, tapi Sensui masih tetap mendapatkan retribution yang on point, bahkan harus
losing his life to Kim to survive with little health. But all things considered, nothing much was lost. Taotenzi, can he survive? The crossbow tank pops at the last second. That pushes Aizawa away. The Lord needs to be rushed down right now. MLBB Esports pounding their full body weight onto it. Where's the retry gonna come from? Game Lab, are you gonna find it? It comes through for Take Naga, and Game Lab from the brink of absolute abyss might have just found this game. Detto falls for the second time in the entire series. MLBB Esports, 2 members down for more than a minute.
Oh, that was huge.
Howdy people, welcome to the Wild West of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. This is day 2 of the Swiss round, which means we are now in Swiss 5. You're here with us promise you we'll be back after a few hours since we last saw us. So my name is Husky and it's Gideon Q again.
Good to see everybody here. We haven't left the studio at all. We've been sitting here this entire time hoping for the show to start. Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors to make this show happen, and especially since Snapdragon Pro Series has been so awesome to us, we also have to shout out the Snapdragon Elite because they have been making it all happen today. Day 1 was awesome. Day 2 is expected to be even more epic than the last.
Yeah, we have seen 32 teams duke it out, and don't worry, all 32 teams are still in the tournament. By the end of today, we cut out 8 of them.
8 of them are gonna go today?
Yeah, they're gonna go today.
Dang, that's really, really rough. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, don't worry, we got you covered. We've got the format here just to keep you guys up to date with everything that's happening here at the SPS. We start things off with the open qualifiers where literally a whole bunch of teams had to battle each other out, and the top 2 from the qualifiers from each of these regions are going to advance to the open finals, which is where we're currently at.
Yeah, we have 2 qualifiers, so it means 4 teams from each region will be in the open finals right now, and they will be joined by 12 MPL invited teams, and of course the top 4 of SPS Season 2, which we already saw. And afterwards, we will only look for 4 teams from the open finals to advance into the challenge seasons, where they will fight another 12 MPL invited teams in the 16-team double elimination.
If you're wondering where in the world are we getting these 12 MPL teams out of nowhere, don't worry, these are the teams that didn't make it all the way for the big international of the year. Finally, the challenge finals. This is where everybody is looking to go for. Everybody wants to go to Jakarta for this LAN event.
Yeah, then that is where we will crown our winners as well. So many things to look forward to. So the open finals is just a mere stepping stone towards greater glory. You don't get anything out of the open finals aside from some bragging rights and a chance to fight even tougher teams.
Exactly. Now, obviously, this is a lot to take in for all of you new viewers joining in and trying to figure out what the SPS is going to be about. So we've got a video to keep you guys up to date. Hello everyone, today we'll be bringing you through the format of our SPS MLBB tournament.
The tournament is split into 3 stages. Open finals, which is where we're at right now, and we will also have a challenge season and challenge finals, which will be happening in Jakarta, Indonesia on a later date. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
To elevate the difficulty and experience of SPS Season 3 MLBB tournament, a total of 30 teams from MPLs across the region are invited to the tournament, and they are placed into different stages according to their season placement in the MPL.
As of right now, we have 32 teams in the open finals.
12 teams from MPLs all around the world are invited to the open finals, and another 4 qualified teams is from our SPS MLBB Season 2 tournament, along with 16 teams who managed to climb their way out from 200 teams from different region open qualifiers.
In the open finals, these teams will play through a 6-day Swiss format, which is the classic way to reduce the teams down to a manageable group.
This is the basic idea. Every teams have 2 lives. Teams will fight each other until the final 4 who survive will qualify into the challenge season.
And in round 1, teams are categorized according to their seedings, which will repeat every single time. The teams that lose 2 series will instantly get eliminated, while the rest will fight for 6 days until we find the top 4.
This continues throughout the 6 days until we have the top 4 teams who are qualified into the challenge season.
And that's it. That is the format that you guys need to know. And I can already predict more than half the people still don't understand, but do not worry, we will get you guys we'll ease you guys into this as the day passes by. We have a lots of graphic courtesy to the hardworking crew behind the production that to make it easier to digest. But all you guys need to know right now is that we have 32 teams. We finished day 1. Day 2 is today, where we get rid of 8 of those teams, and every single time a team wins, they get matched with teams that also won their respective series. But if the team loses, they play with the losers.
Absolutely. Here's the thing. There is an opportunity for teams, all the teams in a matter of fact here, to make it to the next round. Now, if you're wondering about the teams coming from each of the individual regions, let's start things off with the Philippines. This is considerably one of the strongest regions here in MLBB, and the participating scenes: Z4 Pegasi, Mista Esports, Sia Esports, Archives Esports. The top 4 from Season 2 invited, which is Euphoria Esports, Game Lab, Maharlika, and the MPL teams who are invited to the open finals: Onyx PH, TNC Pro Team, and Minana Esports.
Most of these teams won their set yesterday, and that really solidifies Philippines as one of the strongest regions. We'll get to see them more today. But of course, Philippines, as much as they are the strongest regions, we cannot overlook the other regions who are part of this. Following that, we have the Indonesian region from the Open Qualifiers, EVO's Icon, Bigatron Beta, Dewa United Esports, and Alter Ego X. For top 4 from the Season 2, we will have GPX, and the MPL teams invited to this Open Finals would be Geekslate, Rebellion Zion, and Aura Fire.
Now, yesterday, Geekslate had a bit of a rough patch. They did drop a game, but it doesn't matter, you know? As long as you keep on winning and maintain your 2 lives, it's going to be fine. But let's move on to our next region here, Malaysia. MLBB Esports, Hello Heli, Red Esports came through the Open Qualifiers with the MPL teams that are invited to the Open Finals is RSGMY, Madness Esports, and Team Hawk.
The scariest thing is we might lose 3 of them today.
Oh.
Both all MLBB, Hello Heli, and Madness Esports will play in the losers bracket, so we wish them all the best. But aside from Malaysia, we also have our neighbors from Singapore being a part of this. From the Open Qualifiers is Alchemy SG, currently in the losers bracket. And for the MPL teams, both EVO and Team SMG Singapore are also facing elimination.
Yep, it's important that everybody is able to kind of maintain day number 1's momentum if you are on the winning side. If you're on the losing side, you need to get those points now so you can go further on into the tournament. Finally, we still have more regions to show you guys because Cambodia is also participating in this tournament. From the Open Qualifiers, Team Max and Logic Esports, the MPL team invited to the Open Finals. See you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. They are going to be playing today against, I believe, Team Hawk, so that would be an interesting series to watch out for. The only team from Cambodia right now who is in the winners pool, but we also have a team from Laos that is participating, and that team is going to be Nightmare Esports.
All the way from the Open Qualifiers as well. Man, a lot of names, namestay names in the MPL. A lot of teams who have been kind of breaking out into the scene. But let's have a look at our other participants. Big City Boys coming in from Vietnam. Absolutely love this team name.
Yeah. We do not have any Thailand teams, unfortunately, but Big City Boys, they are going to be facing their potentially final series today as well in the losers pool. So you can kind of see the stakes at hand, right? Out of 16 teams in the losers pool, 8 of them will play their final best of 3 today, which is a crazy thought, but the system is finally starting to do its work.
All right, let's have a look at the Swiss 6. Yesterday, we had our very first round of the Swiss 6, and now we're moving on to the Swiss 5. 6 full rounds were played yesterday, and now we're going down to the 5th round. Losers who have already dropped the game will be playing in a pool amongst each other. Those who have won will play amongst each other as well. And we are going to eliminate 8 teams by the end of today.
And if you wonder how do these teams match up with each other? Well, you don't know. No one knows because we shuffle them as we place them into the pool. So the teams don't really know who their opponents would be until we conclude the day. So it means those teams have to be at their best performance at every single moment.
Based on what I've heard from production, it looks like they basically decided the entire bracket through a game of Twister.
Basically.
Spin it around and then just hopefully you land onto the right colors.
Yeah, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Is it EVO's Icon or Alter Ego X? Okay, that didn't rhyme. I tried.
You tried. Not a big Dr. Seuss fan, I would assume.
No, not really. I've heard people rap over Dr. Seuss, but I'm not a Dr. Seuss.
You gotta get off of TikTok, my guy. You gotta cleanse yourself for a little bit. But let's look at the Open final schedule for the Swiss round 2. Very first matchup here, the ones that we're going to have a look at, and it's going to be broadcasted is highlighted in red. RSGMY versus Red Esports. This is going to be a bit of a repeat of the MPL MY Season 10 playoffs, where RSGMY got knocked down by Red Esports. They're looking to bounce back. But let's not forget about EVO's Icon versus TNC Pro Team, Rebellion Zion versus Euphoria Esports, and Aura Fire versus Onyx PH.
Yeah, all these 8 teams are in the winners pool, so do not worry if your favorite team loses today. They will still have a chance tomorrow. But that's only our first set. Let's take a look at our second set of matches that we're playing today. Also from the winners pool, we will be watching See You Soon against Team Hawk, highlighted in red. But if you guys are interested in the other sets, we have GPX against Mr. Esports Pro, we have Madness Esports playing against Maharlika, we have Manana Esports against Archives Esports. So, interestingly enough, Madness Esports against Maharlika is the sole elimination series in this set.
Yes, that is correct. I was remembering like, oh yeah, wait, winners pool? I'm pretty sure Madness dropped the game yesterday. So yes, this all adds up here. That's going to be the first elimination to keep your eyes out for. But more importantly, See You Soon versus Team Hawk. So, honestly, Team Hawk has been having it a little rough in our own local leagues, and See You Soon, it's one of those names that kind of stick with you after the breakout performance during MSC 2021, 2022, 2022, yes.
Yeah. we'll get to talk about them a little bit more in later on. But for our set 3, this is where we get into the red zone. Alchemy SG against Geek Slate, Z4 Pegasus against Big City Boys, Logic Esports against Alter Ego. All these 3 sets are elimination series. But we'll be looking at Game Lab against Dewa United Esports. That one is a winners series match. So no elimination at stake, but Game Lab, they had to claw their way to the series.
Yeah, they had a long day yesterday during the Swiss 6. But Dewa United Esports is also a notable team after defeating Geek Slate in a, 2-1 victory?
2-1, yeah.
A 2-1 victory, really pushing this MPL, pushing an MPL team from Indonesia all the way to the brink. I would honestly like to see them play against Game Lab just to see whether this is is it a fluke, is it consistency, or are they just that good?
For the final set of the day, set number 4, we're going to be watching MLBB Esports playing Sia Esports in an elimination series. But man, MLBB Esports, absolute heartbreak to even be in this spot. But alongside them, they will be joined by SMG Singapore, who will take on Bigotron Beta, Evo, who will take on T-Max, and Hello Heli, who will take on Nightmare Esports.
Ooh, match 4, the whole set of match 4, all elimination matches as well.
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay, so at least amongst match 3 and match 4 is where we're going to get a majority of the bottom 8 that's going to get eliminated. But what are these teams playing for?
Playing for money. A lot of money. And the money you don't get it after the Open Finals. You have to be in the Challenge Finals. So this is merely just a small step towards the actual prize pool. A total of $150,000 US, but the champion will get a big chunk of it, which is $65,000.
Yep, so winning is going to be profitable for any of these teams. They're not messing around here during the Swiss 5. They don't have a lot of time left before they can actually get their standings. But ideally, if you win on day 1, you want to keep on winning to get that early qualification.
I was talking to Sunfrost in the pantry just now. He was saying that, maybe some teams have this strategy of treating the Swiss round like a double eliminations where you just lose the upper bracket so you get an easier run through the lower bracket. But the Swiss round has solved that problem, has solved that conundrum. There is no easy run, even if you quote-unquote lose the upper bracket, because you get matched. You are eventually going to fight the strong teams who will lose their games, right? So it's going to be a tough fight either way. But if you want to watch these teams compete in front of your eyes, in the flesh, for the prize pool in Jakarta, well, don't worry, we have just the info for you. 21st to 23rd of July, it will be happening at Istora Senayan, Jakarta. That's the exact same place that M4 was organized a couple months ago in Indonesia. If you guys don't know it yet, tickets are on sale right now. You can get them for just 20,000 rupiah, starting at 20,000 rupiah at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets.
Great price, great place, and especially if you missed out on the international tournament last year, at least this is going to keep you up to date. And plus, this is after MSC, so you're not even going to clash through events.
Yeah, if you are someone who likes to travel, you can travel to MSC first and secure your tickets now using that QR code on the screen. It has already gone on sale alongside the free registration. So if you are only seeing it now, it's time to bounce into action.
Yeah.
After you're done with this, after you travel to Cambodia for MSC, then you can plan your trip to Jakarta.
Exactly. And I'll see you guys, if anybody decides to go for it, send me a tweet. We'll say hi. We'll grab a picture or something, I'm going to be there for both of these events, so it's good to see what the build-up is going to be like, and especially after the new patch as well. Slight shift in terms of adjustments. I wouldn't even say shift, adjustments overall to a lot of the heroes.
And speaking about adjustments, there's a team that has been, giving us some very interesting outlook about MLBB yesterday. That team is RSG MY. They've, I wouldn't say adjusted, but they've definitely switched it up a little bit in terms of their XP and jungle role. And they have Ripple with Zayed, Izanami, Loliels, and Ney.
Yep, Ney, a lot of question marks around him, and it's not necessarily his fault. RSG MY has been struggling to find a roamer that kind of fits with the rest of the team. Zayed, on the other hand, he's been a breakout player ever since his debut, but when he's paired up with veterans, people like Loliels, who has won a championship before, Izanami and Rippo recently came back from the SEA Games as silver medalists, you kind of have I wouldn't even say a false sense of confidence, justified confidence.
Now, some people call this kind of the super team, right? Coming into this tournament and just in the domestic region itself. And I think it's very justifiable as well. I think yesterday our friends on the BM side were able to talk to, was it Zayed and
Izanami,
right? And for them, their opinions on Ney they give him a 65%. It's a passing mark. So today, Nate will get to prove himself again.
Well, we'll see whether or not they're going to do it. And if RSGMY is going to win, expect Rippo to be taunting out of his mind. But the people who have stung RSGMY the most, the team that knocked them out of the playoffs of the MPL MY Season 10, goes over to Red Esports. Ren QT, Amal, Kim, Mel QT, as well as Mal. Kim and as well as Mel QT being the rookies of Red Esports.
And this is, who would have thought we would see an MPL rematch right here in the SBS Open Finals? You'd love to see it, right? I mean, in both the series that we saw from Red and RSGMY yesterday, the mid laners were phenomenal, right? We're looking at both Kim and Izanami, and I know we gave Izanami the title of the Prince of Majors. We need to see him step up again because Kim also had a phenomenal series yesterday.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? When Red Esports decided we are going to pick up Kim, they did it pretty late into the season. And I don't think anybody was really ready for how explosive Kim, or how much Kim actually elevated the team. And during playoffs, we saw a very different side of Red Esports, which knocked down RSG at the end of the day. So yeah. I think even with the moniker of being the Prince of Mages, Izanami probably doesn't want to repeat history.
And by the way, it's actually fresher than you think. It's season 11.
Oh, season 11.
It just happened not long ago.
Sorry, I'm bad with numbers.
Don't worry. You saw me count yesterday. I cannot count past 12, right? So by next year, I will not be able to count the MPL seasons. This is my last year. Okay,
anything after that is just like whatever season it is.
Yeah, well, just MPL something.
Don't ask. Don't ask him.
My last season is coming very soon. But yeah, so it's fresh in their mind. It's a 2-1 in the playoffs. Obviously, again, Kim against Izanami would be a matchup that a lot of people will be keeping their eyes out for.
I don't think that's the only matchup that they're going to be keeping their eyes out for, because again, the support section is where, Mal previously playing as the gold laner, very hard carry style of gold laner, but now it's about impact. How much impact can he actually provide for the rest of the team? Does he have that eye for the opportunity, similar to how Ney was opening things up for RSGMY?
This is the favorite part for all Malaysian fans and armchair specialists, is prediction time. You love it, the Malaysian rivalry, RSGMY and Red Esports duking it out. No elimination on the line, but it would be nice for your favorite teams to win, so let us know which team you think is going to win. If you don't see it yet, it's down there on the bottom right. Jangan Abuta prediction button. Something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Twitch definitely implemented that for sure. Not capping, not lying whatsoever. But yes, both of these teams definitely have a namesake here in MY. I know that the rest of the regions probably aren't going to be as interested. It's just like, two Malaysian teams, but of course. But coming back with a silver medal, it could be the start of something. But let's have a look at our predictions personally.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember what I predicted. Okay, it's the same. Actually, we're still on the same side. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. I saw you just like 1B to sweat drop. Like, I don't remember my predictions. All right, but yes, I do think it's going to be a 2-1 series overall. I think there's going to be adjustments from both sides. I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as we expect it to be. I don't know. 2-0s, not going to happen.
Yeah, definitely not in this series, right? If anything, I think RSGMY, if they are hungrier, this could be the series to take. We saw how, after watching Game Lab against MLBB, my expectations have been elevated tenfold. So if we're watching two MPL teams duke it out, I am expecting a full-blown best-of-3, 30-minute game. All of this made possible by our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they power your phones with their chipset, they power our dreams, and they power this entire broadcast.
A large part of this tournament is thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you so much for making this happen. It was an awesome day yesterday. We're hoping that today is going to be just as great. But then again, here's the thing, right? The Game Lab MLBB series yesterday has definitely set a bar that I don't think a lot of teams are going to be able to make it that close. The margins are pretty thin.
A lot of things have to go very right and very wrong. And I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday, right?
Yes.
You say at the highest level, it's a lot more decisive. So I hope they play sloppier.
I hope they play it sloppier. Really,
we are here
messy.
for the action. Just really mess around.
I don't want to see that big brain 500 IQ. No. Get rid of the 2 zeros in the back. I want to see the 5 IQ plays, just raw mechanics, just duking it out.
And we also got a taste of what other regions have in mind in terms of the meta, right? We saw Uranus, Saber, primarily from the indoor region. I don't think that would spill into MY, which I think is a bit of a shame. I would love to see more of that innovation. So we'll just have to work with the classics.
Well, yeah, I think I'm okay with the classics. I don't think innovating into Uranus again is a good idea. I've spent more time looking at Uranus games than anything else, so I'm kind of done with that. I do hope that we do see innovations in other areas, right? Especially with the new patch, Alpha, the Minotaur, and as well as the High Loss all had a couple of adjustments. Guinevere arguably also could be relevant in this upcoming patch. Who knows? Whoever is able to kind of one-trick it or break through has the mechanics to pull it off. Like, I don't think it's that bad.
And I wonder if yesterday's matches would have opened the floodgates for Minsita pick, right? Because MLBB debuted a Minsita, at least on the English broadcast for the first time, and we saw in specific situations that is a very, very good hero. In the Indo region, that hero is prioritized, primarily second phase ban. Maybe MLBB has opened up more possibilities for the other teams in MY. We'll find out. RSG, on the other hand, the XP laner and the jungler, very interesting dynamic, right? They have their preferred type of heroes to play, and it's not the ones that you expect.
Exactly. Here's the thing, right? I think a very big problem with RSG MY, and some people either agree or disagree with it. I do think that they are extremely explosive, but Zayed, he is definitely way more comfortable in playing high damage junglers in comparison to traditional tank junglers, right? And then we look over to Rippo. After coming back from MPL Indonesia, representing Malaysia all over again, tank style EXP laners definitely suits him a lot better than raw damage dealers.
Yeah, which feels a bit weird, right? Because when you look at the meta right now, the tank XP laners, you're probably looking at primarily just Fredrin, right? Most of the other XP laners, Yuzhong, Lapu Lapu, even Edith, they all are damage dealers. And you look at the jungle comparison, we saw Zayed run the Joy jungle. I don't think we'll see it today. But if we put Joy jungle aside, I guess we're going back to the Ling, perhaps the Lancelot, perhaps the Hayabusa?
I feel like Hayabusa Ling definitely is going to lean more towards Zayed's favor. I think if their coach is like, hey, what would you like to play in terms of damage junglers, those are the top two that's probably going to come up in his list.
What about the Fanny? Is it going to be important in this series?
He can definitely play the Fanny, but again, Fanny is one of those conditional situations, right? Like, do you have the right tools to kind of enable her, especially in the early game? Do you have some late game policies that you want to put into place? Is there a strong side? More importantly, Kufra still available? There's so many things that you have to worry about, and as good as Fanny is, Zayed's a great player, but it's not like he can absolutely trash an entire team by himself.
Even the best players that we saw from yesterday have had their moments on Fanny, and wasn't the cleanest. We saw Fanny fall in some of these games. We saw Fanny make just impossible comebacks. Games that you wouldn't think that a Fanny could recover from, and that happened thanks to MLBB. So overall, I think RSGNY would probably have a lot more up their sleeves. And do you think that this dynamic between the XP and the jungler would cause them more harm than good down the road?
I think down the road it's definitely going to cause them more harm than good, because it makes their drafts a little bit more predictable, especially when you see flex picks, right? Flex picks is great because you can kind of make your opponents question where is it going to go, but as soon as you kind of find out these habits between Rippo and as well as Zayed, you know that there is a preference that they're leading more in towards, so there's a higher probability that it's going to be predictable. So I think for RSG MY, if we do see Rippo trying to play out damage EXP laners, we see Zayed go into the jungle tank style junglers, I think that even for me, I'm tired of the tank style junglers. I would prefer to see Zayed just going into Lancelot, Tanksalot, or even his Benedetta. Not too bad.
Yeah, and I think that also kind of ties into the flex picks that we've seen a lot. Right? Fredrin, I think, for an example, I think that would be less of an option for RSGMY, right? If we are just looking at these two players by themselves.
Yes. It doesn't mean that they're not going to whip it out, right? It's definitely one of those things where they show it early, and teams who don't know this particular dynamic are going to fall into that trap.
Yeah, and was it them who ran the Martis XP lane?
Yes. They decided to go for the Martis EXP lane and then threw in the
Joy jungle.
The Joy jungle, yes.
The Grok roam. I mean, Red Esports had I would say Red Esports yesterday had, was it an easier series? I don't want to say it's easier because they went up against SFG Singapore. But then you look at the overall result. RSGNY definitely had a more dominant series playing against Alchemy SG.
Look, we love our neighbors a lot. You know, Singapore is very near and dear to our hearts as Malaysians. But what I would say is that every single time after we finish a game against Singapore and a Malaysian team won, there's definitely a sense of pride and joy. That kind of like just a blink, just a moment before coming back down to reality.
That is true. I mean, we might lose all of them today.
Yeah. No, there's got to be one Singaporean team that makes it through. Somebody has got to make it through.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
We'll see them towards the very end. Thankfully, they're playing on the.
I don't like that pause that you did there. I don't like the way you looked at me and then you paused for half a second.
They're playing later on, okay?
They'll make it through. Trust.
They'll make it through.
Trust. But Red Esports this time around, I do want to see them kind of keep on improving, especially for like Mel QT, for an example. He has been kind of labeled as like that Claude one trick, and he can play other marksmen. It's very possible. We've seen him play Beatrix before. We've seen him play Melissa before. Obviously, there is going to be it might not necessarily be the options that is given towards him, but I think it's good enough.
What about when we compare these two marksmen, right? We have MelQT, we have L'Oreal's. Both marksmen yesterday basically crushed their games. Is this an even matchup? Are we looking at these two teams banking it on the gold laners again?
You know what? Funny enough, I do think that both L'Oreal's and MelQT have an extremely similar play style. I think that L'Oreal's likes to push the limits a lot more, start really pressing the boundaries. On the other hand, MelQT, I think it's very clear when he knows he can get the job done. I think it's very decisive with his movements.
I mean, we talked about the Fredrin. That's the first pick for RSGMY. They've hit the Franco and the Kaja first ban, right? Wonder what this is alluding to. I mean, we have no Joy, no Fanny, no 1-1, no Arlot. What is RSGMY looking for?
I think it's going to be about the mid laners here, because again, the Farmus is wide open, the Blue is also wide open as well, and I think Red Esports are going to get both of them high priority picks, and it's okay. I think for RSGMY, it's totally fine. It's not like Rippo is going to get heavily punished by the Glue. He has access to the Fredrin. We're making a big assumption that this Fredrin is going to go to him because of the likelihood of his preferences, but RSGMY really need to get some artillery mages. They might also want to consider getting the marksman early, like the Melissa, so they can chunk out the Call Altar as well as protect herself from the split.
And I think that this is a big opening for RSGMY to go for like a Farsa or an Eve, right? Because thanks to the Farmist nerf recently, I think in the Roamer role, it just dies too fast. So it kind of locks him into the mid lane role. But can we expect Kim to be on the Farmist, or do you think that Red Esports would take their chances?
I think Kim is definitely going to go onto the Farmist here. I don't, unless they're really behind on what the patch notes are going to be, throwing this Farmist into the support section is very detrimental because the ult it takes quite a while to get back up. Your impact on the map has to be almost instantaneous, and most of the times people can see you going with a Shadow Stampede through walls.
And they slashed his defense by half, right? So he dies just half as fast. But they also, I feel like it also forces Red Esports to just pick the Glue for themselves in case RSGMY kind of goes for a counter. But the Claw now goes over to L'Oreal, so it denies it away from MelQT himself, and Mel will take the Beatrix instead. So both goal laners kind of swapping their preferences.
See, this is why. This is how you know both of these teams know each other very, very well. Like, for the side of Red Esports, they're like, I'm not going to give Rippo Glue. Like, hell no. No way that's going to happen. And RSGMY is like, I'm not going to give MelQT Claw. What do you think? We want to lose or something?
They're swapping drafts and swapping preference.
Because if this was a perfect world, Claude probably wouldn't have been the option here. Probably it was going to be something along the lines of Melissa, right? And then we jump over to Red Esports. The fact is that Melissa would be untouched because Glue has already been locked in. It's not going to be Yutong, it's not going to be Lapu Lapu unless they somehow throw one of those two EXP laners into the jungle and make it work. Then it's a different story. For Red Esports, they ban out the Atlas. They know that they want to play a team fight composition, so get rid of one of those table flipping supports.
Yeah, and we still have a couple more tanks in the pool, right? We have the Kufra. I think we also have the Lolita. I think that has also been pretty highly contested by some of these teams, especially when you're looking at a team that doesn't want to deal with doesn't want the damage to get blocked out, right? In this case, when you have that Claude, maybe the Lolita would be a decent choice overall. One of the best counter engager spells also in this game. And there's also the Grok.
I don't think the Grok is going to be highly prioritized. I feel with RSGMY, it's unlikely that they're going to ban out the Grok. They're probably thinking along the lines of like, okay, we already see their mage, we already see their EXP laner as well as their gold laner. We need to start taking away. What? I feel like they wanted that Claude more. Sorry, not Claude. They wanted the Lolita more than they want to ban it, but I guess it can go both ways, I suppose.
I thought Red Esports would be the one that is more pressed to ban the
Right?
Lolita.
Yeah, I thought so too. That's why it's a little strange to see it being banned for the side of RSGMY.
What is Red Esports worry about? I mean, we still have the potential XP laner, right? I mean, if RSG really wants to flex at Fredrin, there's always the possibility. I mean, knowing them, probably not, but you always have there's always an option, right?
Yeah, there's definitely always an option here. I think Red Esports need to keep in mind that they need to have some kind of mid-pressure, because when you have mid-pressure against the jungler who's very reliant on the purple buff, Ling, Hayabusa for an example, then you're going to lose so much influence across the map. Red Esports, they decide to ban out the Minotaur. That's a really good option. I was saving the Minotaur potential call-out pick for later, but Red Esports beat me to it.
Just huge crowd control, just a lot of defenses, a lot of resistance as well. I mean, when you want to stick together, I think Minotaur suddenly becomes a good pick.
He's technically got 3 knockups inbuilt into his kit.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and that I think knockups are a lot more busted than what people imagine, because it's one of the few abilities that can't, like knockups in particular, can cancel out a majority of abilities.
You can't purify it, right?
You can purify it, but the timing needs to be before the knockup, not in the middle of it. Crazy, right? You would imagine purify. Oh, I'm walking in air. I'm air walking the whole time.
One of the few phenomena that don't make sense, but it's okay.
Look, it's Mobile Legends. There's a little bit of inconsistencies here and there, but at the end of the day, it's all about fun and games. Lancelot, very good ban from the side of RSGMY. They're going to force Red Esports in a position where it's like, okay, you can either play damage junglers, which you can absolutely do for sure. We're not going to give you Fredrin. If you play Martis, that sounds like a great idea, but honestly, it doesn't really provide too much for the side of Red Esports.
So Red just responds with the Kufra, right? You keep your jungler for last. I mean, RSGMY, they have a couple of options. If we really want to pivot down to the Ling or the Hayabusa, it's not too bad of a choice, but you have a lot of hoops to jump through against Red.
Yeah, personally, I think it's just way too many hoops to jump through, right? RSGMY, they're going to be finishing off their composition here. They still need a jungler. They still technically, a jungler EXP because of the flex pick, and also a support. In terms of the support section, I think it's going to be a little difficult because nothing really gets the job done as effectively. They could lead into like a enchanter style of support. Diggy doesn't sound like a bad idea here. Assuming that it's allowed in the tournament rooms. What else? Estes is not bad, but it's all about coordination, right? And you're up against a Kufra.
Oh, there it is. There we see it. The Uranus is out. I mean, you have to watch it for another game.
I hate it. I hate everything about this. You know what? I'm now a Red Esports fan.
It's a throwback moment. So the Grok does go through. I mean, when you look down the list of tanks, I guess Grok is kind of like, you want me or not, right? We don't have much people left. Like, do you really want to take anyone else?
I think the most ideal would have been the Lolita, but I think it's great that you have access to Grok still, because at least you know that Red Esports wants to kind of clump up together. You have anti-CC to kind of open up the map, but as soon as you see the call Altar get popped, Wild Charge is coming immediately after.
Who kills the Uranus? I think that would be a big question.
Nobody kills the Uranus.
Right. So you have the Paquito, he's not going to have enough damage. Beatrix also takes a bit of time. This Uranus is going to sandbag the entire game.
Yeah.
We do see Zayat on that tank jungler for once. It's going to be the Fredrin.
That's an interesting option. That's a really, really interesting option. I was thinking that for sure this Fredrin is going to go into the hands of Rippo and they give Zayat like a Benedetta or arguably even the Paquito, but Red Esports, they take the Paquito for themselves. So here's the interesting thing about Paquito. As good as he is, I love playing him. One of my favorite heroes to play. There's a lot of heroes that technically can't match up with his early game power. And in this case, Claude is going to be heavily targeted. The Yves as well is going to be heavily targeted throughout the map because I don't think he can kill anybody else.
I don't think so either, right? Like, the biggest worry is who is going to deal with the Uranus. I think that would be a constant question for the rest of the game. You have this guy who is going to cut wave. Glue is a neutral lane, right? Paquito, he shows up top. Consecration gets used. Uranus is just, it's not fun.
He is not fun.
Although I miss him, I do agree he's just not fun. because I haven't seen it.
Oh, that's it. You haven't seen Uranus in a while. I get it. I
Yes.
get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's
Not
hard
ever.
to look at. Not ever.
Takes a lot of effort. Oh, an attempted steal from Mao. It's very cheeky with that leap in. Doesn't get it.
But the man tried. The man tried. I do feel like Grok probably didn't have to be down on the bottom side of the map. But then again, it is a Beatrix, and if this early game goes terribly for Loliels, it's going to continue getting worse. It will continue to get worse. I think for Red Esports, I'm just keeping my eyes on Amal, right? He decided to go Master Assassin. He's looking to snipe some people out of nowhere. Question is whether he can find those targets in the first place.
What are the targets I mean, Yves and Claw, right? Your best two targets. You kind of expect Red Esports to make that space. I mean, you have Mao, who is constantly getting mirrored by Ney in the mid side, so that is kind of not an option. But aside from that, you are not going to be going to the glue lane in anytime soon.
Oh hell no! Like Amal, he just wants this. He just wants the river crab here. It's not like he can take out Zayed or Rippo, but yes, Amal with one jab and a quick retribution, able to secure it. You can see that he's got some decent damage against Rippo for now, but only because he has that level lead. Zayed walking up, already getting the taunt onto Aaron.
Yeah, massive burst damage from Amal himself. Again, Rippo just having a health advantage at this point.
Okay, now he's
all these extended fights, right?
This is really awkward because Amal, he shouldn't be wasting time here. He knows that Zayed is on this top side, so at least both of them are wasting time together. He technically could have gone. He could have gone to the mid lane. He could have gone anywhere else on the map to try and make an impact.
Red Esports now will try to at least distract the rest of RGMY as Amal tries to secure this turtle. Aaron, he's doing a fantastic job. Just latching on the members of RGMY. The red trick comes through. Amal gets the turtle, and now Rumor Manipulation instantly gets used by the side of RGMY. First burst still goes over to Amal. He finds a double before he drops. And Red Esports just have the numbers. Kim able to get out at the very last second.
Izanami, he should be fine here. Nicely played by Amal. I think he really pulled that one from and turned it from a 50-50 situation to an 80% win ratio, all because he was able to take the turtle and get 2 kills before he went down. I was expecting a 1-for-1 trade at best, but he was able to get a little bit more. And not to mention that it's kind of strange that Aaron pulled Zayed back into the pit rather than pulling him away from the turtle. That's a little bit of a nuance, but like we got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, make it more challenging.
Yeah.
I heard you're a good jungler. Can you retreat this? Apparently you can. Mao does have the ult, but best time to fight is blocked by the wall. Wild charge expended by Ney. No kills. Mel just supporting him very well. In fact, having a minor experience lead over Loliels. I mean, this goal lane matchup is going to be one for the books as well.
For sure, for sure. I mean, every quad versus Beatrix, it always boils down to the same thing. Can you actually survive this early game until you hit 4? And as soon as you hit 4, at least you can match the wave clear that Beatrix has access to, right? Obviously, you don't have 2 ults, but hey, at least you can buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, you get to clear 1 wave, right? You buy half a minute.
In half a minute, yeah. But now, timing up. Oh, this could be big.
Zayed, he's gonna be gone on instantly, shoved right into the wall, and it's just 4 versus 2, not a fight that Red Esports wants to take. Ney and Zayed already sacrificed, and Red Esports now have full control of the turtle pit.
I like the timing here coming in from Red Esports, right? They knew that RSGMY wasn't gonna try anything crazy. They'll start scouting out around the 13-second mark. Oh, wait!
They're gonna dive with the Ripple as well. Who says we can't kill the Uranus? He says it, because he still survived. Had to pop the ult.
No, he did cancel it! Cancel it! No, just auto-attack! Just auto-attack! You don't always have to use all the spinning discs.
Makes it still an uneven fight. RSGMY now have more men. Ripple back to full health. Aaron split user ready. He's gonna stick on to Zai once more. Pulls him back to wither his health away. Zai will try to drag Aaron into the rest of his team as Red Esports Amal works on the turtle. Less than half health, Aaron will be able to disengage. Mao and Kim by his side. Mao looking to finish off this turtle in one fell swoop. Ripple straight into the midst of it, but Mel keeps everyone from RGMY away. Turtle goes to Rit.
Basically, they're playing. Oh, Loliels?
It's clear the wave.
Oh,
Mel actually flickers forward. Dual manipulation and flicker from Izanami for the punish. Nicely done.
Really good bait coming in from Loliels there. As soon as he saw the flicker, he quickly popped that Purify just to get a little bit of movement speed to make some distance, because he's baiting out Mel QT, who committed a full flicker for it. And as soon as that happens, Izanami drops down the ult to punish him. Can't get out of the box, can't get away from the box, instantly dies.
Silver lining is Ready Esports forced 2 battle spells at the cost of 1.
Huge.
Bad news is they had to give their marksman away.
Yeah, good news, bad news, unfortunately.
Good news, bad news.
Top side though, at least we are seeing the adjustment coming in from Red Esports. They were the ones who decided to go for the lane swap because the neutral objectives on the bot side of the map. But here we go.
Finding Zayed again, shove into the wall, and now this time, Liao shows up with a big ult, only breaking the call ultra, but doesn't have enough damage. Zayed, massive Appraisal's Wrath. Now the Grot Wall shows up. Aaron blocked away from the rest of his team. I mean, RCMY able to disengage that pretty cleanly, unless Ready Esports has something to say about it, finding Nate in the process, and able to walk away with a kill.
This is really nicely done coming in from Amal, right? Again, when you are playing that Paquito, you either have to choose one of two things. Either you're going for that early game damage, or you're looking at gank.
Again with the flicker, putting Liao's back, and Amal just styles on both the cores of RSG.
Beautiful. As I was saying, it's all now when we see Master Assassin, it's all about ganking. You're getting gold not just through power farming, but also looking for these big kills across the map. If he was going for something like Demon Slayer, for an example, you know that he's going to be sitting in his jungle looking for invades and trying to get a level lead on Zaya. But now, the amount of ganks, successful ganks, as a matter of fact, that he got, Zayed a level down.
Massive pressure, and Zayed also kind of, well, he's been able to hold the fort for pretty long in these fights, but his team, well, they are the ones in threat, right? You have this Paquito constantly just accessing the back. Red Esports will be able to get a free third turtle for sure. Amal is in a 4-1 massive lead.
Huge lead. He's 2 levels on Zayed. Once Zayed clears up his buff, he will turn it back into a 1-level lead. But again, the tempo that Amal is playing at right now, it's going to snowball out of control.
Mao instantly re-engages, placing duet from Liao. Not that it doesn't matter though. Only breaks the call altar. The real manipulation is going to be there. But they need to find some sort of kill. Kim taunted up by Zayed. He's going to go down, but Amal once more with the backstab and just gives him the 1-2 uppercut. An elbow smash to the face. Amal gets a double.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played here. I love the fact that Mel, he did one auto attack onto Zayed and was like, maybe not. Oh, wow. What? That kills him. The champion stance jab.
Underneath the tier 1.
Big yikes. Big yikes there. Oh man, I thought the real world, he didn't have the real world manipulation. That probably explains it, why he didn't have that shield came out. But look at the gold earned. Melt QT, Rank QT, and Amal, all of them in that top 3 gold earners.
I mean, if you're, I don't think Liao's even expected to die, right? He was holding. I'm not sure if he had his cooldown, the battle mirror image. But man, that one shot. We're gonna find another one up top. This time, the Uranus finally has a Madness Maker.
Yeah, at this point, the only way to slow down the game is if Rippo has at least 2 items here, and even then, it's still a little dangerous. Emal is really, really strong right now, and you can't disrespect that.
A wild charge, gonna try and punish Mel, but the call ultra and the flicker saves him. Aaron is somehow in the back. They will have to give Kim away. A bit of a weird move from Red Esports.
Alright, I guess it's fine. I think Kim understood that he didn't want to lose his battle spell, and plus, it's a short cooldown to actually live and die. Grok instantly dying there. It just shows how big Amal is. Wow! Sea Halberd. Holy, this man is really greeting out here.
So, all those kung fu movies are real. If you train enough, you're going to be able to break 3 blocks, and then rock.
And then rocks,
and then you break a planet also. Speaking about planet, Uranus absolutely shredded. He might need to take Pluto's place at this point. You gotta get him out of the pool.
He's not a real planet
He's
no more.
not a real planet no more. Kim will find Liao's, and he knows that he's gonna be sacrificed, but it's still worth it, right? You get the marksman out of the way, and Red Esports gets full control of this jungle.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that Kim had to die there. He ended up losing his battle spell as well. But overall, Red Esports, the influence that they have across this map with a 6K gold lead is rather nuts, and it looks like they have RSGMY's number.
As a free lord, the sheer damage from this Paquito and Beatrix. Like how is RSG ever going to team fight?
I mean, right now they can't, right? Unfortunately, Amal is 3 levels ahead of Zayed. Zayed is out of this game for now, but the rest of his team aren't capable of scaling.
If they have the time even, instantly deletes this Grog. He is smashing rocks at this point. Lord isn't even out yet. He's going to be slowly coming in from the top side. Amal, that one punch took away half of Zayed's health. The river manipulation out of range. RSGNY pushed back into their base.
Yep, Red Esports, they can play as aggressive as they want to, and they can also decide to back off whenever they want to. RCMY just does not have the damage right now, and with the call Altar, it's making all their aggression essentially useless, right? The Blazing Duet only cuts through the temp HP, and you need to combine it with Izanami to actually get some profit in terms of life pool.
We saw that, and even that wasn't a 100-0 scenario, right? They still had to recommit some spells.
It's tough. I mean, RSGMY, they're going to be playing from behind for a very long time. And Red Esports, a lot of professional teams that have a 10k gold lead usually can close out the game pretty easily.
Let's see how this is going to go. Now, missing the lead just by a little bit. Get punished for it now, but will instantly flicker to safety. The Lord working on the top inhibitor. Members of RCMY dropping very low. Big rocket barrage coming through. Red Esports breaks one. RCMY will have to deal with the rest of the waves.
Okay, so an inhibitor, first inhibitor off of that Lord already. Big profits for the side of Red Esports, especially since it's the first Lord. Usually you don't get an inhibitor this early in the game, but I think in time, we look at the damage leaderboard, both MelQT and Amal, so huge, literally so huge. 4 items already complete for the Beatrix, 4 items already complete for the Paquito as well. It's really hard to imagine that Red Esports throws this.
Yeah, it's like what, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Sea Halberd, Bloodlust Axe, Immortality coming up as the last item.
I really don't know how they're going to come back from this one. I feel like RCMY, if Ripple is going to do anything, he literally has to proxy right at their fountain, like right at the crystal, like hoping that Red Esports turns away.
Zion almost a tree shot by Amal. Kim was be able to push back. Flicker from Mel. They're just going to finish off this Fredrin. Zider's already gone, and the Paquito now gets to do whatever he wants alongside the Beatrix. Double for him. Amal just with that one punch sent Loliel all the way running back to his mama. As Red Esports looking to break this bot inhibitor. RGMY only has 3 members left. They're gonna buy some time. Loliel's again! Just absolutely shredded in terms of health pool.
Yep, he knows he can take the damage, but he knows that Beatrix is going to keep on sieging this inhibitor, and they can't just let him have it for free. But right now, RCMY are just too far behind to really be able to answer it effectively. What was that?
Yeah,
I was distracted. What happened there?
Like, was that a satellite?
Yeah. Oh, but it looks like Mal is good. Oh, he's caught. He's caught.
Yeah, blocked off. Counter engage. Kim flickers forward, and that's a big damage coming up from Mel. Amal is unstoppable. Someone stop this man. He is punching a guy with a gun. He brought his fist to a gunfight. And Mel finds himself a shutdown also. Red Esports, they trade Tree just for a Kufra, and RSGMY, they only have 2 men left. They can still defend the base, but this Lord is out of commission.
Man, Mal, if it wasn't for this goal lead, I don't think he should have been able to get away with that, right? Using Guardian's, the Nature's Barrier to actually have a structure to push and stun people into kind of worked against RSGMY's favor, even though they're cutting off his pathway.
This Lord could be the game ender. Pre-14 minutes, Red Esports, like what, 12,000 gold lead. 10-1 Paquito, 6-1 Beatrix. Aaron hasn't even died a single time this game.
I don't. There's no way. There's no way that Red Esports messed this up on. Aaron, buddy. They're not going to chase this for sure. Actually, they could if they wanted to, because the wave technically hasn't spawned for the side of Red Esports. It's about to spawn in 3 seconds here.
Kim
there we go.
Yeah, Kim sees them also. I mean, look at the coverage from Red Esports. They are just sitting outside the RSG base.
I mean, there's nothing to fight for, right? It's just we're gonna we're gonna clear the side waves, sync it up with that hard mid push, and then eventually just end the game.
Oh my goodness, Ripple losing 20% of his health.
I've never seen Uranus take that much damage in my life.
Me neither. Oh, what? What? Yeah, he took way too much damage, and this is the final push. Nay doing his very best. Zai just losing his entire first life. Holding on to this game by Red Esports. They're just gonna pry it off of the cold dead hands of RGMY. What a clean game 1 from Red Esports.
Yep, nicely done. 1-0. Currently a match point in this best of 3 against RSGMY. Too much of a snowball lead. Amal definitely pulling big weight there, allowing the rest of the team to have a lot of space and breathing room to scale super quick and lock out the game after a 10k gold lead. Nice game coming in from Red Esports. Very clean, very methodical.
History might repeat itself, right? This could be an.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that the M1 caster?
It is. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
And the guy trying to hide behind. Get it back in. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. What's
There
up?
it
What,
Give me the
what's
money
up,
shot.
Papa? the money shot. Yes, an M1 caster all the way from Malaysia, back working with an Malaysian organization. What a poetic story. But still, our SGMY really struggled in that game.
And I mean, this felt even cleaner than what we saw in the playoffs, right? In Season 11. History might repeat itself in a more glorious manner for Red Esports.
Yes.
But for
yes.
RCMY, back to the drawing board.
I think, a lot of it just came down to those early game mistakes. I don't think that the draft was entirely wrong here. I do think a couple of those picks could have changed, but it would have resulted in basically the same thing. That early game coming in from Emal, just way too ahead, right? We saw weird movements on the top side. He's looking for kills. He took Master Assassin, so that's his goal.
And they were 3-4-man diving like a single lane, right? And it seems like, RCMY, they were trying to slow down the game. And then they saw their Grok get two-shotted by Amal. They're like, well, I guess this game is not slowing down.
Yeah, this game definitely isn't slowing down. I definitely think that Rippo had a couple of opportunities to try and go for a proxy. Arguably, he probably should have double proxied as soon as they were 5k behind, because his death doesn't really mean too much other than the fact that I'm pulling attention away from the rest of the map, and maybe we can come back through, I don't know, a couple of neutral objectives, a couple of turtles would have been definitely nice for RSG-MY side.
Oh, 100%. This is going to be the post-game stats. Just short of 15 minutes, 23 kills to 7. Red Esports, they basically hung RSG-MY upside down with this game. It's 0 objectives for RSG, by the way. 0 objectives, 0 turrets. They did not get to touch Red Esports at all.
Yeah, they did not make... Oh, man, they really didn't get touched at all. There's nothing much you could have done about it. Like, every single time you would imagine that RSG-MY could have been able to turn out a fight. Just a slight misplay usually happens. And I think, Red Esports, they're very aware of Izanami because they force him to use the real-world manipulation in a lot of awkward angles, right? Where a lot of the space is wasted because of the way the terrain works, right? It's not like you're going to use real-world manipulation and start tapping a rock for some reason. No. You have to be on a playable field. And Red Esports made sure that the jungle was split into two to make sure that Izanami wasn't able to fully capitalize on choke points.
And for those wondering what is Amal's item build, don't worry, I can assure you that is not his item build.
I can't wait to play ranked all over again and see if my Paquito decide to build corrosive side as well as Windtalker.
We saw Akai did that. That didn't work out. But that is not his item build, don't worry.
Look, he ain't Lancelot, alright?
He definitely isn't Lancelot. Lancelot will have a BOD for sure. Miss Zayed had anti-cuirass, had the plate armor, decent resistance, and still gets 3-shotted by Paquito. That is obscene.
He's so far behind in terms of levels, right? MelQT, he's farming. He's already got 910. That's a stat you don't want to see from a gold laner, right? As soon as they hit 900 plus gold per minute, that is not a normal number. Even in the damage, he's breaking the 6,000 mark.
Yeah, he's farming the heroes, he's farming the map. This is the Hall of Fame for Red Esports for sure. Kim with a 13 assists in this game, one with the farmers.
Yep. I think that definitely RSG may have made a mistake by banning out the Lolita. I think there was a bit of concern that Lolita could have fallen into the hands of Red, but at the end of the day, did that really matter, right? It's about going in with finding those choke points with the box, making sure that you have enough members to chunk down the temp HP, and unfortunately for RSG, they tried to play defensively, they tried to survive until the 9-minute mark. It just doesn't work that way when you have such a fat lead from our match MVP, Emal.
Absolutely. And the Lolita would have been a decent way to kind of counter these engages, right? You have all these dives, you have a cool front diving your back, you have a half-naked man diving your backline also. Lolita might have been an option, but RSG-MY thankfully still have at least one game to turn this around. This is one of the few early fights, and you start to see the impact of this farmer's called Alta. Loli else, he's been getting some decent, a 3-4-man blazing duet, but it all gets negated by a call Alta, and then you have Amal who just shows up and takes care of business.
If you just compare the HP, right, the amount of temp HP compared to how much HP they have left, that is literally equivalent, right? The temporary HP ended up being the amount left for the side of Red Esports each and every single time. Like, these were very close moments for RSG-MY to make a breakout play, but the numbers are just not in their favor.
Yeah, the shield is as thick as the shield blocks the full ulti. That's a nasty, and that's what after the nerf as well. The farmers still has some pretty crazy numbers towards the end. Despite the role not being able to get flexed into the roaming role, it doesn't really matter. Red Esports, they just utilized, and of course this one.
Ah, yes. See, that's the thing. I was wondering
What
that was. I'm
What?
pretty sure that was the Grok, and that was his spawn animation. But it just, like, never fully went to the sky. It just hovered above him for a while.
I
Like
mean, if you get two-shotted by a Paquito, I mean, probably knock the winds out of the dragon. It's like, do we really need to do this?
The dragon gets throat punched. Oh, but yeah, right now I think that RSGMY had the right idea, and I think with enough items, the call Altar probably would have lost its value. So Red Esports, they understood the assignment. We need to win early. We need to start the siege as quick as possible, and depending on how big of a lead we get, we can see what we can do during the mid game.
Yeah, we did see Lo Liao's limit testing, like you said, but we also saw how Red Esports just really pushed the advantage in these team fights. You can get a 4-man real-world manipulation, and you just have Aaron walking right towards you through your team while your front line gets destroyed. It's a rough game for RSGMY.
Really rough game. I think if the early game didn't go like that, I think it would have been a lot more even, but Red Esports will take the win. 1-0 against RSGMY. I think for RSG, they've got a couple of things to kind of sort out macro-wise, and as well as the draft, but more so on the macro sense, just to make sure that the team has a tighter defense.
I mean, one could argue, you look at the first set that they played yesterday, RSGMY fought a slightly weaker team compared to Red Esports' opponents, right? It was Alchemy SG for RSGMY, which they basically dealt with it easily. But no, Red Esports, they had to deal with SMG Singapore. And there were some moments where SMG themselves did fight back, but Red Esports just closed it out cleanly. And you bring that into today, I think Red Esports just felt a bit more ready.
I think it's a good way to kind of compare both of the teams, right? Alchemy SG as well as Red Esports at this point. And I think, the biggest problem that I saw with Alchemy SG was they didn't know how to kind of press an advantage when they achieved it, right? We didn't see any conversion of a kill equals to 2 jungle camps on top of Litho Wanderer plus Turtle. We didn't get to see those big conversions, unlike Red Esports where they play off of that information and realize, okay, we can actually make this work. If we know we can win a fight, we're going to press the advantage. And if you're willing to fight against us, even better.
Yeah, and I think in these situations, for Red Esports, they really demonstrated how to push that lid, push the lead, push the limit, just like how Samsung Galaxy allows you to push past your absolute limit when it comes to what your device is capable of. Check out their latest, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, alongside our sponsor Snapdragon Elite Gaming right there. But here it is. Share the epic and level up your game if you want to play at the highest level. This is the best and optimized device for you. But if you want to take the best photos and stop getting blamed for ugly photos, well, get this phone and it will become a person problem.
Man, that got too real too quickly. I was about to say, like, man, whenever I look at the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, I think about the Snapdragon Elite Pro chipset inside of it, and immediately brought up the camera. I'm like, oh boy,
Oof.
Oh boy, it's a person problem.
It's
me.
It's me, it's the person in the shot. Okay?
The person in the shot.
It is not fun when you have to take 50 identical shots and you get questioned, you get interrogated. Do you see this minor pixel, where I move a little bit to the right?
Yeah, you see this minor pixel, you zoom in on the face, it's like face problem, all 50 pictures.
Yeah, it should have gotten rid of that pimple yesterday.
Oh boy, we're getting too real here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. But once again, thank you to both of our sponsors for making this all possible. Now, for game number 2, adjustments need to be made. I feel like Red Esports didn't get to learn too much about what they did wrong because they had such a lead, they could basically make no mistake at that point.
Yeah, they were it's kind of the game lab situation, right, where you are just running away with the game and you're just styling on your opponent. You think RSGMY, are we expecting Ripple and Zai to kind of fall back to what they're more comfortable with? Because you kind of saw the shift a little bit, right?
Here's the thing, right? Zai had to sacrifice playing a damage jungler because Paquito absolutely just wrecks some of these assassins, right? Like, I mean, if you're up against the Ling, there's a good chance you get one shot before you even get the ult off. Hayabusa as well only gets more relevant towards the late game because fighters generally are really strong early to mid, may not necessarily scale towards the later stage. Hey, new information, Rebellion taking a 1-0 against Euphoria. Honestly, I'm very curious to see how this particular series ends.
Yeah, Euphoria was our first place, our champions for the last season of Challenge Finals, and here they are against Rebellion and Zion, a tougher opponent also. So
they're not easy.
They're not easy. Things are getting heated up. Our first set itself have a lot of interesting matches happening.
And this is going to be all the match. Well, wait, let me remember it real quick. All the matches are basically all of the winners pool.
Yeah,
Yes.
winners pool.
Sorry, I was looking for the word. The winners pool. All right, but yeah, I do think that RSGMY made a couple of sacrifices during their draft itself, and Zayed, he definitely looked uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
It's really awkward for him to try and peel away everybody else when he's so significantly behind.
And at the same time, like he is the only one that can kind of be in front, right? You need Ripple and Ney with him, but you just see the front line collapse so fast, and Frederick looks very, very lost in these fights.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily just Zayed's fault. I do think that the draft didn't give a lot of side lane priority, right? Because you're playing against Uranus. Uranus versus the Glue, and especially at level 1, Glue is generally going to be able to push that wave slightly faster than the Uranus, and therefore will be able to make the first move out of that lane. Beatrix naturally will be able to clear the waves faster than the Claude, and when you have that side lane pressure, immediately you can see them kind of converge for Little Wanderer, for example. River Crab, like we saw on that top side, constantly just being a big point of interest for Red Esports.
I think when you also compare the heroes that both teams have, right? You compare a Grok and a Kufra, a Glue and a Uranus, I think it really makes the life of Red Esports so much easier. Even the Paquito, to a certain extent, we saw how Red Esports, they were actively contesting the objectives, and it felt a bit difficult for RCMY to get something meaningful done.
Here's the thing, right? Again, I do feel that Grok should have just sacrificed the Claude lane entirely. Just let it push, let the Beatrix try to get a little bit of a lead, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter when you have reinforcements to deter the Beatrix from sieging your gold plating, right? That's the important part. Grok should have gone to the mid lane, Power of Nature help clear that wave, and then immediately start transitioning into either splitting apart on 2 different ends and start attacking the side lanes, or just double down and have both of them rotate into one side of the map.
Basically helping out Izanami, right? Helping out the Eve.
Yeah, because Izanami, he had to 2v1 in that lane. The Kufra knows that if Grok isn't there, it's totally fine. The farm won't have that much of an issue with just a little bit of help and one concussive blast, more than enough to clear the wave.
Well, RCMY, for the first time, at least in this Swiss stage, get to see a little bit of that pressure now.
I mean, it's very typical.
Yeah, when you lose the first game, right?
Yeah, it's all of like, man, this and that. That was a rough game as well. So a lot of momentum built up for the side of Red Esports, and you can definitely tell, like the atmosphere from both POVs, very, very jarring experiences.
Yeah. Red is just having a very, very good time. I mean, they had the red side. I wonder if RCMY would opt to switch side. I think that is also it's also something that I think would influence the draft. So what Red Esports did was they were able to pull up Paquito at the very end, right? And that was because they have the last pick.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? You bring up a really good point. I think that RSGMY most likely are going to lean towards red side more than blue side. And I think, if I remember correctly, even yesterday, all 2 of their games against Alchemy SG was on the red side.
Yeah, they play red side, right? And there it is. So RSGMY will be on red side this time. It's very kind of Mel to grab the jacket for his teammate, just to put that Red Esports out there.
Make sure it's facing the right way.
Yeah, make sure you see the logo, the branding. I do like the jersey. I like the Susano wording.
The Susano one, it was a collaboration with Red Esports, but I think that that Red Esports, their apparel, top notch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you haven't seen the shoes, have you?
They have shoes?
They have shoes! It's crazy!
Right,
they got everything!
Sign me up. I'm gonna get an email or something. I need some new kicks, okay?
Dude, their kicks look really fine. They look really, really good. But other than that, I don't know whether it's on sale yet. I gotta go double check their social media or their online store. In the meantime, let's look at how this draft is gonna go. We're seeing the Farmers and as well as Kaja being banned out for the side of Red Esports. RCMY taking the route of banning out the Joy. Are they going to ban out the Wanwan as well? Most likely, right?
Yeah, most likely the Wanwan would be banned. I mean, in game 1, RCMY banned the Franco first, right? Franco, Kaja.
Yes.
Which I was thinking, what were they trying to go for? Normally, you don't ban Franco outright, and I don't think we saw an answer in game 1.
Yeah, we didn't really see an answer, and I'm hoping that game number 2, we're going to see that. Fanny gets banned out, that's totally fine, but eventually the Wanwan is going to be, you don't want that to be floating around in the air.
If you're RCMY, definitely not. Right? Red Esports, I think they have more options in terms of heroes they want to ban. If they want to ban the Valentina now, which actually did slip through in game 1 completely, think they can do so?
I mean, I feel like RSGMY in that particular game, like even if the Valentina was something they wanted to go for, it doesn't really benefit their composition at the end of the day, right? They still need to cut through the temp HP somehow, and they needed damage more than they needed a defensive option.
So the Arla gets banned out, so 1-1 still left on the table. RSGMY have some decision making to make. Like, I feel like 1-1 takes priority over everything.
Oh, for sure.
And in red, it's probably going to get the glue afterwards, because they did ban the Faramis.
Yeah. Glue is not impossible to deal with, right? There's still a couple of ways to kind of manage the glue rather than hard counter it, and I think that's usually good enough. Let's see what RSGMY decide to go for, right? Because again, they are on red side. They can respond to the glue, very nonchalantly. They can just take their time and honestly answer it within the second phase if necessary.
If the 1-1 somehow goes through, are we going to be expecting a Phoveus again? I mean, that's kind of like the go-to, right? So the glue gets banned. 1-1 will be let through. RSGMY they're more worried about the glue getting first pick.
Thinking, processing this. All right, so I think you might be right about this one. If Red Esports, if they do give Wanwan over to Red Esports, I'm expecting RSGMY to start looking for the Phoveus, right? However, if you do decide to play Phoveus, Esmeralda suddenly just shoots up in terms of priority picks for Red Esports. So unless RSGMY have like a solid solution to it, I would say Mid-Sitar is going to be the safest option that they've got.
It's also a safer flex for them, right?
A much better flex, as a matter of fact. I would say that Yves still is going to be quite relevant in this matchup, no matter what they do, no matter what they decide to go for. Because even if you're able to kind of like, you know, dash every single auto attack, the box limits the space you get to play with.
And you do get rooted down.
Yeah, but only when you touch the edge.
Only when you touch the edge.
Yeah, just don't touch the line, man.
What an easy task to accomplish.
just win your games and break crystals.
So they go for the Farsa and the Lancelots. We're still not seeing any Mid-Sitar, any Phoveus, but there is still a space for Mid-Sitar, right? You know, double row, they can play 2 rows in this case. But Red Esports, they're gonna go for the Franco instantly.
Yeah, they want to make sure that any hard divers don't get too close to the backline and get too close to specifically Kim. Although I will say that RSGMY, they're going the route of damage, right? They're like, okay, Wanwan, she's got a little bit of range, but she cannot outrange a Feathered Airstrike. 2-tapper, not even an issue. Because again, Wanwan is a very greedy marksman. She cannot start thinking about defensive options. She needs as much attack speed as possible.
So Valentina gets taken by Red Esports. You have your own artillery. I was thinking at one point whether they would consider a Mid-Sitar of their own, but in this case, I think it would get banned out in the second phase.
It's tough because they've already shown the Franco, right? So unless they decided they switch out the Franco for the Mid-Sitar instead as that flex pick, then I could see it happening. But I don't know. It's a little tough. It's still a little tough. RSGMY, on the other hand, looking to finish off their composition so far. Based on what we're seeing, I mean, they can technically go for Lolita if they want to and start banning out support. No, they don't even need to ban out supports. Kufra is not even a possibility for Red Esports anymore.
No, definitely not. So Melissa gets picked up.
Okay. But then the Valentina is going to steal the Feathered Airstrike. I guess they're worried that maybe there's going to be a secondary diver for the side of Red Esports. I guess, because technically they could have gone with, oh no, Claude will get hit by the Bloody Hunt. Beatrix would have been alright, but would still struggle with the same problem as Melissa. So I guess Melissa is your best bet just because you have that extended range with Muddles.
Basically the safest pick for RSU.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? With the Farsa Feathered Airstrike, marksmen generally don't have a fun time. You get hit once and you're like, oh man, and then you get hit by the passive afterwards and you're like, come on.
If you get hit once, you're basically dead, right? You're not getting out of it.
It's tough. It's not the easiest. And it's very difficult, and it's very difficult to dodge it as well because of how much area it actually covers.
So RSGMY will start banning out Fredrin. I mean, Red Esports are still looking for a jungler, but they don't have someone to be in front just yet. So RSGMY are banking on the fact that Red Esports are looking for secondary tank, right? I mean, there's still a flex. So they eliminate the Fredrin. Does that put Martis up the list?
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially when you need people who are able to cancel out abilities or stop animations, and I think Martis is a pretty good way to do that, especially against someone like Melissa. Let's assume that the Feather Airstrike doesn't come out effectively, right? That's when you have someone like Martis to be able to kind of push her out of the get away from me, or at the very least, kind of buy space and time for the rest of your team to kind of regroup from the damage.
Even against Lancelot if he dives you.
Even, well, usually Lancelots have a lot of health to go through, so they're not like the priority target. You kind of have to let them through because you don't have any better options. Plus, they have iframes to work with.
That's true. RCMY last ban. Maybe a Martis ban, so you can get rid of all the possibilities.
Okay, that means that Red Esports most likely going to go with Hayabusa. Hayabusa's not bad. Ling is not bad.
If you're still looking for front line, does the Akai make sense?
The Akai does make sense. At least you can kind of cancel out the Feather Airstrike. It makes Lancelot's life slightly more difficult. I say slightly because there's a lot of times where Lancelot's just kind of treat Akai's like non-factors.
It just goes through him.
Yeah, it just goes right through him. And then Heavy Spin comes through and it's like, oh, no big deal. Just Thorn Rose.
This could be another... I mean, I'm looking at Red Esports. There is still a window for the Grok XP if they really want to go for it, right? I mean, there are a couple of paths they can go for. The Phobia's last ban, really was fearing that pick.
Okay, all right. RSG, they could just go pick Mitsutar, just sit on it. I mean, the only thing they're missing right now is a support role, as well as an EXP laner, but instead they're going to go for the Lolita as well. All right, so RSG MY is creating a very nasty siege composition right now. So it's all about pushing out your lanes, sitting just behind the turret range, and just auto-attacking your opponents from a safe distance. There's nothing much they can really do about that. So Red Esports need to figure out ways to kind of hard engage. I'm thinking like Yuzong for the EXP lane, already looking mighty fine. Lapu Lapu would be a safe pick as well, but ideally Yuzong, because then you can cover more ground.
Yeah, and you have the Guardian's Bulwark. There's a way to kind of absorb all the damage from 1-1.
Grok,
XP lane and a jungler.
Grok and EXP also is totally fine. In terms of junglers, Ling, Hayabusa, all kind of work.
Oh, wow, they are going all in with the dive. So get the Lapu Lapu and the Paquito again. Is it gonna be a harder game for the Paquito to function?
It's a mix and match of things, right? Like Red Esports, it's not like they don't have a counter to Paquito's counters. It's just which shows up first, you know? It's like an auto battler, for example. Sometimes you get a little unlucky with the targeting, you know? And I think that's a lot of what this game is going to be about. Like, can you fit the pieces in the fit the puzzle pieces in the right spots?
Now RGMY now looking for an XP laner. Neutral, probably looking for a neutralizer again. But it into the Lapu Lapu, there isn't really much left in the tank. They will go for the Minotaur, finally making it through until the very end. But that's a good answer to the Paquito who wants to jump in.
Yep.
The 1-1 who wants to leap around.
Lapu Lapu as well.
Not the best target to hook either.
Yeah, definitely the worst target.
You want to hook the king. No way.
You definitely don't want to hook the king here. I like it. I like the draft coming in from both of their sides. They didn't lean in too heavily about counter drafting each other too often, but they have options in their draft that allows them to kind of escalate situations, to lock down certain parts of the map. And I think that right now, in terms of predictions, I would say that RSG MY's draft is just slightly better than Red Esports right now.
The 2-1 prediction still lives on. For now, Red Esports in the lead. We're going to head into round 2. Well, not round 2. Game 2 of this round 2 match run between Red Esports and RSG MY. I mean, a best of 3, a rematch of MPL Season 11. And we're halfway through that rematch already. Red Esports, with that Game 1 victory, surge of confidence for them to pick this Paquito again and double down with a Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, he wants to escalate, right? Amal, he wants to get that snowball like he did in game number 1, and I think it's very achievable for him, considering what the lanes are like. Melissa is definitely gankable pre-level 4. Mid-Sitar is going to be particularly weak against ganks pre-level 4 as well. So I think that Red Esports, this early game, is extremely important for them.
more options for the Paquito to go through, right? Like even, I mean, you can deal with the Farsa same as the Eve. The moment she stands there and uses it, you can just give her the 1-2 punch.
That would be the most ideal, right? Once again, RSG-NY just mirroring Red Esports. Mal especially, they don't want Mal to really affect the lane, so that's why they got Ney just posted right in front of him to kind of isolate the side lanes. Now, Amal, this is going to be a 2v2 up top side, right? This River Crab is going to be taken by Amal first. Oh, he just shows up. Walks into lane there.
Oh, Ripple is going to take a heap of damage.
Did they not spot him when they were like moving spots?
Yeah, I thought they saw him.
Yeah, I thought like Zayed would at least reveal him in the river. Man.
Well, it could really be... It could really just come down to that slight vision, right?
That's the thing. I do hope that MLBB eventually adds the Fog of War, like making Fog of War visible, because it's really tough to tell when you are in and out of somebody's like line of sight.
That would be a good quality of life.
Yeah, this is so dirty from Red.
This is going to be a tough one. Ripple, no more flicker. Aaron will hit 4, but they don't have the minion wave to push. It's no need to rush this, right? Red Esports, again, if you give Amal the turtle, he starts snowballing, we might see the same result as game 1. Aaron gone on, pops his own ultimate.
Oh, he even gets a flicker out of Aaron too.
He would try to come in for some help. Izanami right in the open. Gets hooked by Mel. Aaron walks out. Amal even gets the turtle. Counter feather airstrike. Ripple charges out the Luminon Blast, landing it on the 2 members as Mao will flicker away. But first blood goes over to Izanami and Zai finds his own. But Amal about to go massive. Only finds the Farsa. Waiting for Kuda to come back up. Nate with the stun puncture comes through from Zai. Amal just dancing all the way to safety.
Good movement coming in from Amal here, with 81% of the audience leaning towards RSG and White Loliels. Oh, luckily Amal. I keep thinking that it's gonna be Mal again. It's Mel. Mel gets out of there. Ripple getting solo killed by Aaron here.
I don't believe he had a King's Calling in that.
No. The King's Calling is it's not a short cooldown, it's very long.
Minor problems in the top side. At least Zayed got off to a better start. At 1-0. I mean, in the previous game, he was always behind Amal in terms of levels, and he's not the one dealing damage. This game, he has the potential to do so. He's going to run into Amal as we speak. Will be there around the corner. The Iron Hook is barely missing.
For the most part, I think Red Esports, they've got the right ideas here. They're looking for these early ganks, but I think RSG-NY is reading into it a little. They're expecting it to happen.
Izanami needs to be incredibly careful. I mean, you can't just stand there and use the Thorn Rose, right? Well, the puncture from Zayed just straight out into the thick of it.
Yeah, luckily Zayed, he's aware of the weakness points and he's making sure that he's hugging the right side of the wall to not give that very last one. Oh,
man, they waited for so long. They camped just for him. Amal won't get the one shot, but it did force a recall from Nate and also the flicker.
I mean, there's nothing left for Amal to really fight for at this point other than this dive. I mean, technically he could farm the top side of this map, but that's not a lot of gold. And Turtle is going to be on this side anyways.
Second turtle for Red Esports, once more uncontested. I mean, Red Esports are just drawing out important cooldowns from RSG, right? You draw the flicker from the Lolita, you draw the get away from me from Loliels. That's 2 big resources down.
Yeah, they want to go even further with this. Nate getting pulled on back.
Bloody Hunt is dead. Mao doesn't have. They don't have enough damage from Kim just yet. Kim will flicker away just in case. The Melissa does end up going down. Stolen Luminous Blast, only landing onto 1, but that allows Mao to show up. Looking for the weakness points, but they're going to turn on him immediately. Mao able to get the ultimate off regardless. They will try to soak it up, all the damage. And Ripple with the flicker forward brings Mao back, but only Kim goes down. Mao still gets away.
Right, alright, that's actually not that bad. I mean, RSG had to send a lot of resources to make that, well, actually try to even out that score. But in the meantime, Lapu Lapu was able to get that first turret up top side, instantly going to try and punish. Oh my god, almost taking out Loliels.
For the second time as well. He is 2 levels ahead of this Melissa.
Yep, again, Melissa right now currently weak, doesn't have enough items compared to this early game Aaron, who has the natural base damages to 100 to 0 you in a split second if you're not aware.
That's top and mid tier 1 down. Minor goal lead for Red Esports. They will turn their attention down bot again. And this time, RCNY won't be able to defend the structure.
Yeah, the tempo is just not in their favor right now. They send Melissa back down to the bottom side. It's just too dangerous sitting up top side and missed out catching the wave anyways and the tier 1, so you might as well just play safe. Red Esports, they're going to increase the tempo right now. They know that RCNY is behind. In terms of their timings as well as rotations, they have to take advantage of it.
I just love how Aaron is, he stayed out of vision until the very end. Hook almost connects, would have been a kill for Red. Meanwhile, Amao, he is just farming the jungle of RSG. Again, we are at a stage where Amao is like, what, 2 levels ahead of Zayed.
Yeah, he's been farming really fast as well. I mean, every single turtle has fallen into his hands. Zayed is catching up, but only a level behind against Amao. As soon as this turtle is down, Amao is going to be 2 levels ahead of him.
Keeping that lead. Dominance Eyes done by Nate. A lot of bottom side pressure, right? Red is pulling members from RSG. The flicker!
Oh.
What was that reaction? My goodness, Mao. Doing it absolutely perfect. And now he's going to be looking for a pick. Tries to predict a sidestep from Lowly Else, doesn't find it. Amao down to the mid side. No window as well, but Zayed is isolated. Does have to dash to get out.
Yeah, it's the worst when you're predicting someone to sidestep, they just walk in a straight line. I find that personally really infuriating, and I can only imagine that even Miles just like, why would he walk in a straight line?
Predicting them to be smart, and then they just do the most basic thing. Well, not this time. That is definitely going to be a kill. And Mao just looking for the weakness points, instantly passed that ultimate. So Izanami won't be forced to cancel his. There's nothing that he could do in this fight to help his teammate. Ripple, dangerously low. A double for Kim. Meanwhile, Amao, he is zoning out the rest of RSG.
Right now, Red Esports are playing really well, right? Nobody's making too many mistakes. Mal finding a lot of confidence in his iron hooks as well, applying a lot of pressure to RSGMY. And with his 4.4k lead, Zayed basically can't touch his own jungle. He struggles to 1v1 a majority of the members of Red Esports.
That's bottom tier 2 going down. Top 1 would also fall. The Red Esports are syncing up all these objective takes so well, and they force Feather Airstrike. They lose nothing. Zayed is just trying to salvage as much of the jungle as he can.
Yeah, he really is. He went for first item Hunter Strike. He's significantly behind on gold, and it looks like he's trying to build a BOD on top of everything else in comparison to Amal, who's going for the traditional fighter build. Hunter Strike into Malefic Roar just to have immediate raw power and raw impact on this match, because they're already 6k ahead. Why not?
And the Lord will be spawning soon as well, so Red Esports, they can really do some heavy damage. Watch out for Mao though. That hook, that was a connect onto Nate. If they break him right now, there's nothing that RG can do, and that's exactly the case. Stolen Luminous Blast, watch out on the 2. The re-engage from Red Esports right there onto RGMY. Lowly Else instantly falls, a killing spree for Kim. Mel does end up falling to Ripple, but it's a small price to pay unless Zai can get something done. No, he cannot. Absolutely shattered.
Oh my goodness, big damage coming in from both Aaron as well as Amal. RSGMY did not even stand a chance in that fight at all.
And that means Lord will be taken away by Red Esports. This lead, same as the one that we saw in Game 1, but occurring much faster. More than 6,000 advantage. Now there's 1,000 advantage go swing thanks to just one Lord. And it is not going to stop. I mean, RSGMY, they found some space, right, to get some resources on the map, but they are funneling it into Lowly Else. This is the guy that needs gold the most. Everyone else is playing sacrificial.
Yeah, everybody are just pawns in this big chess game here. And now on the defense with a 7.5k lead of Red Esports, they find the pick.
Looking forward, Kings calling Feather Airstrike. They need to do this, right? The big convoy, Amao. Looking for some punish. And good disengage from RSG.
Yep, they're willing to sacrifice Lancelot here. They want to stagger the waves, and now the rest of the team will manage the Lord as well as bot side. Oh my god!
Oh, how, Amao?
Yikes! Oh, Amal recently got his Bloodlust axe as well. Okay, fair enough.
Well, suddenly it's an even game again. I mean, Aaron will be back in another 3 seconds, so he should be able to join his team at this base push.
But they're
I
not
mean, look at Amao. Look at this guy.
Okay, really pushing his luck here, but I don't think this inhibitor will realistically doesn't look like it will fall. They're not playing like a hard siege composition like RSG MY. They don't have that sort of range. More importantly, so no reason to really fight. Oh!
What a stolen feather airstrike, forcing Lo Liao's to go back to his base, almost by three-shotting him.
Nearly. But I mean, Kim is making these big attempts, right? He even committed his flicker into it rather than just his dash.
Oh yeah. Thankfully for RSGMY, they didn't have to use the crucial cooldowns for this, but Red Esports have gotten them in a chokehold again. And Ripple needs to check all of these bushes with the Spear of Glory also. It's RSGMY, like, I feel like the one guy, you would think that Ney is the one that opens up the map, but even he is not safe. Right? Ripple has more avenues to check the empty size of the map.
Yeah, I think Ney, he wants to be at the right place at the right time, right? His Numenon Blast can be game-changing for the team. It's going to set everything up, but the problem is that his team is significantly behind, and as a support, you're even further behind than everybody else. We look at his items, right? He's only got two items currently built, the Athena Shield as well as the Dominance Ice. Generally, that's not going to be enough, right? We're seeing Malefic Roars already coming out for the side of Red Esports, so generally, your armor isn't going to matter unless you can start like multiplying your stats by having more items.
Now just got the Winds of Nature 2 levels ahead of the Melissa.
Oh,
good iframes.
That was beautiful. That was good play from Zayed. Baiting out the bite as well as dodging the Iron Hook. That's already great. That's 4 ultimates already down for the side of Red Esports.
And the flicker also from Mao.
Oh yes, and the flicker as well. Well, regardless, they need to start thinking about how to actually slow down this game, right? It's tough to walk up to this Lord, even though they have to contest it. They might have to just think about split pushing here.
Can they even get close? I mean, Ripple will not be in this fight, so RSGMY will have to concede the objective. Maybe Zai could go for attempted steal, but look at the zoning from Red Esports. Just airtight defense. Zai stood no chance. Red Esports gets an easy Lord again.
Yep.
They even had to use his flicker to get away.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I think that Ney probably shouldn't have walked up too far here. It was looking pretty doomed from the beginning. Now it's all about how many inhibitor turrets can they save from Red Esports. At least one of them is going to fall down because this is going to be a luminous Lord, sorry, an enhanced Lord, so it should be knocking on the inhibitors pretty easily. Overall, Red Esports, I mean, they have to just play around these neutrals, right? They could starve out RSG MY for as long as they want, but if they can't close out this game sooner rather than later, eventually RSG MY will scale.
They're trying to sync up the wave. Aaron is pushing in the top side also, so RSG MY, they'll need to eventually sacrifice one of these lanes. The middle one instantly blown up. Top one will be taken care of by Aaron. In fact, Red Esports, a perfect push, a perfect siege with this Lord. All inhibitor turrets will fall, the bottom one taking a bit longer than expected. Zayed almost losing his entire health bar. So that one combo from Amao came a bit too far forward. He's going to punish by the Feather Airstrike, and Lolios picks up that kill. But the Lord is going to be knocking on the Crystal. Red Esports with one last member. Still want to go for it though. Aaron, he's just going to flick go forward, and a one-shot all the way at the back onto Lolios. Red Esports, they won this game right now, and they have the means to do so. They do lose Aaron. The Paquito actually falls. RSGMY with a base hole, but Mel, he's about to go absolutely berserk. Don't let him use that ultimate. Mel with the Winds of Nature negates some of the damage. Doesn't get to proc the ult. A hook from Mao. Able to pull Ripple back in, but Zai is looking for Mel. Can he find him though? It's going to be a tough one.
He's got a
Zai
wave.
will commit all the way to it. Mel sidestepping everything, still gets taken. Now RSGMY still has some signs of life.
They didn't close it out. They're falling into the same problem as we saw yesterday's match number 4, right? It's all about coordinating the rest of your team. Keep in mind that there are 2 things you need to worry about when closing out a game. Number 1, when is your opponent's waves going to spawn? And there's only 2 timings that you need to memorize, which is
the 14th second and the 42nd second of every single minute is when you're expected to see the waves actually spawn from, it doesn't matter whether you're on RSG MY side or a Red Esports side, these waves spawn at the exact same time. Those two timings in those minutes. Second thing they need to worry about is getting your whole team on the same page here. Like, Aaron is running in, why isn't the rest of the team looking to crush the crystal? Let's look at the replay one more time, right? We see Kim make this mistake. He manages to get out, but still gets punished at the end of the day, right? 4v5. How do we make this work? We do see, oh wait, hold on, a fight's gonna break out.
And make it well again, everyone from RCNY clumped up together. Aim out, going big damage. Absolutely just blows a hole right through low Liao's. Izanami falls. And Red Esports, they're gonna do it for real this time. Aima finds a double kill for himself. Even gets rid of the immortality. Nay has no chance. We say 9 in German as Red Esports denying RSGNY of any chance. A repeat of MPL Season 11 and with a cleaner victory. Absolute destruction in this best of 3.
Whew, they crushed it. 2-0. Solid game coming out from Red Esports.
That's the ripple.
Look, when you're up against, when you get taunted by the King of Taunts, everybody else is gonna try and clown you, man. He's made a name for himself, and he doesn't mind taking it, but you can't help seeing the boys have some fun here.
Doing a bit more, you're gonna grow a very beautiful goatee. Just keep doing it.
Yeah, I love Kim because he's one of the few people who works well with MLQT to respond to these kind of things. Even during the regular season, even during the playoffs, after they beat RSG, exact same thing. They taunted us once, we're gonna get them back.
Cannot let them get away like that, right? If you can throw a punch, you have to be able to take it. Two folds. This ripple against 2 of them.
Yeah, man. Well played. Well played, the Red Esports. They did all the right things. I think they could have cleaned up the communications, especially when trying to close out that game. But I feel that RSG, they clicked a little too late, right? They clicked a little too late. There was a lot of miscommunications, a lot of awkward movements coming out of them. It feels like they were a little directionless for the first half of the game. And once we get to the second half of the game, that's when they started to piece things together, how to actually approach taking down Red Esports' overall draft.
Yeah, but it's at a timing where they were so far behind, right? Even in the final engage, you can see RSG and Y, they realized that it's not going to work out, and they ended up just huddling together, eliminated by Red Esports. But overall, it's Red Esports just having just an insurmountable lead in the series. I mean, Amal, I would say this guy is he played out of his damn mind.
Well, that's why Red Esports decided to pick him up. His debut with Lunatics. I mean, Lunatics didn't do a really good job during that time of his debut, but afterwards, people kind of valued how hard he tries despite everything else around him burning.
Yeah, and today, I mean, we get to really see these two teams put to the test, right? Yesterday, they were, you can kind of argue they were up against slightly weaker teams, but now in this face-off, we definitely know that Red Esports is looking mighty fine.
Yes, they've got RSG MY's number.
Oh yeah, they definitely do.
Yes, they definitely are. Well, let's have a look at the post-game so far and really break this down, right? Because when we start thinking about immediately, when we look at the item list, nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary. Okay, sorry, I nearly thought I saw something wrong there. But yes, Imal was switching out, making sure that he does have the Winter Truncheon, doesn't want to go down over to RSG MY and give that fat shutdown. But overall, you can just see how far behind the rest, everybody else was in terms of the economy, right? Again, 46,000 overall. It sounds really, really good until you start looking at the items. Majority of the members didn't even make it to 3 items.
And when you look at the objectives in total, right, across the entire 2 games, RCNY only got 1 objective, and that's 1 turret.
Yep, they weren't able to contest these neutrals very, very well. And I think RSGNY, the early game, it looked like they kind of figured out what they wanted to do, but a lot of it was just mirroring, right? It was just Ney trying to mirror Mal a majority of this game, and nobody was able to kind of develop a big advantage. And I feel like Zion needs to kind of go opposite. No matter where he goes, Amal is going to match him up, especially since they started on, they had the exact same pathing, right? On opposite sides of the map. So you gotta start switching it up. Switch up your paths, start looking to attack the other sides of the map. Make sure you do not interact with Amal, who naturally has that raw damage.
And I think this game is also kind of the same as the first one, where Ney is just trying to keep the Roamer at bay, keep Mao at bay. You know, game 1 we saw the Grog mirroring the Kufra. Game 2 it was the Franco getting mirrored by the Lolita. I mean, RSG will always have that one-up, right? Simply because their roamers interact a bit better to start these fights.
Yep, and our match MVP, Amal, once again with a 5-1 and 5 KDA, 59% kill participation. Doesn't break 900 in terms of GPM, but 811 will do just fine.
Oh, he has done more than enough. Basically I don't know, almost unstoppable game.
Pretty much. We look at the highlights and the replays. I mean, look at this,
Look at the margins. Look at this.
Okay, so fun fact. Now we know that apparently the cape off of Franco in that particular skin isn't included in the hitbox.
I mean, it makes sense, right? If you hit the cape, you only ruin his attire. you don't bring it.
He loses swag points.
He loses swag points for sure.
That's what all these professional players are worried about. Their swag score.
Yeah, you gotta have the drip, you know. This is the new gen. But you also have the risk. Yeah, sure. You know, for RCMY, they are worried about the Feather Airstrike getting stolen, but they also have another big ultimate, right? The Numenon Blast. I mean, Kim has been using that too. Better than Nate in most of these fights.
Yeah, that's my big problem with RSGMY. Like, at a certain point, Nate, even though, yes, the early game is about kind of mirroring Mal throughout, making sure those iron hooks don't connect on the right targets, you have to start switching the agenda at some point in the game. But we never really got to see that, right? Especially from Nate. He didn't decide, you know what, I need to stop mirroring, and I need to start looking for plays when my team got strong during the mid-game when they had their ultimates to actually make it happen, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to be with the rest of his team. He can just do it with one other person in the side lane.
Oh, you love to see that. The taunting between these two teams. We got a bit of a rivalry on our hand, but for them to meet again, RGMY will have to run the gauntlet, and perhaps we will see these teams clash somewhere down the road. The chances increase the deeper their run goes.
Oh yeah, it really. This honestly, with the Swiss format, it feels like this is the hardest games of Mythic Rank solo queue you'll ever get. You know, you play with a team of 5 and you're just like, I don't know who I'm facing, but man, they are difficult.
Yeah, and I might face. I basically play Russian roulette, right? I either get shot by an MPL team or I play against an MDL team, none of which feels good. And that's our first series concluded. I mean, Red Esports repeating history, shattering majority of the prediction. 86%, I remember, predicted that RSG is going to win, but they got crushed 0-2. And on the other hand, Euphoria made an absolute reverse sweep against Rebellion Zion. I mean, we're seeing some crazy reverse sweep from the SPS top 2. GameLab did that yesterday against MLBB. Euphoria did that against Rebellion Zion.
That's some big news there. It really does show that some of these tier 2 teams looking to try and get in that professional scene. It's not easy making that transition, but they definitely have laid out the foundation to do so.
Must have been a crazy series because when we clocked in for Game 2 draft, they were 1-1.
Yeah.
And now it's 2-1. What happened?
One of those games was probably really short. I don't know which one. Was it Game 2? Was it Game 3? Don't know. Don't know. Have to go check later.
Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, we have Aura Fire against Onyx Philippines. That one is still ongoing right now, 1-1. Another interesting series to check out. Again, the first set of the 4 best of 4s are very, very high-stake games.
Yeah, they are. But also, this is when most of the teams are still going in like fresh. It's like, you know, we finished like a day of scrims, and now this is the tournament. We're all warmed up, we're ready to go. It's not super late at night or anything like that. So at least they are playing tip-top MLBB.
So it will be interesting to see what the result of Aura Fire against Onyx PH would be, right? Because those two teams, Onyx Philippines, they have an easier route. They got a 2-0, but Aura Fire, well, they had to face up against Bigatron yesterday.
Yeah.
Due to the shorter end of the stick, but they came out on top 2-1.
They did come out on top 2-1, but that's the thing, right? It's really, really tough to say that one team is better than the other because it's like it's a best-of-3 series, but it's also a Swiss format. It's hard to like match up against the same people again, but maybe down the line. Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors for making this happen. Of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. Just to make sure that you guys know that they are really good chipsets, and they cover a multitude of phones, one of which I think you've already heard of.
Absolutely. If you have a good chipset, you need a device that can handle the heat, and we have just the one for you. Samsung Galaxy and their latest Galaxy S23 Ultra that can handle all these powerful chipsets inside of them that allows you to share the epic and level up your game every single moment.
You know, it's pretty crazy when you know, I was going around the world and people were showing me like, previously they had these detonation buttons for nukes, right? They
open that briefcase, and what do I see inside? It's just a Samsung Galaxy S23 right there, right next to it. Not even a button, just the phone.
Yeah, I have something that has been helping me juice myself up. Well, it's not. It's on the floor actually, but it's Monster Energy. I swear I have a can with me. I'll take a photo with it in a bit. But it allows everyone, alongside with me, unleashing the beast within them. Check them out. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
But finally, and last but not least, DHL. Thank you so much and welcome to the family, because they are offering the EFIBOT Dash Cup, where you can win 5,000 euros, and all you got to do is take part now on ESL.
Yeah, ESL.gg/FEBOT. That's where you need to go to. 5,000 euros. My goodness. I mean, to put that into perspective, that's more than a lot. It's more than a part of the prize pool of Challenge Finals. I'm just putting it out there, okay? You don't have to play Mobile Legends at a professional level, but you have a chance.
You got a really, really good chance, as a matter of fact. Yes, and a very prestigious, fancy currency, too. With that being said, oh, man. Ticket sales are available. Upcoming match, though, See You Soon versus Team Hawk, a breakout team from MSC, and now Team Hawk, who are still looking for redemption.
Now, we saw that redemption start yesterday, 2-0 over Hello Heli, but they have a real challenger ahead of them, right? Top 3, and a 3rd place finish in Cambodia Spring for MPL. Well, again, the tickets for 21st to 23rd July is already on sales right now. The event will be happening at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, Indonesia, for the Challenge Finals, where you get to see MPL teams take on maybe some Tier 2 teams that we have right now. Who knows? Price starts at 20,000 rupiah. You can get them at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets.
If you ever want to see the grassroots ever rise up to the top, this is the place to keep your eyes on. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be See You Soon versus Team Hawk in a best of 3.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked. Everybody bang bang, sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang, bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang, bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang, 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 bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang, bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang, bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang, bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fade, it was taking up too much
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. Legends, starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on. Put it on me, put it up, dump it
Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year. I showed it right. I waited all my life.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Open Finals for Season 3. Today is Swiss 5. And we got a special treat. We got a special treat before our next upcoming series. We're going to check out the game tree between one of the sets that is just about to happen, or just happened right now, honestly, between Onyx Philippines and Aura Fire, the 1-to-1 series.
Right now, they haven't finished off their set. This is their very third game. The score is 1-1 between Onyx PH on the blue side, Aura Fire on the red side. Looking at the draft real quick, Joy, Franco, Beatrix, Grokken, as well as Kagura this time. It looks like there's a heavy prioritization on banning out those mages. Instead, I didn't get a good look at TNC, but we'll see in a little bit once we get into the game and start breaking it down for you guys. Sorry, not TNC, Aura Fire. Onyx PH versus Aura Fire in this match, round 2, match number 1.
This is going to be an interesting one because Aura Fire definitely had to go through a bit more to get to this point, and we now get to see kind of the different regions clash, right? Onyx Philippines, no strangers to the Tier 1 scene, but Aura Fire, they've had their ups and downs. And let's hope that this one, this one would be one of the biggest tests.
Funny enough, even Onyx PH has had their ups and downs before, you know, a lot of roster changes, but this year was looking a little better for them, but it still needs a little time to cook as we jump right into the game. Let's have a look. It's going to be Selena, Valentina, Lapu, Kabuki on Claude, and as well as the Fredrin. A very early start coming in from Onyx, showing aggression even before the wave collapsed. Sensui able to slow down that mid wave a little bit, allowing Chovy to actually walk up.
I believe we do see swap in the mid lane at least, right? Facehugger wasn't there yesterday when they took on Bigatron Beta. For those who are not familiar with what's happening in Jakarta on 21st to 23rd July, remember it's the Challenge Finals. You can grab your tickets on the website right now, esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets starting at 20,000 rupiah.
Oh, what the movement coming in from Facehugger here. Now, I'm very interested to see how Aura Fire is going to be pitted against Onyx PH. There's a lot of promising players, like Kekadut, for an example, from the side of Onyx PH that I've been keeping my eyes on. Sensui, well, there are moments of greatness coming out from him, but it's the consistency that I want to see out of him, right? How many times is he able to find those openings with this Grok jungle?
Yeah, we got to see a lot more of Indonesia games because we have Chovy, a very familiar name on the Kagura, but we also have the Selena. Now we had this off-screen discussion about Selena yesterday and the impact that she can bring, but what is the role of Hai in this game?
All right, so for Hai, his main job is to kind of drop down these abyssal traps on the strong side of the map or the side they want to protect. It grants them vision. Hai is looking to land as many abyssal arrows as possible. Not the easiest of drops, but more importantly, whether or not he can actually hit on the correct targets. Sensui can block the abyssal arrows, Dur can block the abyssal arrows as well. It's not going to be that easy.
Only hit landing on the turtle, Dur. Pops the vengeance, instantly dives to the back. The Kagura is going to be dead. Chovy not able to catch Van just yet.
Oh.
It's suppressed by the Bloody Hunt. Ike Dude comes in. First blood goes over to the side of Aura Fire. And the turtle does get stolen by Onyx Philippines. It's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Aura though.
That's not too bad from Aura. Really good abyssal arrow from Hai, predicting Dur's movement and catching him off on the very last dash. So he knows he had no other options or no other mobility options to dodge out of the way. So now, not a bad start for the side of Aura Fire. They do need to get a little aggressive here because again, Selena loses her value the longer the game goes.
So this is a game where we are expecting Aura Fire to play fast, right?
Onyx PH, on the other hand, they're looking for like those big plays. They want Aura Fire to make that first move, and then Onyx PH looks for the counter engage.
And Aura Fire just trying to shove out that mid wave. Facehugger needs a bit of that help, but even then, barely just out shoving a Chovy on this Kagura. But what if we hit that late phase, or past 15 minutes? Where is this Selena going to be in terms of just effectiveness in this game?
honestly, she loses a lot of her effectiveness, right? Because her key targets are going to be either interrupting abilities or landing an Abyssal Arrow onto nets. Because Chovy has natural Purify inbuilt into the kit. Sensui has anti-crowd control. The same goes for Dur as well. And Kakadu is just not a primary target. Well, actually, now that I think about it, if he cancels the bite, then there is value in it.
Oh yeah. Depends on who presses what first. You know? I mean, most of the time he would be out of vision anyways.
Right. That's a thing. So I feel like with Aura Fire, the way that they're going to kind of press their advantages is usually before, like literally just before the spawning of neutral objectives. And you can see it here right now. They're setting up, they're changing the positions of where the Abyssal traps are going to be just to gain that vision early on.
Yeah, making it harder. So it does force Sensui to be the one that walks up, kind of eats up the Abyssal traps. There it is, one beside the turtle pit. They're poking his head in a little bit. Sensui just gonna commit with the wild charge. A valiant attempt. He's not gonna be able to get steal, but should be able to disengage. Palevi, oh, he's gonna follow up, uses the ult.
Wow.
No kills, not much damage, honestly.
Dang. Honestly, since we got really lucky there that his Power of Nature was still active when the flicker happened. Oh, Kakadu trying to go for the turnaround flicker into the bike. Doesn't create enough distance, though, to close the gap. High, very aware. Good flicker from both of them.
Just a Aura Fire trying to find openings. He's gonna speed up the pace, but Onyx Philippines, you know, all things considered, very aware of their surroundings, right? You're not giving too much of that openings for a potential Abyssal Arrow. Kabuki already taking the early snipe from Nets. They will bring in Facehugger down to the bottom lane. Get the double dash. Kiki do it. Tanking out majority of that Abyssal damage.
Yeah, they don't want to go any further than this. Facehugger, it needs to close the distance if he wants to proc the Joy ultimate here. Top side, pretty much nothing is happening. Vaughn covers the mid lane. And once again, we go back into the stalemate. Wow, Vaughn are still trying to get abilities out from the Chovy on Kagura.
Yeah, you also have Dur proxying the top wave, right? So both XP laners, they're just farming the wave, making sure that there's, you know, that lane stays in a neutral state. But Dur gets to move first. Aura Fire is setting up on that bottom river. Thankfully, for Onyx Philippines, the objective will be spawning topside in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think the important thing that Aura Fire is trying to make clear is that bottom side is their zone, right? A lot of the traps are here. They want to make sure that Kabuki farms up as quickly as possible because he's going to be the big game changer for the side of Aura Fire, right? As soon as Onyx PH gets into the middle of that fight, especially if the bite is down, the wild charge is down, that's when you're going to see Kabuki jump in towards the backline, look for nets, and go for the blazing duet.
Sensui just soaking out all the damage. Instant wild charge. They're going to jump right onto Facehugger. Counter engage from Pavlevi, forcing the flicker from Chovy himself. Turtle spawning at the exact same time. Onyx Philippines going for a reset, and there he's just playing interference. Pops that ultimate, runs havoc in the backline. Sensui shows up. Where's the jungler from the side of Onyx Philippines? I mean, Sensui steals it anyways. Oh, he's the jungler, in fact.
Yeah, lost the 50-50 there. Nicely played coming in from Onyx PH, but you can definitely tell that that wasn't Aura Fire's main goal. It's still dedicated towards Kabuki's side, and I think Onyx PH, they just figured that out. They do see the conceal come out, and Aura Fire just gonna back away.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk much about the jungle rock, but what a hook! High absolutely punished by that.
Nicely played. Very nicely played. Sensui gonna get hurt here. No full commitment coming in from Facehugger because he knows that a majority of the reinforcements gonna be come down from bot side river. Kabuki still, he really needs to live here, but man, Onyx PH not making it easy.
When was the last time we see any jungle grok, right? I mean, Kabuki just ambushed by Chovy. Then late to the party, Kiki Dude will kind of tank all of that out. The wild charge from Facehugger actually misses. The Bristol's Wrap is gonna be right there. They find the Franco. A lot had to be invested.
Yeah, the proxying on top side is allowing a lot of rotations coming in from both Onyx as well as Aura. And I think at this point, right, that's when we're going to see Aura Fire really start to step up in terms of speed. Kabuki now recently purchasing the Golden Staff, he does have very relevant damage in these upcoming fights, and Aura Fire needed to take full advantage of this.
Sensui again just beefing up and taking all of the crowd controls. Will have some sort of resistance though. 3 members of Aura Fire trying to look to take him down, and now that's the big commitment. Sensui instantly disengages with a wild charge, and Toby in with the yin yang overturn, and they even get the bloody hunt on the Lapu Lapu. Paulevi first to fall, facehugger, good wild charge, and following up with Van with the 2-man taunt. Kiki Dude will be sacrificed. Aura Fire turning the entire fight around, and Dur, he doesn't have much health to work with. Hai almost finds the kill. The Abyssal Arrow does not connect, and Chobi will not be able to hold on to the mid turret.
A bad flicker coming out from Paulevi, unfortunately, but the re-engagement coming in from Onyx PH just a little bit stronger. They win out on this trade. However, Aura Fire, sorry, they don't win out on this trade because Aura Fire were able to secure mid-tier 1, and that's going to open up a lot of avenues for Aura Fire to get their Fredrin jungler ahead in terms of EXP. But this is a very big assumption, right? Because bot side's still available. Oh!
And they found Nets. Wild charge. That one hits only onto Hai. A very worthy sacrifice for Aura Fire. And Kabuki also looking to take this turret. Playing it safe. Facehugger is also going to be there while the Lord, initiated by Aura Fire.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Well, the wave, bot side, able to finish off that tier 1. Great efficiency coming in from Aura Fire, but Onyx, they're not going to let this war go down without a fight.
Big stun onto Dur. Vant to be there in front as well. Sensui being pushed right back. They try to go for the bloody hunt onto Facehugger, but Facehugger did steal the wild charge. So Aura Fire have multiple ways to start this fight. Sensui shows up. It's going to be a very nasty push and pull. Kiki-dun, yep, the Iron Hook already used. They're going to use the bloody hunt. Facehugger able to dash to safety. Paulevi straight to the back again while the Lord is dropping down low. Van waiting for the 50-50 and wins the flip.
Alright, Aura Fire, they managed to get a kill, get the Lord as well, and now they can start hard shoving it in towards Onyx PH. They're going to take everything. They're going to take their jungle, they're going to take the outer turrets as well. The tier 1 should go down without a doubt. Ooh, Kabuki as well as Hai. Oh! Fast fingers from Kabuki, able to purify out of that Iron Hook, but now that he doesn't have it, Onyx PH, they have an opening.
Yeah, Dur is going to run straight to the back line, pops the Vengeance, Aura Fire, turn on him. Kabuki will be safe.
Slow, steady wins the race. Aura Fire just gonna have to work on this siege right now. Wow, Hai, interesting spot.
Yeah, Sensui, he's again using his body as a brick wall. The Iron Hook will miss, but on the Philippines, basically stopping the push. Bottom lane will be safe as well. Aura Fire not getting as much as they wanted out of this Lord.
Absolutely. I mean, they dedicated a lot of their members down by the mid lane. They know they can secure a guarantee at least top tier 1. I would have liked to see them push their advantage so hard to get mid tier 2 and as well as top tier 2, but they guarantee the side lanes. So at least they're waiting for Onyx PH to make that first move and make that mistake.
Hai is also constantly putting pressure with the Abyssal Arrow. I mean, both teams have a roamer that has that cash potential, right? With Selena and Franco can constantly be that face of the Lightning Trunken for Hai. Onyx PH kind of get a reset, but you see that gold advantage for Aura Fire. 3.4k gold.
Yeah, so far so good. Ideally, they want to get at least 5k. But the way this game is going, it seems like, you know, Onyx PH, despite dropping a couple of members and losing out on these trades, they're still maintaining gold.
Yeah, King Dude getting hit by the Abyssal Arrow. Instant dive from Paulevi, getting the full stun onto this Franco. Facehugger even dashes straight into the front with that wild charge. Dur now gets an opening into the back line, and that is the counterattack you want to see from Onyx Philippines. Kabuki, though, with the Blazing Duet, will be able to clean up 3 of himself as well. But it's Dur, uncontested. Kabuki gets out. Van will be fine. Both teams trading even.
Good movement coming in from Kabuki. A 3-for-3 trade. I think, oh man, it's tough to say, right? It felt like it was it was a little bit more Aura Fire centric in that fight because of the way that they approached it, right? Let's look at the replay one more time. As they started this initial fight, we see that the Wild Charge was stolen by Facehugger to kind of slow down Nets. And as soon as Nets walks up a little too far, the instant punishment coming in from Kabuki, plus the Winds of Nature to ensure that he lives. So I think they would have been able to get one more kill on this Joy if it wasn't for that vengeance.
Oh yeah. All things considered, Onyx Philippines, you know, they trade even, they protect the base, so they basically minimize the damage that Aura Fire could have realistically done. But can they contest this Lord? The last one was a 50-50 flip. This one, Dur will just use everything he has to clear out that wave and try to rejoin his team. But Kiki Dude does have a different idea. Still want to put pressure on this top side.
might actually benefit off of this, but again, very smart from Kabuki, making sure that he takes the safest pathing possible. 3 members on this top side for the side of Onyx PH. Nobody can really walk up to this Lord just yet. Even Sensui's trying his absolute best, gets punished.
They're gonna chunk him down as much as possible. If they can kill him, it'll be better. The stolen wild charge used. Sensui losing majority of his health. It'll take a while to regain all of that. Aura Fire can't start the Lord.
Yeah, they're 1 ult down, but notice that Joy is running towards that top side to proxy the wave. Oh, it doesn't dash away?
Yeah, he's second guessing, right? He's been... I guess he was waiting to see if a fight will break out, but only being Dur committed, forcing Kabuki to use the battle mirror image back into the Lord pit. Van dropping down low. Ness is dealing free damage. No one can get on top of him. But the Lord is falling low as well. Dur does have the vengeance, but no ultimate just yet. The Lord getting slowly worked on by Aura Fire. Van goes in with a re-engage, finds the taunt, has that ultimate, breaks the immortality of Kiki Dude. Now Kiki Dude looking for a retreat, instantly taken care of by Facehugger, and that is the blazing duet from Kabuki, not finding any kills just yet, but doing just enough to push Onyx PH back. Paul Levy also doing the same to Sensui, and Aura Fire with a clean Lord take.
Nice, 4v5 there. Getting that initial pick was huge, especially onto Kekadut as well. Facehugger.
Vengeance Pop, Van just taunts him, keeps him in place, saves Facehugger. And Onyx Philippines, actually, they get nothing out of that.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Kekadut went down there, especially since he did have his Flicker available as well. He wanted to try and make something happen, but unfortunately, Aura Fire, they understand that Onyx PH want to go for these counter engages, and sitting on these neutral objectives, at least they've kind of figured out the steps to make sure that it works. And a lot of it has to do with making sure you have full control over the entire pit so that you can reset the Lord whenever you want, rather than having to hold it 50-50, because Sensui can tank a lot of damage.
Oh, he's actually soaking up so much punishment. I believe he also has the Sky Garden helmet, and that's what's allowing him to constantly just be in these fights. Aura Fire now will be able to make use of this Lord even better. Looking to crash it into the bottom inhibitor and Sensui, but he can't hold on for any longer. Van just puts himself beyond the inhibitor to buy space. The bottom one does go down, and now you see that big rocket barrage, but nothing much can be achieved. Dur, he's using every last bit of his strength to keep Aura Fire back, but Aura Fire is relentless with this assault.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure they minimize that damage. Oh,
Sensui! Oh, man, Sensui in the front! Runs out of HP, and Aura Fire now pounces straight for the killing blow. Chovy can't survive that. A double for Facehugger. Ness is the only one left alongside Kiki Dude to keep this game alive, but it's 2 against 5. Ness gonna use the remnants of those rockets, but Vance just dives onto him and high from the back. Facehugger taking care of business. Aura Fire knocks down Onyx PH.
Ooh, what a clean game coming out from Aura Fire's side. Really, really nicely played. I mean, they played it nice and slow. They were waiting for the timings, and they kept on getting Kekadut's Flicker and minimizing its overall effectiveness. And Aura Fire crushing it in game number 3, 2-1 against Onyx.
Just a fantastic game from Aura Fire, clean as a whistle. But you see, you know, those push and pull moments between these two teams. You know, a lot of a lot of standouts, right? All those team fights. The juggling from both teams, immaculate, but it was Aura Fire, how they played that macro around the Lord pit that really gave them an edge.
You know, I was really doubting the Selena pick overall, right? And I mean, it's tough to play because you gotta make sure you make some kind of impact, you stay relevant throughout the entire game, and the only way doing that is going for dire hit on your own blessings and then just full raw damage, which means if somebody touches you as Selena, you're basically going to disappear, right? You're very, very brittle, yet we do see its value, right? Every single time Selena purposefully walks up, baiting to see an iron hook coming out from Kekadut, maybe even a flicker each and every time. You see the flicker, instant response flicker as well. Reaction time was great.
Yeah, and you know, both teams, they were actually jostling for all these counter engages, right? I mean, you have the Valentina just constantly stealing the wild charge, and Facehugger doing the Grok's job on her own, but you also have, you know, Onyx Philippines trying to kind of counterattack, but I think they do run out of steam faster than Aura Fire.
Significantly faster, because when they use their abilities, there is a time limit. It's not like you can kind of hold back and delay it for a little bit longer. Take for an example the EXP matchup, right? Lapu Lapu versus Joy. Joy, as soon as you get that, you go for that first dash, you're basically going to have to continue dashing. If not, you're just going to sit on a long cooldown for no reason. In comparison to Lapu Lapu, even if you go in with the Bravest Fighter, it doesn't necessarily mean you use the Raging Slash.
Yeah, I guess they have a lot more. Ways to kind of hold on to the important cooldowns, right?
They can play with the timings a
even
lot
the
more.
Fredrin knows, right? His ultimate, he doesn't have
Exactly.
to use it when he wants to.
So it's all about those timings, right? How do you bait it out from your opponent, and can they actually delay it longer, or is there a time frame that they have to hit, right? So it's constantly, it's basically a rhythm game at that point. They're playing DDR in Mobile Legends.
Basically, right? If you press your button first, you lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Last person to take his hand outside the circle wins $100,000.
Yeah, it's a Mr. Beast video all over
Beast
again.
100.
You want to get a new Samsung Galaxy, put your hand here and keep it there for as long as possible. Oh boy. But nicely played from both sides. You can definitely see the polish coming out from these tier 1 teams compared to everybody else. That's the sort of level we're hoping to see these tier 2s actually reach by the end of the Swiss 5.
There's still a lot of matches to be played. Aura Fire, well, they get to rejoice because they have claimed another victory, keeping them safe in the... We need a new term because now we have 3 brackets, right? We have the winners bracket.
We have the winners bracket,
pool.
winners pool.
We have the one in the middle. What do you call this? Second class citizens. We have
green card citizens. I don't know.
The neutral bracket.
Neutral bracket. I like the term neutral bracket. We'll come up with something a lot more interesting later on, and then finally the elimination pool.
Yeah, the elimination pool. Basically, those who get cut out by the end of the day. For Onyx Philippines, they are now 1-1. They still have a chance, but for them, they are true. The true gauntlet starts tomorrow. Aura Fire, they get to continue playing with the big boys.
Yep. Again, a lot of these matchups, the seeding is decided based on the placement, based on the placements previously in their MPLs. But now that they're deep inside the tournament, it's random after the Swiss 6. Immediately random.
Yeah, you don't get to play everyone. In fact, you get to play a very small fraction of the entire competition.
It's like the sweatiest solo queue you will ever see in your life. You're teaming up with 5 people. You're hitting the Q button. You don't know who you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's either you go into a game and be like, oh, it's Aura Fire. I guess we're in trouble. Or you go in and you get that's not Aura Fire that you maybe have a better chance to deal with, right?
Yep. Hopefully that's going to be the case here. But these teams, these regions especially, you can definitely see the versatility in their gameplay, even though they have compositions that seem very straightforward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, good news is that for the winners pool, it will be narrowed down, I believe, to 8 teams tomorrow. It'll be 8 teams, so the pool does get narrower, right? Easier to prep. Then we have the neutral pool that also, I think, has 8 teams, those that go 1-1, and then we get rid of another 8 teams in the elimination pool.
Yeah, I think day 4 is going to be significant because that's going to be the first teams that we're going to qualify. Or is it day 5? I could be wrong about this one entirely.
I think it could be day 5 and 6, right?
This is assuming that you've won all your games, right? Yeah, so day 5
by
and 6,
by day 4, right? If you win day 4, you'll be 4-0.
Yes.
Then you'll qualify day 4.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation on that one. So day 4 is what we're going to be looking at here, especially if you are in that winner's pool. For everybody else, well, good luck, man. 5 and 6 is going to be, day 5 and 6 is going to be, real tight. Real tight.
It's going to be really rough. I need to make a correction. We have 8 teams in the winner's pool. We have 16 teams in the neutral pool.
In the neutral pool, yeah. Correct.
16 teams. Oof.
Thank you for the correction.
I'm counting past 12.
You're counting. Look. The numbers are reducing. We're eventually going to not have 12, the number 12 and above, 12x and above.
By after tomorrow.
After tomorrow.
We're guaranteed to not have
to count
beyond 12. Aura Fire will be able to rejoice, but for Onyx Philippines, I mean, you look at both teams, the picks, right? Obviously, the Selena is the odd one for Aura Fire, but for Onyx Philippines, they do have the Kagura in that mid lane that I felt like fell off in that late game.
A little bit, mainly because there's just so many tanks from the side of Aura Fire, and you need to be able to like save your Yin Yang overturn for someone who's rather squishy. I would say that like even wasting the Yin Yang overturn on the Selena is a bit of a waste, so it's kind of tough. Oh, wait, hold on. It looks like we have a bit of information here that you guys are going to get a little bit of a treat because there is another team that hasn't finished off their game.
Yeah, and that is going to be Evo's Icon taking on TNC Pro Team. Another banger. We will throw it on the screen for you guys who want to watch what is happening. While we are going to take a short break ourselves because we have a series to prepare for. Right now on your screen, it's going to be TNC Pro Team against Evo's Icon. Well, I mean, for us, we do have Team Hawk. Team Hawk against See You Soon. That is what we are going to be preparing for. So we'll leave you guys with TNC Pro Team against Evo's Icon, and we're going to be back in just a bit.
destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
ចឹងបោកគូស៊ីលេងទុកខាង5នៅកណ្ដាលស្ទប់ភ្នែកតែយើងលេងមកជាមួយថតសោះជា5000មកទៀតម្ដងបូកស៊ីលីតច្បាស់តែម្ដងមានជាមួយពីការ៉ូទេបើជាមួយនឹងជីវិត2ជាងណេនវាយដេពូទៅតែស៊ីមជាការចាក់តែម្ដងប្រាយោតែម្ដងជាមួយនឹងហែឡាមួយទៀតនេះខ្ញុំតែមានការប្រាយោជាមួយនឹងស៊ូវិញដល់ប្រទេសពីមានការយកបានជាមួយគ្នាតែម្ដងពីស្នាហ៊ូជីតែមានការលុតដល់អុកបាំង2 skill 3 skill អុកយក triple kill តែម្ដងពី The King is back បាទ
sangat itu karena Mikey. Bahkan kali bakal langsung dieksekusi oleh seorang Sensui tanpa adanya damage dealer. Dia bakal menjadi hal yang berat untuk alter ego Esports. Masih bisa diadu dari segi retributionnya dengan adanya seorang lain namanya di bagi depan, tapi Sensui masih tetap mendapatkan retribution yang on point. Bahkan harus
losing his life to Kim to survive with little of health. But all things considered, nothing much was lost. Taozenzi, can he survive? The crossbow tank pops at the last second. That pushes Aizawa away. The Lord needs to be rushed down right now. MLBB Esports piling their full body weight onto it. Where's the retry gonna come from? Game Lab, are you gonna find it? It comes through for Take Naga, and Game Lab from the brink of absolute abyss might have just found his game. Detto falls for the second time in the entire series. MLBB Esports, 2 members down for more than a minute.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
All right, let's get the show rolling once more at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals Swiss round. We are in the second day and we have Team Hak against See You Soon coming right up. Our Malaysian team on a redemption arc against the MPL Cambodia third placing team. It's going to be a banger. My name is Husky, and alongside me again is Kid and Q.
Of course, these games are going to be very interesting in the Swiss format. Everybody has 2 lives, and they're looking to make it to the next day with each and every best of 3 that they complete. Now, See You Soon had their breakout moments during MSC 2022, coming over into 2023, right? Let's have a look at the bracket update because I want to have a look at how the other representatives are doing so far. We have TNC, we have Onyx, we have RSG, MY, and Rebellion Zion in the neutral bracket. But the winners bracket, we're already seeing the winners pool, Aura Fire, Red Esports, Euphoria, and as well as EVOS Icon.
Yeah, EVOS Icon just having a massive, putting out a massive statement right now, right? Because yesterday, who did they win against? Was it Euphoria? I think they beat Euphoria, and then now they beat TNC, a pro team, putting them in a very good spot. We were able to witness Aura Fire against Onyx Philippines. We also got to see RSG MY take on Red as well. Euphoria getting their own reverse sweep against Rebellion Zion. This is shaping up to be a more interesting competition. But no, the job is not done just yet. We still have one more set of a winners bracket, a winners pool to get through. And for us, it's Team Hak against Team Hak against See You Soon. But we also have 3 other concurrent series that's going to be happening at the same time.
Yep, we're playing everything in sets of 4. Everyone out of those 4 matches that are happening, we're only going to be having a look at one of them, unfortunately. Unless, it finishes really early, maybe we can get a sneak peek of everything else like we did earlier.
And hopefully Team Hak continues to show us that they are not to be doubted, because I think after yesterday, truth be told, it was definitely an easier run against Hello Heli. This is the true test, right? An actual MPL quality team in the form of See You Soon. That's what we'll be focusing on. But if you guys are interested in the other series, you have GPX against Mr. Esports Pro and Banana Esports against Archive Esports for the winners pool. We do have one elimination pool series happening at the same time, and that's between Manus Esports against Maharlika Esports.
Oh, that's going to be a big game for either one of these names. But man, we're looking at See You Soon and Team Hak, both teams they know their identity. They know what they like to play. They're not really looking to counterpick half the time. They just want to play their own strategy. So expect to see, 2 brothers from across the world looking to battle each other, showing that their way is the best way.
Every time I look at the region of Laos or Cambodia or Khmer even, I always have the imprint that left in my head is always, I want to see the Johnson, I want to see the Gushin, I want to see all these crazy, innovative plays that, at least for the players there, are the most effective way to play a game of Mobile Legends, right? And they have caught a lot of teams off guard. That's how See You Soon kind of got their breakout moment as well. Can they bring back the classic against Team Hak?
I would love to see them make an attempt against a team like Hak, right? I mean, Hak, they have, I don't want to say they have a limited hero pool, but I do feel like they have a particular style to them that it's all about having the comfort picks in your hands. When they have comfort picks, they feel confident that they can drag out these games. They know their win conditions, even if it does take them 18 plus minutes.
No, we also say a lot, discuss a lot about teams being really comfortable if they're playing against the same team from the region, or against teams that don't vary too much in terms of the approach to Mobile Legends. But this is the first test, right? Because you're up against a team that sees Mobile Legends in a completely different light, and that is See You Soon.
Exactly, and hopefully that unique playstyle, that hyper-aggression that we expect to see out of them. Like, when we're talking about some of the smaller MPLs here in Southeast Asia, we're looking, at Laos, we're looking at Cambodia, as well as Brunei as well. They all have a very similar style of being very, very aggressive and having very talented mechanical players, right? Whether or not they've integrated completely or they're still sticking to their style really depends on the year and who's coaching them, kind of leading them into the Tier 1 professional scene.
And yesterday we also get to speak a little bit to Gary, regarding kind of the new gold laner, right? And Gary said there's still a lot to be done. Yesterday was acceptable. Yesterday was passing mark, but today, he really needs to show that he can push it further.
Yep, against mechanically gifted players, let us introduce you See You Soon. Here is their lineup here, all the way from Cambodia. These guys are absolute killers. Felix, Tuzu, Kumi, Ra, Boxy,
We've been able to witness the Academy team, the sister team, play in the Snapdragon Pro Series last season, and they gave us a clinic. Even though they didn't win the whole thing, they sure provided us a lot of that spice from the region. And now this is the main squad. And if I remember correctly, they didn't really go through much changes, did they?
No, they didn't take too many changes overall. This is, a team that has been together. You don't want to break the chemistry just yet, especially when we're thinking about the overall scene in Cambodia. Generally, the populace a lot smaller than the other regions.
And this is, I think this, in a sense, a very good thing, right? You give the players so much more time to gel and build it up together. Let's look at their opponent, Team Hawk, on a redemption arc. And now the Cinderella story. They face the Grand Witch in front of them. See you soon. It's going to be Lola, Gary, Man, Al, and Min.
Yep, Al will have to try and win out his lane against Ra. We'll see what the drafts are going to be looking like. But Team Hawk, they like to play their own style. They want to play comfort picks as much as possible. And hopefully they kind of find their identity in the meta as of right now. Maybe SPS might kind of broaden their horizons of the overall styles that are compatible with the current meta.
Oh, absolutely. And I think especially when this team, after yesterday's win, I would say still to a certain degree unproven, right? How far can they take this? Are they able to play at the highest level? Are they able to play against a team that also came from their own region's Premier League?
Yes, no, especially when you're from a Premier League, there is a certain level of expectation that has been set upon you, and especially with the fans of Team Hawk. I mean, yes, the Hawk Supers are going to be, the biggest supporters, but overall, the rule of public opinion, fortunately, a lot of people are very critical of Team Hawk.
And I think there's also some conversation. Is Team Hawk kind of one-hit wonder, right? What happened to the Season 10 champions? Relegated a season afterwards, but this, again, a good start. They ended yesterday with a very, very good morale. One thing is for sure, we did see them pull out their own unique picks, the Harith in that goalie.
Yep, no, it's good to see it every single time that they are considering different options for their laners. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still a comfort pick, right? That's what they go for. When we look at their drafts, we don't expect them to follow the traditional pattern of counter picking and looking to play around this particular carry. It's tough. So I don't know about you guys, but predictions here might be a little hard to tell.
And I caught wind that a lot of Cambodian fans will be very excited for this match. Right? If you guys are in the chat down below, it's time to put in your predictions. And unfortunately, for the next hour or two, we are going to be sworn enemies just for a while. But either way, I'm looking forward to see what See You Soon has to bring to the table. And we're on Team Hawk's side, but for me, it was a very difficult choice.
It is a difficult choice because Cambodia is extremely unique as a region, how they play the game, how aggressive that they can be. Team Hawk, we're more familiar with them. We know the ins and outs at the very least. I still think it's going to be a close game no matter what, and sorry to disappoint the majority of the Cambodian fans. I love See You Soon, but I think Team Hawk is going to take this.
And it's about the long run, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think one thing that can be said about Cambodia, which I will bring out in just a little bit because there's something else important. I said that I wanted to prove that I have this with me. It's a Monster Energy drink, and they keep me at my tip-top condition. So thank you very much, Monster Energy, for making this possible, unleashing the beast within every one of us. So gotta check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. I know this is not the regular green can, but this is this golden yellow Ultra Gold.
Yeah.
I am juiced up.
Yeah, but this is the very special one. I don't know where exactly you got that, but it feels like it came to you in a package.
It did. It came to me in a package, a yellow color package.
All right, it's something I got to talk to production a little about later on. But in the meantime, here, once again, unleashing the beast here. Cambodia, definitely one of those regions that are very, very scary to handle because it's either you're prepared for them or you don't know what to expect.
So just going back to what I was talking about, right? When we saw the sister team, See You Soon, I think See You Soon Trials playing in SPS, the one thing about the region is that you see those ultra aggression, but at the same time, they're also sacrificing resources on the map, right? They're playing this game of Russian roulette. Can we get these kills? And if we don't, we're giving away resources. And they're just throwing gold to see that if they can get in return. It's kind of like a crypto investment.
It's a business model,
It's a
right?
business
You gotta
model,
spend
yeah.
money, you gotta sacrifice money to make money. You know, that's the entrepreneur mindset that Cambodia has so far.
Yeah, that's basically what they're coming in today, and I wonder if See You Soon is still sticking to that. That is the heart of the Cambodian region.
Yeah, but then on the opposite side, we start looking at Team Hawk and they're just like, we're going to play ourselves, and very similar to See You Soon. Yes, it's not hyper aggression, but there's definitely a particular style that they like in terms of their hero picks overall, and maybe we can start seeing them start to innovate after they kind of break out and hit that very first plateau.
Yeah, and especially when you have their new goal laner who has had a fantastic series yesterday against Hello Heli, and you can see that Team Hawk put a lot of investment into this man as well, right? They're giving him all the resources, they're making sure that he's the one dishing out damage in these fights, he's two-tapping people, and that is also under the circumstances where they were able to have kind of a normal pace game, right? Hello Heli wasn't really pushing the envelope. See You Soon, they're not going to give Team Hawk that space.
You know, the biggest problem that Team Hawk is going to face, and something that See You Soon has a huge advantage over, is timings, right? The tempo of the game. And I think with See You Soon, what they like to do is what I personally call science plus violence, right? A lot of their timings, they can delay their attacks, they can quicken their attacks, they can attack different sides of the map, but the timings are always about catching your opponents off guard. When you feel like it's a little bit safer, it's already too late. The damage will be done.
And that is that one dynamic that I think See You Soon would 100% bring to the table. And on top of that, because this is a team that I don't think has changed too much. I think the goal laner probably changed, but everyone else is still the same, right? You still have Boxy, you still have Tuzu, I believe, and that itself could prove to gonna be the edge that See You Soon has over Team Hawk, who has went through changes.
I mean, obviously with Team Hawk, they're having it rough, but See You Soon, I feel like they definitely have an edge in this bout, especially for game number 1. Game number 2 is where it becomes a little bit even, where you start thinking about like, oh, it's not just about counter picks, but more importantly, so you can kind of see which picks that See You Soon are going to be a lot more efficient at than the others, what they're prioritizing in terms of overall strategy. Unless See You Soon has a 2-game plan, where first game they play comfort, second game they start whipping out some of the crazy stuff.
And to be fair to the fans of Team Hawk, you know, See You Soon yesterday also had a pretty kind of an easier matchup, right? They play against Big City Boys from Vietnam, and they won 2-1, so it actually went a full series. This wasn't an easy journey for See You Soon, and by that account, you can say that maybe Team Hawk played a cleaner series overall, but I would say this is the test for Team Hawk, equivalent to what See You Soon is going to be facing as well.
Is that man in a poncho already? He is cold.
Is that the Sith Lord?
That is that is the Dark Master himself. Wait, I'm looking and trying to figure out who it is. I'm pretty sure that's Man. I see Min. I don't see Man. Al is in the back. Lola is on the right.
That
and
should be
Gary's
Man.
on the left. So it has to be Man.
By process of elimination.
By pure process of elimination. And once again, congratulations to Min recently getting engaged. Happy man. Even happier if he's able to win out the series.
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, they are one step closer. They are one game closer to qualifying, right? I mean, top 4 not easily attainable, but I would say that Team Hawk is they've gotten the easier end of the journey. Right, they are not starting it off against Game Lab or Euphoria. They're not facing up against Aura or Bigatron. This is definitely still an easier role, and this is good for them, right? A comfortable pace for them to build up their confidence.
Here's the thing, in the Swiss format, eventually you're going to have to fight a strong team. Like, winners are going to play against winners, and people who drop their series will have to play with other people who drop their series. Eventually, we're going to get to the very top of the food chain as the days go by.
But at least you're at a comfortable pace.
For
you're
now,
not
you
getting
still have,
thrown into the deep end, you know?
Yeah. You're not getting thrown and expected to swim just yet, but in the meantime, let's see how they get their toes wet here against See You Soon. I'm very excited for the draft because that's going to give us a lot of information of at least where the headspace is at for both teams.
Yeah, it'll be pretty indicative of how much homework these two teams did on each other, right? Like the bans, especially. I think there might be a lot more expectations for the side of Team Hawk and how they draft the composition, because you have to consider the comfortable heroes on the side of See You Soon that you just normally don't see in MY.
Yeah, I think the biggest exploiting point, if See You Soon has already figured this out, is number 1, Lola plays a very sacrificial role for the rest of the team, right? You have the main 4, and then you have Lola, who's good at kind of maintaining his overall presence in the game by holding down the EXP lane, but still able to affect the team fights, whether it be Masha, whether if he has to play something else and sacrifice
case, winning out his lane for the sake of the team, he's the guy who's going to walk up to the plate first.
Yeah, and I think that is also a role that Hello Helly didn't get to punish too much yesterday. You look at the ban so far, it is still pretty standard. No Kajal, Lancelot, Yves, 1-1, Joy. So nothing out of the ordinary just yet.
Yeah, the ban's definitely going to be integrated with what the world meta is right now. The only thing that's a little bit noteworthy is going to be this Yves ban, because that means CU Soon are very comfortable with saying, hey, we don't mind Farsa, we don't mind Farmis, and we don't mind Valentina. Farmis is going to be the first pick for the side of CU Soon.
Yeah, very, very straightforward for CU Soon. And for Team Hawk, they did ban out the glue, so they don't have to worry about that getting taken over. The Fanny is still on the table if Team Hawk, has an intention to go for it.
I don't think it's that bad. The question is, how do you answer the cult altar from the side of CU Soon, right?
Oh.
Instead of having to deal with it, how about we make it our own? Arlott was available, and I think, this is one of the few times that we're going to see Lola actually have a game on a hero that is dedicated to try to win the lane.
Yeah, and at the same time, it really discourages the Farsa pick, right? You not only risk having the ultimate stolen by Man, but you also have an Arlott that can just go straight to the back to hit you with his ultimate. So CU Soon, not much choices in that mid lane mage.
This is all under the assumption that the Farmis is going into the support section, right?
That is very true.
I feel like CU Soon, as soon as they see the Arlott, they're like, okay, what are some of the options that we have on the table? Number one, Mincetar, hard counter to Arlott, can't dash at all, can't seem to escape it, doesn't have an eye for an eye like a Benedetta. So instead, they're going to make sure that they have, just in case, they're going to have this Franco, and Cambodian Francos are kind of nasty, so that's something to keep in mind.
They play the highest frequency of Francos in competitive Mobile Legends. No other regions does that.
These guys.
This is one of the few times where the first phase Franco ban would actually make a lot more sense.
Way more sense for sure. But they also get the carry, expecting that Team Hawk is going to play some sort of a tank jungler and pair it up with a lot of tanks. Team Hawk, they're going to be able to lock in that Fanny as their third pick in the first phase. Now, second phase, I'm expecting the Kufra to get banned out almost instantaneously. You want to get rid of the counter picks for both the Arla as well as the Fanny, so maybe even a Mincetar.
And I think that 100% would take a lot of priority, right? In this case, if there's not even a window for Grok unless CU Soon does, unless Boxy go for the XP. Grok, Mincetar is the first one to go. Even if the Kufra isn't banned out, I mean, Team Hawk can also go for it themselves, right? Like, they have a lot more options to work with on their end.
I would agree, but I think Team Hawk would much rather prefer our Lolita, right? At least with the Lolita, you can block the Iron Hooks, you can disengage whenever you see a full engagement from CU Soon with the Call Altar. You're able to block the auto attacks with Guardian's Bulwark against the Light Wheel. So I think there's just a lot of uses for it. Well, this is under the assumption that CU Soon let it through, right? Because still, both sides are going to be missing out on supports. So therefore, ban them out. Atlas, natural counter to the Call Altar. You group together, he sucks you up, and you instantly lose the team fight.
I mean, for CU Soon, they already have the Franco, so I think Team Hawk, are they still worried about Rowan? Probably not for CU Soon, right? They're just... Where is it? Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to ban the Kufra.
Yeah, no reason to ban it.
No ban the Hayabusa instead. It's going into the jungle pool. You still have that Ling that is an option, but speaking about Ling, he also became a very situational pick, right? We're seeing more Fanny than Ling, and we're definitely seeing a lot more Lancelot.
Exactly. I think if we're comparing both Ling and as well as Fanny, Fanny has significantly more damage. Just as mobile as the Ling, the only thing is that Ling scales a little bit better into the later stages of the game in comparison to the Fanny, who is very much under the limitations of that purple buff. Same as Ling, but at least Ling has flexibility.
Once the clock gets banned out by CU Soon, Team Hawk still looking for a marksman. Couple of choices to go for if you want a lane bully. That's always going to be the Brody. If you want to smash the Call Altar, I think the Beatrix in this case could be a good choice.
Yeah, I think Beatrix is a really good pick here. Unless they want to go a little bit more dive heavy, they can also go with the Claude. Just keep in mind that the Bloody Hunt is available, and that's always going to be a problem.
The Claude is banned out.
Oh, he got banned out. Darn it. So it has to be Beatrix, right?
It feels like it.
Is there anything else? Melissa is also available.
Oh, they're gonna stick with the Harif, okay.
Alright.
You got the lane bully against Carry. Just a winning matchup, right?
Yeah, naturally. I think Team Hawk, again, There's a lot of there's a lot of ways they could have handled that draft, but again, this is comfort picks, right?
Yeah.
This is to the identity of Team Hawk.
Yeah, and then for them, if I can shut down the carry early on and we get our hit, you'll probably get the same repeat against what they did against Hello Heli.
Yes.
Hello Heli.
I think See You Soon at this point of time, they really need to start thinking about like what other outlets they can achieve other than just the carry. They might put Benedetta up on top on the EXP lane, but even then it's still tough. Fredrin gets locked in. At least now they have that a stronger front line. It could still go into the EXP lane, but no, Benedetta. There we go.
So Fredrin jungle, the Benedetta, someone to cut the wave, someone to match the mobility of Team Hawk. The bigger question is, you have a Franco that can lock down a single target, but who is going to try and contribute much into keeping Team Hawk in check? You have so many members that can move around these fights.
Exactly. I think at least with See You Soon, right, they know that the all-out matchup isn't the easiest in the world. Ideally, you want to have Glue to kind of, you know, stonewall him and just pillow fight him as long as you can in the EXP lane. But with Benedetta, right, you have the advantage of speed and mobility. You're able to clear the waves and rotate very, very quickly to upcoming team fights, something that Arlott can't keep up with.
Oh, absolutely. And you also have the benefit of just being able to constantly cut those waves, right? You create these silent pressures for your team. It's going to be the show from Team Hawk. Again, another backline diver, some sort of catch as well. Which draft looks a bit more easy to execute?
I think in this particular case, I would say that See You Soon has the easier draft to execute. Team Hawk will have the agenda to actually be the bigger aggressor here, and especially since I don't think anything's really going to happen except for just raw lane dominance for the side of Team Hawk as much as they can until we start getting into that level 4, and that's when you see the macro come into play for See You Soon. That's my prediction for the early game at least.
Now you hear the man. For game 1, this is one of the more interesting matchups. See You Soon against Team Hawk. Both have played in the best, well, in the Premier League, the top of the echelon, whatever. Both teams from MPL, okay? From MPL respectively. See You Soon, they did finish 3rd in their respective region. You compare that to Team Hawk that finished, well, bottom 2. Not really the proudest of results, but this could be a very good platform, very good litmus test to see where Team Hawk stands. They do have their comfort picks. They do have Ao on that Harif. We saw what he did yesterday. Let's see if they can enable him for this game 1.
Yep. Now, let's jump right into it. See You Soon on the blue side, Team Hawk on the red side. Gary, it's interesting to see that Gary actually likes starting off on the orange, but knowing that there's a chance. Oh my god, the Iron Hook from Boxy landing perfectly and securing first blood.
What did we say again about the Cambodian Franco?
They just don't miss. they really don't miss.
That it feels more of an unforced error, right? Because the cheese, you don't see it often.
You really don't see it often, but when it works, it feels super impressive when you hit every single one of these hooks. I mean, at least for Mon, he's not going to lose too much EXP. The wave was staggered a little bit. He's only just like 1 minion behind Kumi.
I wonder what the first blood went to. It did went over to Kumi, so minor good news. Some go injection for the farmers. You can get your tickets. I'll talk about tickets in a bit because I'm feeling he's gonna just out of range in time.
Lola didn't want to go back in there. There's a possibility that the eye for an eye was still available, and that probably would have gotten killed. Bot-side getting attacked, instantly killing off that Franco is great. 3 members were committed for this, by the way.
And just Man being able to keep Kumi in the lane. Now, ideally, I feel like if you're Kumi, you will want to be able to move the Franco to the side lane. Just unfortunate. They will try to attack top side though, trying to shut down this Arlott, but Man is going to be there too.
Yeah, he wants to hit his level 4. He knows that the turtle is coming up in about 2 seconds, and Kumi, he's already level 4, so he doesn't need to kind of participate in there. They got to do this fast, right? They need to make the decision quick.
Yeah, and they should be able to get the turtle, no problem. Min, let's show us, gonna hit that level 4 very soon. Gary wants to steal, gets in with the retreat. They can't drag him away with the Shadow Stampede. Oh man, he's gonna get hooked to a Boxy. Not getting in range for the Iron Hook. Felix also forced back.
Yeah, nicely done by Gary, winning out that 50-50 so they don't actually have to use the Way of the Dragon to kick out Tuzu from the lane. Now making a play of their own.
They kick Boxy, Kumi shows out with the call ultra to save him, but final sweep is dead as well. Team Hawk won't be able to convert any kills, but Felix, he's looking for something. The Iron Hook is there, stolen call ultra, very well done by Man. Not enough to save Lola though. Can they at least get some sort of kill? The Bloody Hand is going to be there from Boxy, and Man gets locked down. He's going to be finished off by Kumi, and Felix finds a big double.
Huge gank coming in from Felix, and that's why Benedetta is so good. Her engagement, especially when you take Petrify, with the Electro Final Blow, it almost feels undodgeable for the amount of area that it covers.
And just the raw damage in these close quarter fights, right? You not only have your escape route cut off, but you are slowed down, taking just insane amount of damage. Boxy showing up, well, almost showing up bot side. That wave was a bit too close to the turret.
Yeah, but Min, he's already got the Way of the Dragon available. No flicker, unfortunately, so he can't force the play. He's waiting to see whether Siyu Soon makes that first mistake by walking up a little too far. A pause is called.
Mostly from the side of Siyu Soon, so we will figure out what the issue was. Gonna get the iron out, but so far we're still early into the game. Siyu Soon off to a fantastic start. You had that level 1 cheese with the flicker iron hook, with a great turtle fight. Silver lining is that at least Gary took the turtle.
Yeah, Gary is winning out on that turtle. We have to keep in mind that the EXP side of the map is actually the weak side for Team Hawk. They're dedicating a lot of their resources to make sure that this Harith gets ahead, and it's pretty much a guaranteed win as soon as you start taking away the support system for the gold laners.
And that's what they did yesterday also, right? They are willing to sack Lola's lane and just to make sure that Al gets hit. So far, he's still having a pretty decent game. The bottom side between him and Carry uncontested, but we're seeing that Farmist 2 kills already. The Benedetta getting a hit. And that could draw attention from Team Hawk all the way to the top side.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think for Siyu Soon, they're going to be playing through multiple avenues here, right? Arlott, a little difficult to handle in those team fights, but his ultimate, that final slash, good for defensive maneuvers as well as offensive maneuvers if they want to press an advantage. So I think for Siyu Soon, right, splitting up their resources is going to be very, very ideal, especially in that mid lane. Throwing that Franco onto the opposite side of the map, it just takes one iron hook, one good iron hook to change the game for Arlott, forcing him to flicker away. That's already a big win.
Yeah, and thankfully, before we head into the pause, we did see Boxy just able to be on the bot side, right? Just matching the movements of Team Hawk. So even if there's any attempted gank, it will not work out. In fact, Min is going to show on mid side, but it's a Benedetta. Just close to impossible to catch.
Exactly, right? Again, just good movements from Siyu Soon. 4 members hunkered down on the bot side as Sarian Felix clears up the mid wave and also catches his top wave without any loss of EXP.
Siyu Soon setting up an ambush. Considering that this is a very Harry favorite matchup, I mean, the Rasmac isn't doing too bad, you know? Right, he's having a pretty decent time. He's just like what? Just the network is 100 gold behind. In fact, he's actually ahead of the Harry.
Yeah. I mean, that's because the wave is pushed. Yeah, but very marginal scale. It's basically dead even between the two. Al did recently purchase a Calamity Reaper, so you can definitely tell that Ra does not want to trade too heavily against him.
Team Hawk will get this turtle away. No contest at all. Tuzu will get it. And Siyu Soon, they do have that slight gold lead that all transpired after the first turtle fight. In terms of the levels, at least, I mean, Tuzu being able to keep up with Gary, I think that is very important, right? In fact, he's slightly ahead in experience on this Fredrin.
Yep, and that's just due to the being able to take turtle. He will even out the score eventually, but right now, Siyu Soon hold the initiative on the attack, right? Team Hawk, they're basically just power farming as much as they can. I mean, look at the gold earned, right? Currently, Al just ever so slightly, like literally 3 gold away from Ra. Felix is the one who's earning the most gold currently.
Felix getting jumped on by Gary, but not the easiest target to kill either. Siyu Soon once more bringing 4 members down to the bot side. Tuzu will check this brush. Spots out this Cho, so no gank attempts from Team Hawk, but they can move over to the top side on the Benedetta if they want to. Also spot out, flicker forward into a bloody hand. They should be able to get rid of this Harith. No problem. Siyu Soon finally paying off.
Yeah, unfortunate for Al. Can't really do too much about that. He could have preemptively looked to go for the Purify, but at the end of the day, that Bloody Hunt is going to connect whether they like it or not. So Gary quickly moves on to the opposite side. A lot of resources and a lot of members down on the bot. You're looking to trade 1 for 1, and in this case, it's going to be the turrets.
Gary will also try to take the purple buff away as well. I'm feeling he's going to be dead with the Electro Final Blow, and unfortunately, Gary wanting to escape, gets slashed midway. They do lose Boxy. Siu Soon diving straight to the back. Felix still has health. Terrified is well put out by Man to stop this dive.
Oh, Man saves 2 members just because of that Shadow Strike. Really nicely done here, but it does mean that Siu Su will have full control over the Turtle Pit, and I think that Team Hawk falling behind right now. Even Felix, he's going for a damage Benedetta rather than Hunter Strike into full tank items.
Well, you get the Bloody Hunt again, just onto Min. Pretty doable. Final slash is going to be there, but the Appraiser's Wrath will finish off the show. Gary finds Kumi, but he'll respawn immediately because, well, Farmers, why not? Ra, he is very deep in front, but Felix is going to show up. The iPhone actually blocks the stun from Lola. He's diving straight for the Aula. The Electro final blow goes right just a little bit, but Boxy finds the golden hook, and that is going to be Felix with a mega kill streak.
Woo-wee! Man, see you soon, just cutting off angles. It's like they're playing an FPS or something, but now they're going into the mid lane. Oh, man!
Yeah, I had to purify that. He still lost at mid tier 1, and Tuzu secures the turtle. We're starting to see the aggression pull through. Gideon, see you soon. 4K goal advantage.
Yeah, they are taking full control over the lanes, and now that they are, bolstering their weak side of the map, Al unfortunately can't forcefully push out that wave without having to blow a battle spell or maybe even losing his life. And Benedetta naturally winning out on her lane on the strong side, able to kind of regroup with the rest of the team and look for these big engages.
And just like that, bot tier 2 immediately taken out. If you are the carry now, I mean, they can stick with the team and deathball this, right? Conceal. Not sure if it was spotted. Yeah, looking for Ao though, that is the biggest target. Electro final blow used already. Ao forced to show himself. Min will be there to help, but Tuzu is coming in for the flank. Where do you go, Ao? They're gonna try and keep this Fredrin intact. The Chrono Dash doesn't buy enough distance as the Call Altar from Kumi keeps his team alive and gives Tuzu a double.
Very weird movements coming in from Team Hawk, but see you soon making the smart choice. They see how out of position Al actually is, and they probably made the assumption that even if they play hyper defensively towards their side of the map, if we cut him off right from the river, there's nothing that he can really do about it. And now the conversion from See You Soon, so great, able to take away the purple buff as well.
I mean, Felix is out of control right now. 4-0, the Bloodlust X. Look at him, he's soloing Gary. Gary will try to take this fight. Electro final blow used as well. Felix gets away just barely. But I mean, you are drawing attention of a Fanny through your side of the lane.
Exactly. I'm surprised that at least with Felix, he has enough items, especially with the Bloodlust Axe. He's able to survive the initial engagement from Gary through the spell vamp alone. Now, the bottom side getting fully controlled by the side of See You Soon. They're hoping to start a fight Lord in the next 16 seconds, but notice this, right? Every time you see Fanny, the side lane's getting shoved out as if she was a Ling.
And Felix will be forced to mash that conceal again. Whoa! Boxy, another hook! And that was a sidestep predicted by him. Lolak ends up going down. Min will flicker, kick, all the back. Only finding Kumi though, but he didn't get to use the call Alta. So now Ao gets to do his job. Tuzu trying to run away. They have the Shadow Strike from Man. Gary is going to rejoin the fight right now. Where's the target? Gets on top of Frag, of all people. And Ra gets taken out quickly. But you have Felix getting a trade back onto Man.
1 for 3 in favor of See You Soon. Now with a 5k gold lead, Al is getting really strong, but until then, See You Soon have full control over this game. As long as See You Soon isn't escalating, isn't progressively taking down towers, Team Hawk has time. And this Lord, if Team Hawk can just delay this Lord for another, 3 minutes or so, they can start catching up with See You Soon.
Yeah, props to Min finding the Will of the Dragon onto Kumi, right? The absence of the call Altar really gave them a chance, but they gotta do it all over again, this time without the flicker from Min.
Gotta find a way to the Dragon somehow, but Boxy is making it tough.
Team Hawk will just have to concede this no contest at all. And he even forces the kick from Min just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Min, he's got to do what he's got to do to make sure that he lives that, right? If he gets locked down, he ends up dying. He's just giving some free gold over to See You Soon. Not like they all, like they don't have a lot of gold already. It's just that now with the Lord,
won't be able to catch the Fanny. Thankfully, steel cables getting him out. This it's a repeat of yesterday where you just have Fannies split pushing the lane and drawing attention from See You Soon. All that considered, See You Soon are still moving really fast as a unit. I mean, Boxy making the call with the conceal is putting a lot of pressure on the Fanny.
He really is. They really are. And they're basically just zoning out Team Hawk from the top side of the map, and they're going to slowly sweep down into the mid lane, slowly sweep down into the bottom side to ensure that there are no holes in the defense.
Top tier 2 will go down first. The Lord is still pushing bot.
Look at this. Look at the synchronization.
Oh my, yeah, they're doing so well. And now, if they want to connect bot, they definitely can. Boxy looking for a hook. Been able to shun pull out of that. See you soon. Looking to try and get this turret, and they're just gonna go in with the engage. With Felix, final slash is dead, but it's all tanked out by the Call Altar. Inhibitor that drops as Team Hawk loses min from the get-go. Lola dropping low, and Felix still healthy and alive. Can Gary salvage this fight? He will find Kumi first, but it's still a 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, 2-for-1. And even if they did kill Felix, he still has that immortality. Oh, he's going back in there.
Just a bit of love tap onto Boxy. Well, Team Hawk, all things considered, only losing an inhibitor.
I mean, so it's not looking good for Team Hawk, right? This is a very difficult position to actually play from. We'll see how long they can actually withstand. Ooh. Oh boy, I am looking at Boxy, and he's like, luckily he doesn't have the Bloody Hunt.
Oh yeah. He even predicted the direction that Gary was flying towards with the hook.
Oh man, these Cambodian players so very nasty. The engage was beautiful coming in from Felix, managing to catch off 3 people. There was the counter engage coming in from Lola with the final slash, but it's completely nullified by this Call Altar.
And Gary was instantly locked down by Boxy, right? He waited the entire fight just to use the Bloody Hunt on the Fanny.
Oh boy, Al coming to his last couple of items here. I saw him get a Holy Crystal earlier, and you pair that up with a Divine Glaive. He's got more than enough damage. Looking at the items from See You Soon, I see 1 Radiant Armor from Benedetta. I'm seeing the Fredrin. Does he have any MR? No, he doesn't. It doesn't look like he has any magic resist as well. Radiant Armor from Boxy 2. Yeah, only 2 people currently with magic resist.
Oh yeah. Look at the net worth. Top 3. Benedetta, Carry, and Fredrin. See You Soon were very patient, waiting for Gary, but Gary was also, you know, a man who doesn't rush it.
Yeah, he's not a complete menace just yet. For now, just being a little annoying. Gary is going to still be able to secure that purple buff, which is great for See You Soon. Just like, yes, have that purple buff. At least I know you don't have Retribution for this Lord.
Tuzo also used his Retribution, so he needs to drag it out for another 15 seconds. Not sure if you have it though. Hook again, Lola gonna kick back, and now final slash again. Comes up for Kumi just in time. The counter engage from See You Soon is absolutely beautiful. Ra free hits everyone, gets a triple kill already. They're looking for Man, who is on the run. The hook does miss, but Felix is not gonna let it slide. 4 dead for Team Hawk, and Gary can't do anything.
Yeah.
A team wipe. See You Soon putting in a clinic in this game 1, absolutely smashing Team Hawk.
Yep, not even, again, slow progression. We do see with the aggression only when necessary. Science plus violence really defines the region of Cambodia. Very clean game there. Congratulations as they take the match 1-0 against Team Hawk. And man, Boxy with those iron hooks, an absolute menace.
All right, this is where we go back to the, I think, first phase ban Franco. It could be a good move.
It really could be a good move here. I don't know. I still think that it's kind of 50-50 here with a lot of these teams. I love the hard prediction from the side of See You Soon to think, hey, I'm going to pick Franco early. I'm going to say, hey, if you want to go for an assassin-style jungler, you're going to get punished with a Bloody Hunt, especially if they are melee.
Yeah, I mean, Boxy's hard read this game has been beautiful. Beautiful to watch. I mean, they did have some minor blunder early on, but it's very minuscule.
I mean, they recovered from it really, really well. I mean, looking at the stats coming in from Felix, I think he had a perfect game.
Oh, yes.
He had a perfect game. He found many, many engages with the Petrify Electro Final Blow, and I think that really hurt Team Hawk, right? You saw the counter engage towards that very last fight. The final slash looked good. They cut through the temp HP. I will say there was a bit of a blunder from the side of Team Hawk. Valentina, unfortunately, stealing the ultimate from Carry. Probably wasn't ideal.
Yeah, cool light wheels, bro.
Cool light wheels, bro. Great auto attacks.
Yeah, great auto attacks. That definitely hurt.
Oh boy, a little unfortunate indeed, but see you soon. Looking very clean, looking very good. Coming into game number 2, Team Hawk, I want to see how they're going to adjust. Are they going to commit to their own comfort picks, or are they finally going to start considering the counter picks?
Oh, yeah. Big statement from See You Soon. I mean, even Kumi on this fire miss was a big threat, right? The Cult Ultra just eating up all the initial engage. I mean, there's not much cooldowns on the side of Team Hawk, right? If you use your final slash, you use your kick, and it gets swallowed up by the Cult Ultra, you essentially lose that control that you want in the fights.
Yeah, you lose a lot of control, in a matter of fact. And I will say that Kumi was playing a very util-heavy mid laner, right? I mean, you can tell by his boots. He decided to go for Encourage. He knew that he wanted to boost up the rest of his team. In particular, both Ra and as well as Felix, because the attack speed is very useful for those two particular heroes, just because you can charge a little bit faster for the Benedetta and also get a couple more auto attacks. But for Ra, it is massive. And especially since Boxy decided, you know what, we're not doubling down on 2 encourages or going into dire hit. I still need to make plays. I'm going to take the conceal.
And Boxy was moving so fast across the map. I mean, this is a game where Gary was split pushing the side lanes. He was trying to draw attention, but see you soon. Oh, they don't mind deathballing as a 5-man squad with Conceal to hunt for this Fanny. Honestly, the side lane wasn't really pushed out that much overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the threat of Boxy, especially when he has rapid boots. He's basically all across the map. At some point, you probably would have seen him at the edge of your eye when you're in the middle of the game.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, Felix 831 gold per minute.
Oh.
Didn't really have to do too much damage. I mean, every time he shows up, the fact that Felix is starting off all these fights is shows you how far ahead he is.
I mean,
he's diving headfirst.
Is Benedetta, man, our match MVP. Benedetta is just really good at finding these hard engages. The Electro Final Blow is such a massive ability. It literally covers so much surface area, and as soon as you use the Electro Final Blow and hit Petrify, that entire AoE is a stun zone.
Yeah. Fun fact about Felix, well, not about Felix, about Benedetta. Look at this one, this flicker. And they play ping pong with the corpse of Man, almost. You see the Shadow Stampede from Kumi also. But yeah, I mean, fun fact, he is 7-0-7. If you reverse it, 0-7, that is my Benedetta win-loss ratio in rank. I've not won a single game with Benedetta.
Benedetta is not an easy character to play, for sure. You definitely have to adjust your settings to make sure that you're a little bit more accurate with the directions in which you dash. And ideally, if you have smart targeting, that'd be great. But overall, just well played, right? Again, this Benedetta has been detrimental.
Look at this prediction. Woo!
I mean, they saw it, right? Boxy saw where the cable was going to go. He saw the distance between Gary and as well as the River Brush and immediately punished him for it. They angled him out.
And of course, this is one of the first big fights of this game where and they just snowball out of control. You see every single time Team Hawk tries to take a fight, this one was a better one only because they caught Kumi.
I mean, the most ideal target would have been Ra no matter what, but just look at how closely knit See You Soon are, right? Like, as a Cho, you can knock up multiple people with a third hit of Jeet Kune Do, but it's very difficult to really start picking and dissecting your opponent's composition when they're that close together, and especially since that you have a very small window to do so.
Oh, absolutely, and you can see You Soon. Well, they are off to a stellar start. I mean, I expected a close game. I expected a close series overall, but I didn't expect a rollover.
I mean,
Team Hawk,
Team Hawk is still playing to their own strat, and I think that, you know, See You Soon, again, they have an easier composition to execute in these team fights, but it doesn't take away from just the raw talent coming out from these individual players, Boxy and Felix included.
And we also talked a bit about maybe the onus is on Team Hawk to make adjustments in the ban phase, right? What heroes from the Cambodian region do you feel like takes priority? We mentioned Franco multiple times, but for Team Hawk themselves, are there any major adjustments that they need to make?
Personally, I think, you know, for the side of Team Hawk, there were moments where they had good ideas, good intersections, but a lot of it just countered by that call altar. I think
the adjustment coming in from Team Hawk at the very least is either you take the call altar for yourself, start looking to go for the openers where you ban out the Valentina, depending on which side you are. If you're on red side, most likely you're going to be banning out the Farmis. If you're on blue side, start looking to ban out the Valentina and open yourself up to Farmis options.
And that was the first hero that the Season picked up also, right? And we saw, I think, the Joy getting banned out. They also let the Arlott through for themselves, so they basically went for a gamble. And I think trading Farmis for the Arlott, I guess in this case, not the best exchange.
Well, I mean, there is logic behind it, and I definitely think, you know, Lola was having it a little rough against the Benedetta. It's very hard to keep up with her speed, right? She clears the lane way faster. You get very minimal trades against her, and as soon as she hits level 2, it's basically impossible to trade against her.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for game number 2, looking for Team Hawk to make it just... I want to look at the gold lane also, because this time he's getting the same treatment from his teammates, but we get to see the weakness of the Harith. Right? If just not able to survive long enough, he's not... We say that the players on the side of Seiyusun are not building much magic resist, and yet they still didn't care about this Harith. I mean, Seiyusun delivered Team Hawk a very quick defeat in game 1, and speaking about quick delivery, we gotta thank one of our partners, DHL. They just joined our family for this season, and they also have the FB Bot Dash Card where you can participate and win up to 5,000 euros. Just go to the link esl.gg/FBBot.
Yep, thank you DHL once again for being one of our partners and sponsors here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Coming back into the game though, man, other than the adjustments of Farmis, it's a little tough because Team Hawk are underperforming a little bit here. I do feel that Al was getting pressured in the lane, so he wasn't able to exert as much as he would like to. Once you start seeing Carry get into the second, get into the third item, then it becomes a little bit of a problem, right? Again, just the wall of stats, the, what do we call it? We call it the screen in front of her, just really hard to get by when you have to go through at least, what, 3,000, based on the items that I see here. Yep, the Sky Guardian happens at least 2,000 HP to kind of go through between each person.
And that, I think, I wonder if Team Hawk would just go back to the traditional marksman, right? We had so many up on the table, except for the Claude. Claude was banned out. I think that's what prompted the Harith selection. But they were foregoing the Beatrix. They were foregoing the Melissa in the process.
Yeah. Would that have saved them? It's a little tough to say, right? Because at the end of the day, if you don't win the lane, you don't necessarily win the game as well. And I think that Seiyusun kind of played it well. They understood the strong and weak sides of the map a lot better than Team Hawk, unfortunately, and managed to find the timings where Team Hawk are kind of like went on that autopilot farm route. You know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like, yeah, we're losing the game. We need to get resources, and everyone is trying to find farm on the map.
Exactly, right? So nothing proactive coming out of Team Hawk just yet. And when the moments that they did have some kind of proactivity, usually it's between a point of interest or a particular timing they want to hit.
And Seiyusun did something that Hello Heli was struggled to achieve yesterday against Team Hawk, which was the proactiveness, the conversion, right? I mean, Hello Heli also had some pretty good moments. These are a bunch of players that came together to participate, not under any organization, but they gave Team Hawk a decent fight, especially in the first 10 minutes of the game, just that they were not able to convert the advantage into kind of a bigger lead, which Seiyusun, they put their foot on the gas and they just ran with it.
That's the thing. Teams that are aggressive all know how to do this conversion. Get a kill, you're able to get some kind of small objective or some kind of gold or EXP on the map every single time. It's just where is it on the map? And I think that Seiyusun, every single time you saw a kill happen on the top side, immediately you see Ra, either he starts moving up a little bit more with the Franco or starts checking out the jungle to see what's going on here, where are the other members. They play science plus violence really, really well, and that's why Cambodia is one of those regions where, given enough time, eventually you're going to see them more often placing in top 4s of international tournaments.
I was looking at I assume this was the previous roster of Seiyusun, right? Before Kumi was in, I think Trabot has been playing for them for a very long time, and Ra was actually the mid laner back then, so you see this role transition into the gold laner as well. I think he's acclimating pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's acclimating very well, as a matter of fact, because again, these matchups are not easy. The fact that Carry walked away from the laning phase, only, what, basically 0-0-1 assist at that point of time, he did fine.
Yeah, and he died once, but he was doped by a Fanny, right? I mean, that one is very, very excusable.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do, right? Gary's not going to let you go for free just like that when you're 1 HP. Like, come on. You're expected to die at some point in time. But yes, see you soon. Played it well. I think that Team Hawk has a lot of adjustments on their side. Unless see you soon, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the series, game number 2 is where you might expect see you soon to start whipping out the more experimental picks to try and catch Team Hawk off guard and close out the series.
And I personally am excited for that. If they have done the Franco first phase,
Kadita Johnson.
I was thinking of that Kadita. Lucian Johnson. That
right? It's
that
always
is
a possibility.
It's always in the back of the jawhead, okay?
The jawhead. Oh, don't even get me started.
It did work last
Jawhead.
season. I think it was by the See You Soon trial.
Oh.
They didn't win the series, but the jawhead was fun to watch.
There definitely was some logic behind it, and I think that's the scariest part because who came up with the idea? Was it the See You Soon trial, or did they learn it from their bigger brothers of the main team on See You Soon?
Or maybe they learned it from Burmese Goose back in M1, right? 'Cause
Hey.
That was Panda.
Panda.
Panda and his jawhead.
Panda and his jawhead. All right, we got 22 more seconds left. Match point for See You Soon here. Team Hawk thinking and cracking their heads of how to actually deal with this drafting phase.
And we do have a sub for game number 2 as well. Team Hawk, they're gonna swap out their mid laner, so we will see Zai instead of Man this time. That might be able to widen that hero pool a little bit, but I think the execution is still the same. Would you get caught off guard by See You Soon? Those cheese move in the very beginning if the Franco does go through. And I feel like if you're See You Soon, if the Franco does not get banned, I mean, there is a motivation to still pick it first phase.
There definitely is some motivation to pick it first phase. Maybe not the very first pick, but definitely within the first phase. And I think, at least with See You Soon, they know their limits with their heroes, but they want to make sure that they have that priority in the mid game, right? And I think that's the important thing. They want to convert lane advantages into bigger macro plays, and I think that's something that Cambodia, specifically the See You Soon, is good at doing.
See You Soon will be remaining on the blue side, so not much changes in terms of side selection. You see the 1-1 and the glue banner by Team Hawk, just like last game. See You Soon going for the same openers as well, the Kaja and Lancelot ban.
All right, interesting. I mean, after that last game, Mun being switched out for Zai, he probably is having an off day, and I think even Team Hawk, everybody kind of felt that. So now Zai coming in a little fresh this time. He better be ready. He better be ready for sidesteps or trying to fake out Boxy or something.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
walk in a straight line.
walk in a straight line. I mean, Boxy did predict a sidestep, right? You can take the example from Red Team against RGMY. Just walk in a straight line.
Just walk in a straight line. You'll always catch.
Don't need to think too much. Some people you think too much, too far, too smart, when you can just play it simple. The Joy makes it true. Team Hawk prioritizing a farmer's ban, so Felix gets the Felix gets the Joy, but Team Hawk, they get the Valentina and the Arlott again, and, well, Franco back on Boxy's hand.
Yeah, I think no doubt that Franco was going to get picked here. It was the only other thing that was going to stop this Joy. Now, Team Hawk have the options of thinking about that mid-star super early on, and if they do lock it in super early, that means See You Soon will have to readjust their composition, the angles that they want to take for the composition.
I don't think there is any possibility for Mincetar to be fit into See You Soon side, right?
No, sorry, from Team Hawk's side, my bad.
Right. Team Hawk's side, I think definitely. They still have their last... Wait, oh yeah.
They still have their last
pick. The Fredrin for See You Soon, nothing much has changed, so basically revealing the jungler and the XP laner, and also the roamer. You think they're going to flex the Fredrin?
I feel like the Fredrin might go into the EXP lane, and there's a chance we're going to see Joy jungle once more. I could be entirely wrong about this, but it's the vibe that I'm getting from See You Soon, right? It doesn't feel like it's out of their arsenal.
It's going to be a Joy mid.
It's good. Joy, that would be fun because Joy doesn't do that bad into Valentina in the mid lane. So it depends on what the supports are going to be.
Just that the lane is shorter, so you can't have as much fun dashing around.
Yeah.
Beatrix for Team Hawk, I definitely like this a bit more. Back to basics, right? Just take the more traditional marksman.
Yeah, be able to forcefully gain priority over the lane so you can move first and make sure that you're there for those upcoming team fights. Team Hawk, on the other hand, they already have the Arlott. We saw Lola perform against Felix. They might want to consider banning out Benedetta again because Benedetta has super easy access to the backline, multiple dashes, and a way to start these big engagements, making it easy for See You Soon. But then again, we already see the Joy, and she's going to do exactly that.
Yeah, so I mean, for Team Hawk, they are looking primarily for the mage and the marksman, right? Who takes priority at this point? Probably the marksman, I reckon. Oh, Bandita, okay.
Okay. They ban out the Kadita. Why? Why do they want to ban out the Kadita here? I mean, they've already shown Valentina.
I thought that they would go down the marksman list, right?
Yeah.
That's something that Seosun is still looking for. So Atlas gets banned out from Seosun, kind of a no-brainer. Kufra could be an option as well. You don't want Team Hawk to stop the Joy. Not that she's easy to catch.
I think Seosun, I don't think that Seosun needed to ban out the Atlas in this particular position, but I think they're just giving respect to Min and how much of a table flip Atlas can be sometimes, really changing the pace of the game with just one really good ult. So I think might as well take away that X factor rather than leave it on the table.
Yeah, majority of the games that we saw from Team Hawk, Min has been ultra comfortable on the Cho. But I don't think Seosun will be too bothered, right? I mean, you have targets that are hard to catch, that are very beefy, and you have a guaranteed lockdown. Team Hawk with the Junin ban, is there something that we're missing?
I think Team Hawk may have done some homework on Seosun, and it feels clear that Seosun definitely has done some homework against Team Hawk, for sure, with the way that they're banning right now. Doesn't feel very justified in a logical sense unless you know something about your opponents on a personal level.
So they're focusing on the mid side, they're trying to shut down Kumi for sure. There's still the Farsa kind of in the pool if Seosun wants to go for it, or they can just run the Joy mid.
Yeah.
I still think theoretically in this matchup, the Joy should have a decent time.
The Joy should for sure have a decent time here. I think Team Hawk, they're banning out the Julian as well as the Kadita to make sure they can maximize the full value for the IMU in the Valentina, right? They want Seosun to pick up that Farsa. They want them to pick high impact artillery mages.
Just don't steal the Joy ult or something. I don't think you can steal it.
You can steal the Joy ult. Yeah, it instantly proc it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know how. It just is.
Makes you dance instantly.
That's the thing, right? It's like there's a lot of inconsistencies. Like Joy, you steal the Joy ult, you can pop it straight away, but you can't do that with the Wan ult because that's too broken.
What about the Fredrin?
The Fredrin? Oh yeah, you get it straight away. Oh wait, do you?
But do you do damage, alright? You do damage based on your gray HP, right?
Your gray HP, so it basically does nothing.
Cool for Team Hawk. Kind of expected, honestly. I mean, there's not much left. See you soon. They're not looking for a Roma anytime soon. This is where they revealed the last two picks. So we're looking for a mage and a marksman.
I think they go Lilia
the
here.
Carrier. Carry Aura again. I mean, no reason to change that.
I think they can either go Lilia or Kagura. Both are not that bad if they don't want to give like a decent ult over to the Valentina, and I don't think that's that bad of an idea. The carry, once again, I mean, you're seeing the Arla, you're also seeing the Kufra. You want to make sure you can punish high HP targets, but Gary has not revealed what he's going to be playing in the jungle.
This could still be an assassin angle. What better? Hold on, are we really going to get a Joy mid?
I think we're going to get a Joy mid. They want to make sure that Valentina doesn't get a valuable ult, and that's the priority for Seosun. Interesting headspace that Seosun is actually in. I would have imagined that if they wanted to counter draft, they could have done it a very different way, but this way, okay, that's not bad. It's pretty interesting.
If it really is a Joy mid, which I think there's a high chance, right? It has always been a theory in my head. I think Joy mid good against very certain matchup. I feel smart for a while.
Yeah.
But it's great to see you soon. You're still having something. What in the world? All right.
Are they gonna give it to Gary? Yeah, it's Bane Jungle.
All right, so gloves off, baby. So we get the Joy mid. It made me feel smart for a while, and we see the Bane jungle, which I see a lot in my ranked games.
Didn't expect it to see here at SPS, but at least they have a guaranteed disengage mechanic if the fight gets too hot and if Seosun is all over Team Hawk's jungle.
All right, how would this Bane? What? This is a magic Bane, right? Like it has to be
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. You can go both ways with this. You really can go both ways.
How does this hero work?
So it has both magic and as well as attack damage scaling, right? Obviously the attack damage is going to be a little bit higher. It works better with his passive, especially with his first ability, the crab claw cannon. The second ability, it's not called rum. Ale. Yes, the ale will increase in its heal, but more importantly, its damage scales very, very well, especially if you go for the magic build.
Actually taking massive damage. This time getting punished. No more cheese from him. You probably used the iron hook and miss. Thank you.
Yeah, it just came off of cooldown. There's an opportunity for him to go.
There it is!
Ooh, these hooks are deadly. They're dangerous. Oh boy.
Some early pressure from mid, right? Doing the right thing. But the Little Wanderer did get engaged on. Well, I thought you get engaged on. Felix is actually around the area. Can't fight it. The 4 members right there. The hook onto Zai. In the dash away. The petrify on the tree. The back Kumi goes for the dash. Zai forced to flicker to safety. That could have been a very deadly.
It could have been very deadly, but right now, I don't think it's the right play for Team Hawk. They need level 4s before they're actually relevant. Anything before level 4, they just don't have the raw damage. Here we go. Lola trying to bait a fight against Felix, and I think Felix, he recognizes this very quickly. Knowing that Gary started on his purple buff, he's expecting him to be on this top side.
Not the easiest to take down, even with Gary around.
Yeah.
Benedetta, Gary doesn't really have a way to slow him down. Just take the crap away. Kumi facing a lot of pressure from both mid and side. This is what you want to do. You know, you kind of mitigate the matchup effectively by a little bit. Felix taking a heap of damage. Gary's gonna be there. Felix trying to outplay this one. But Lola will claim first blood.
Wow, so bold of Felix to actually get back in there and try to get out with the eye for eye. That was extremely bold of him to actually do. But this is great for Gary because at least now he's getting more gold. He prioritizes gold a lot more than the EXP.
Oh yes. And he's a pirate. He wants to be rich. Trying to jostle for the turtle. Engaged from Min, but still the turtle goes over to Tuzu.
Yeah, Team Hawk were just playing for picks there. I mean, Gary didn't have his ultimate at that point of time, so it's really hard to shove off See You Soon from the pit itself. Back to power farming, back to the laners doing their own thing.
Finally, pretty neutral. I think I'll worry about the possibility of Boxy being around. Yeah, I mean, definitely would have tried to bully Ra a bit more.
I mean, see, here's the thing. See You Soon are always playing for Ra, right? It's the weak side of their map. They need to bolster it. They can't let Al just free hit their turret and farm up faster because he completely outranges this carry.
Both Kumi and Boxy now on the bot side. Should be out of vision for now. Boxy's going to check the bush. Team Hawk now knows. But we've seen See You Soon committing multiple members to these endeavors. Kumi will help Ra kind of soften up this lane a little bit.
Oh, look at Team Hawk. It looks like they're heading back up top side. They want another piece of Felix again.
Yeah, they don't want to let Felix get away with this. Petrify used Lola. Some aggro from the turret. Felix. I mean, despite that first burst, Felix is still half a level ahead of Lola.
Yeah, Lola having it a little bit rough here. He did lose quite a bit of EXP earlier because he was sharing it with Gary. But now, let's see if he can bait this out.
Yeah, Lola's speed taking a heap of damage. Felix going to instantly use the Electro Final Blow. It's just so hard to catch him.
He's hard to catch, but Gary also missed the Retribution as well. He accidentally retributed a minion there.
He prioritized the goal. There are a lot more. Min with the engage. Shoves Boxy into the wall. Now gets chomped down his stage. The barrage of damage from out this early on isn't enough. So, they give Min away.
Yeah, they give Min away. Nothing much they can really do about that. They know that a majority of the ultimates came out from, especially Boxy's ult, the most important one, already gone. So Team Hawk actually have an opportunity to take this turtle away. What's the level difference? Oh, the camera's just blocking too rude.
7-7-7. They're even.
Okay, they're even. Will we get level 8 here? No. Gary has the XP lead right now.
Watch out for the Boxy hook. Does not have the Bloody Hunt for sure. See You Soon, they can just shove out the wave, get some goals. Team Hawk, they aren't really rushing this, right?
Yeah, no, they're absolutely not rushing this, right? I mean, they sent both their marksmen up, but as soon as Yusu realized they're staggering this,
go Felix right into the back with a Petrify and actually steals it with the Electro Final Blow and gets the freebie onto Gary nonetheless. Kumi drops, but it's a good price to pay.
Man, God, Felix is a nasty Benedetta player, man. Really great target priority there, focusing purely on Gary. Gary's going with the killing spree rather than the Demon Hunter, and he will be going for the attack damage build. So he knows that he's trying to greed out as much as he can, and that's perfect for Felix.
Yeah, Lola even used the final slash at the push, so no ult for this Arlott. Alright, he sees that. That's a tasty target.
Very tasty target indeed. 81 seconds until the next objective is going to, neutral objective is going to spawn. Team Hawk, how do they get out of this run, right? Because Al has been playing extremely passive here. He hasn't been winning these trades as much as he would like to because he has been using Renner a majority of the laning phase, and he's been getting very minimal help as well.
This bottom lane under fire. Min jumps in. What a cancel! He didn't even get to use his ultimate.
Wow, the reaction time from See You Soon, on par with some of the best in the world right now. So now they have full control over that this bottom side. They're definitely going to try and redive this.
I mean, Zai, I'm not really sure you want to be there. Ooh, Boxy.
Not just yet.
I like the predictions.
Yeah, without that Iron Hook, this dive is not going to happen. They're going to back off. They know Turtle's coming back up in 30 seconds, so now it's time for the posturing for both teams.
Oh, Gary, Petrify under the turret. I mean, you can't be that greedy. Not against my boy Felix.
No, Felix, he just doesn't miss. Every single time he has Petrify available, he's been using it on Gary consistently throughout the 6 minutes.
He might have damage, but he doesn't have health. He gets one-shotted. Boxy conceal. Ooh, almost hitting that one. Looking for Ra again. Flicker this time. No way to cancel the Tyrant's Rage. Finally, they get rid of the carry.
Nicely done by the side of Team Hawk. They're willing to sacrifice this turtle just so that they can actually unlock the Beatrix from the bottom side and quickly run to the top side of the map.
Turtle still secured by Tuzu. That's all 3 turtles for the side of See You Soon. Iron Hook does miss. Kumi starts running onto Zai. Lola also taking some chip damage, but look at Tuzu. He is durable. Min from behind. Alongside Al, there's some taunt. Tuzu is there. Lola with the re-engage. They're gonna flicker forward and dash right on top of Boxy to get him out of the way. Tuzu still has health to work with. Zai will get ran down by Felix as he finds revenge. Actually, it's Ra getting the double kill. And Al cannot be in the fight anymore.
Oh, huge appraiser's wrath coming in from Suzu, chunking out majority of the members from Team Hawk, making it easy for Felix to clean it up.
What? Kumi just died. He just jumps on top of the Kufra. Lola, I don't think you really want to be there. Missing the final slash. Uh-oh.
No, that would have been a great opportunity. It was the perfect position. The final slash always goes from left to right. That would have pushed Ra underneath the mid-tier 1.
And into Ao's ultimate also. Oh, man. That is the second time Lola misses that ultimate.
Ah, that's a feel bad. He's a little rusty.
Yeah, gotta be a bit sharper.
Yeah.
Now the spot tier 1 will also fall. Finally, See You Soon gets to break free from the spot lane.
See You Soon. Quite the competitors here, man. I mean, look at them. The way that they're moving across the map. They have a buddy system going on here. They stick very tight with each other. But Team Hawk have not been able to kind of keep up with this pace. Even when they invade the jungle, minimal camps are stolen.
Kind of makes you wonder, how did the series went 2-1 yesterday against Big City Boys, right? Sorry, I'm Felix. Gets away. No problem. It made Team Hawk work for it. But Team Hawk, they know they got a recall right now. Felix cancels the recall from Ao. Might get the solo kill, re-engage from Min, getting the punish, but now they all gotta disengage. Rise gonna show up, Min will sacrifice his life to buy time. Tuzu claims it.
Worth it. Benedetta for a Kufra, I'll take that trade any day. And more importantly, they got that kill for Al, so he's now in a position where he actually has some goal to work with to start snowballing this game for Team Hawk.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big goal injection as well, right? Putting him within arm's reach of Carry's net worth. See You Soon once more. Mirroring Team Hawk's movement, where more finally has spawned.
Yeah, Kumi is going to be a huge problem for Team Hawk, right? They have nobody to really slow him down. They have to wait for Kumi to use all of his abilities and even tank through the Vengeance to make it work.
Zai does have the Bloody Hunt, but can Team Hawk even get into this fight? I don't think so. Iron Hook does miss, and See You Soon gets a free Lord.
Yeah, Team Hawk, they posture for it, but they just can't get the angle right. Even the Bane ultimate, the animation for it is slow. The projectiles, the sharks are super slow on the ground. It's very easy for See You Soon to reposition themselves.
In the future buff, they should make the sharks swim faster at the river. On ground, sure, right? You can't swim on dry land, but in the river, yes. So objective contest would be a bit more manageable.
You know what? You know what? I don't mind that. It's minor, but it's quite the improvement.
It's the QOL stuff. Looking for the mid lane again, and Sharks finally use. Okay, they're mechanical, so whatever.
They're so slow, though. I mean, look at Suzu, right? Suzu didn't even need to dash. He literally just walked out of it. It's so painfully slow.
They should either speed up in the river or they speed up when he levels it up, right?
Yeah.
So it gets faster.
That would be great. I personally think that would be a really good change. They probably also need to change R-Lot so that, like, probably the same thing, right? The animation speed increases with the level you put into Final Slash.
Alright, I'm gonna send my resume in on the balancing team really soon.
Go up to Munton and just be like, hey, hire me here, because Felix, he shouldn't be able to get away with this.
Oh, he is. They don't have enough damage to kill him. The eye for an eye blocking that one burst, that one hit from Gary was more than enough. Kumi just piles vengeance, dances onto Zai, can't kill him off, but Gary now finds himself very far away from home.
Wait, he can actually
he might try to turn this around. Gary, oh, a valiant attempt. Not enough.
Oh my goodness, if he had the ult there, he kills Ra for sure. 2 abilities was more than enough to take away 80% of Ra's health. He's able to heal it up, but keep in mind, next play happening.
Min calls for an engage, but the backline instantly open up. And Felix does dive in alongside Boxy, who takes care of both Lola and Ao. And now Min is the one who's like, well, I started the fight, but my team died. He's gonna get chased down by Kumi of all people, while the rest of CU Soon, they actually get the hook again. Boxy finds Zai, and Min surrenders himself to the crystal.
Pulls away one player. Gary is left. He should have this high ground defense locked down though, but he will have to wait until it starts pushing into his crystal before he starts committing anything.
They should be CU Soon finding the second game. Ra putting massive damage on the crystal, down to 30% health. They go for the disengage. Felix again. Final slash is dead from Lola, but Felix, oh, he's just keeping out in the damage department. They also have Ra who finds a double. Team Hawk holds on to the base, but just barely.
Yeah, Lola just doesn't have any damage right now. Not enough to really threaten the rest of the members of CU Soon as Team Hawk. It's just, it's all happening too quick. CU Soon, they disengage so very fast. A lot of their members not even in a position where they can actually punish it. Ra, he has such a good screen. They can tank damage for him, and they can also escape from death.
I mean, Ra is unstoppable right now. 7-1. Felix got his work cut out for him. Didn't need to do too much this game. Still diving the backlines. You know, still having a lot of easy time.
Yeah.
I feel like Team Hawk needs to somehow contest this, right? I mean, this lore might end the game.
Yeah, I don't think they can get in on the pit. Like, Min's trying his best to open up vision, but it's still... Oh, Iron Hook's gone!
They might joke it. They're way too far away. Felix again with the petrify! Straight to the back, this time punished, thankfully. The lore still gets taken by CU Soon.
Oh, good punish, but Zai still ended up losing out his flicker. He tried to go for a side flank, trying to cover as much area as he can so they don't let CU Soon's Boxy find these off angles to catch out the members of Team Hawk. They're going to have to go on the defense here. The high ground defense shouldn't be too much of an issue for both Al and as well as Gary. However, it doesn't really save them from the economic issue that they have. 42k compared to 36, so CU Soon are technically half an item ahead of Team Hawk.
I mean, Min and Lola are very important characters, right, in this defense. It's all about counter engage. They will use that to get whoa! Good counter engage. Thankfully saving Zai for now, but it doesn't matter. Kumi just jumps up top of him. Look at this guy. He is setting Team Hawk on fire with his electric.
Yeah, they are just farming the weaker members of Team Hawk. If you're not a core, it doesn't matter. You clearly don't have the stats to deal with the raw 70k gold lead that we have.
Lola will try to clear out the wave. Always there. They only have the mid wave to worry about for now, but see you soon. They're about to put the full wave on this crystal. Team Hawk, one last defense. Just cannot do it. See you soon. A statement. 2-0 over Team Hawk. And now we know which team has an edge. Which team is more polished in the series?
Absolutely. See you soon playing so very
look
clean.
at that.
Yeah, hold that trophy up, baby. There's a reason why you guys are in the big leagues. They're champions previously. They may not be now, but they're still representing.
Yeah, both teams have won an MPL before, but see you soon definitely have a better overall finish in their career life. Champions and bronze medalists I mean, Team Hawk got to take an L on this one.
Yep, they're going to have to take that L. But it looks like the trophies don't really change across the regions. They're all ridiculously heavy. The man needs 2 hands to hold that up, and he's using his hips for support.
I'm telling you, if you've won an MPL trophy before, you can definitely carry a game. No problem.
Yeah,
and how they did, they just unplugged the camera and it's like, all right, guys, this show's over.
I was like, okay.
You've seen the trophy, that's it.
That's all you're going to get here. But yeah, the trophy, championship trophies all across the board from all across these MPLs are all super heavy here in Southeast Asia. I don't know how heavy the NACT one is actually, or even the Turkish one, or even MENA for that matter. But I know for Southeast Asia, very similar designs, all made out of, I literally don't know what they're made of, like just pure steel at that point.
I mean, you have a free gym weight at home, right? Just bench the trophy.
One of the heaviest paperweights in history, just leaving it right there.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, see you soon. Way cleaner than yesterday. Again, it makes you wonder, right? How did it go 3 games against big city boys? I think we're missing out on something.
Yeah.
But currently, we have AE, I believe Archives Esports. They did get a 2-0 over Minana Esports. That, I think, is something that is worth noting.
Yup. Once again, AE just clawing their way back out here. Oof. They're doing good. Everybody's kind of doing good here during Swiss 5. Honestly, do we start from the top or should we go like Swiss 2 and then go up to 6? I can't. That doesn't roll off.
I feel like Swiss 5, 4, 3, 1 makes more sense, right?
Yeah, the countdown.
Yeah, the countdown.
Okay, fair enough. With that being said, though, see you soon. Such a clean game coming out from them. Cambodians definitely have a strong representatives in these guys. There's a reason why they represented them once, and now they're looking to do it again here at the SPS. Let's look at the post-game stats.
I mean, early to mid, you have to give it to Felix and Boxy. In both games, these 2 guys lifted majority of the weight, and once they bought enough time, Rao is like, alright guys, I'll take over. 7-1 in both games, if I remember correctly, for this carry.
Yeah, 7-1 in both of these games, but if we take a closer look here, is that Encourage again coming out from Kumi this time? Yeah, I think that,
oh yeah?
I feel like it's Conceal. I could be wrong. It's really, really small.
It's Encourage. It's red in color. It's Encourage, 100%.
Okay, I got you. I trust your eyes a lot more than I trust mine. I'm very short-sighted here with my glasses, but regardless,
hey man, I got the most energy. You know?
Yeah, that's true. But I love this idea that as soon as Kumi realizes, hey, I've got more than enough gold. I've got the 2 most important items that I need. The third one is just a plus, but more importantly, I need to make sure that my hyper carry here, and in this case, going to be Ra on the carry once again, has his extra attack speed. And I think that gives him a significant edge, especially when he's kind of, timed out from his ult, waiting on that cooldown to finish off. Ra still has plenty of attack speed to get his auto attacks just as fast.
Honestly, I think this also gives us a new outlook on how the meta can be played, right? We haven't seen a mid laner getting played in kind of a pseudo-utility role for such a long time because there's so much emphasis on artillery mages. I mean, even farmers, sure, you have to call Alta, but you see that full damage build either way. It's a breath of fresh air seeing Kumi play the farmers with Encourage, playing a Joy mid with an Encourage as well.
Exactly, and here's the thing. I feel like Team Hawk, they figured out what Siyusun was trying to do a little too late, right? They knew that the bottom side was going to be a very high priority for the side of Siyusun. They always dedicate members there after making a play on the opposite side of the map. They make that play, quickly run back down to try and defend, and by the time Team Hawk actually fished out for that information, the laning phase was already over.
I mean, Siyusun moved so fast. Whoever was making those calls really knew how to really push Team Hawk to the limit. And you look at the entire game, right? Kumi, we said that Lola is a sacrificial player, right? They're willing to sack his lane, give out the advantage. I mean, Kumi sacrificed everything. The guy picks Joy mid and is like, guys, don't worry. I'll buy the Blood Wings, I'll buy Encourage, I will stay alive, and I'll still kill their backlines.
Yep, and I'll still kill their backlines. I mean, we've seen this in our local scene as well. Joy being put into the mid lane, and I think it was Izanami from RSG MY who first showed it here in MPL MY. Overall, I do think it's a decent matchup against the Valentina, but it really is a 2v2 lane, right? It's hard to imagine that 1v1, but in this particular case, where See You Soon, with that Franco having so much pressure, it kind of forces Team Hawk to mirror him no matter what he does.
And look at that Boxy, our MVP. That is, I just want to say that is Benedetta's item. That is Felix's item build. But yeah, Boxy, our MVP on this Franco 2, 2, and 7, and just putting up a show. It's almost Well, he missed a couple of hooks, but those are just bush checkers.
Yeah, those are the bush checkers.
Never missed the important ones.
Exactly, and once the important ones hit, that Hunter Strike as well as Bloodlust Axe really making the difference.
Oh yeah,
there.
man, he hooks you, he bloody hunts, and he beats you one with his hook.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. I'm imagining the full combo being throwing the Iron Hook, auto attack, second skill, auto attack again, and find that that very last auto attack so he hits the 5 stacks of Hunter Strike, gets the movement speed, runs down the opponent, and then instantly goes for the bloody hunt.
That's what the Petrify is for, right?
Yeah, no wonder!
It keeps them in place for one extra hit. I'm telling you, the Cambodian players are big braining this.
They're really big braining this. But overall, jokes aside, I think, see you soon. They had the completely dissected Team Hawk. I mean, the raw mechanics coming around Felix himself was already great, but Team Hawk, I think they found the solution way too late, and the damage has already been done. It's really difficult to kind of pull yourself back up from that 5K mark, since See You Soon was making sure they minimized their mistakes and also just screened the entire backline.
Look at that one.
Look at how much heft it has, bringing home the MPL trophy. You can literally see him struggle a little bit, like, okay, bring it on, and now we're going to do it again. See, he's resting it on his hips. He can't hold it with 2 hands.
He's so afraid of dropping that thing, That is authentic stuff.
Yeah, he wants to keep his toes for sure. But
our predictions have not been safe today.
No,
both of them have been wrong.
not.
In a good way, right? We're seeing the teams really step up. In Red Esports, total dominance against RSG. We thought RSG and Y would recover a little bit, show us something different, but they got ran over. This one is the same. I mean, yesterday after day 1, all of us were in a huddle. We were talking about how is this series going to play out? Is Team Hawk going to have an edge over See You Soon? We even went over the possibilities that it could go 2-1, it could be close in favor of Team Hawk simply because the region is a bit more established, right? 11 seasons of competitive experience. But no, See You Soon with a 2-0 rollover.
I wouldn't say that competitive experience was going to be the main factor here. It's just the fact that Cambodia is kind of a toss-up in the air when it comes down to their overall style, right? Because aggression can be done in many different ways, and a lot of it comes down into the draft. We could, for all we know, we could have seen the Kadita Johnson, the Johnson Gushin as well, and I think it would have been relevant in this game as well.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that, but we got to see the Franco. That's just the appetizer.
We saw Felix just flex on people for 2 games. 2 games straight. He was just out mechanicking most of Team Hawk.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do Benedetta highlights on on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, take this series. This series, there's a lot of highlights for you to edit for sure.
Yeah, throw it in one of your TikTok compilations, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference at that point.
Yeah, they look pretty cool, right? I always watch these videos and think that I can do it. I don't know how they do it so smoothly.
No, the worst part is that you're really excited about it. They're like, guys, you want to play MLBB? I'm going to play Benedetta only.
Go in, gets 0-7, you lose the game, and you're like, all right, that's it for Benedetta. I buy Benedetta skins only to lose my games. I don't want to play it ever again, So Benedetta is poison. Okay?
Look, high mechanic heroes are always going to be poison for the lesser human beings like us who don't have that kind of raw mechanical prowess. But once again, we want to thank everybody for actually tuning in to the show, and also our sponsors as well for making all of this possible.
Yeah, and I think Snapdragon Elite Gaming has been phenomenal, kicking off this whole initiative, giving us a platform to witness all these games, giving the players a chance to prove themselves and test their mettle not only in their own tier 2 level, but now against the best of the best.
Yep, I mean, Snapdragon is looking to close that gap, looking at the grassroots, seeing if they can compete against the top 1%, and even amongst the top 1% to close the gap between the top 0.1%.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, Snapdragon themselves, right, the chipset, they're already in the top 0.1% in terms of optimizing your device. Speaking about device, I just want to talk about the top 1% of device, the Galaxy S22 Ultra. Share the epic level up your game, whether it's gaming, whether it's photography, whether it's for your daily use, battery life, whatever it is, this phone got you covered.
Yeah, and don't forget, because every single time you're going into the game, your reaction time is never going to be the same. So if you're going to unleash the beast, maybe consider getting a Monster Energy drink to keep you up to speed with everything that's going on. Maybe sometimes you might feel like, man, there's so many frames on my Samsung Galaxy, I can't keep up. Monster Energy drink got you covered.
Now, if you wanted to get delivered straight to your doorstep in a fast and efficient manner, we have DHL with them as our partner as well. This is their first foray into the journey with us, and we are happy to have them. They also have the FEBot Dash Cup that's happening right now. You can check it out at esl.gg/FEBot. Participate in it, and you have a chance to win up to 5,000 euros.
Giving back, just everybody giving back here. That's why the tournament is so good.
Oh boy, what a matchup that was.
Oh, what a matchup it is indeed, right? We also still have 3 different sets that's happening. Well, I say 3 different sets. One of it has already ended, right? With a bit of a surprise. But for those who are not aware that we have the Challenge Finals happening live in Jakarta at the Istora Senayan, well, we do have the tickets on sale right now. It's going to be happening from the 21st to 23rd of July. Tickets go at a sale. Ticket starts at the price of 20,000 rupiahs. You can check them out at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets.
Nailed it here. 20,000 rupiah, very affordable. And for those of you who think that's jarring, don't worry. Just convert it and it'll make a lot more sense. With that being said, this is Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. We're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be another series here. Series number 3. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
babble out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we roll it up, put it on, put it on me, put it up, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me.
I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
บอกกูซีเล่นตัวกลางปราณนำการสิบตัวเพลย์แต่อีกเลยบอลจุดบอลท้อต่อชิมน้ำป้วนมาทีตัวน้องบอกสีหรือนี่ตัวฉบับแต่นอนมีตัวเป็นฟิกเกอร์โรเจปากชิมเมนชิมปีเชื่อมในไฟในปูเราจะได้สิมการจัดแต่น้องประโยชน์แต่น้องชิมเมนยังลามูจีได้ขึ้นมาได้แต่เป็นการประโยชน์ชิมชูชูวินเราเป็นเป็นคิมในการโยมันชิมเคลียร์แต่น้องเป็นนาฮูชูจีใหญ่เป็นการลดจออกปังปีสกิลบอยสกิลออกจุดทริปเบอร์คิลแต่เราปีเดอะคิงอิสแบง
sangat itu karena Mikey bahkan kami bakal langsung dieksekusi oleh seorang Sensui tanpa adanya damage dealer. Ini bakal menjadi hal yang berat untuk alter ego Esports. Masih bisa diadu dari segi retributionnya dengan adanya seorang lain namanya di bagian depan, tapi Sensui masih tetap mendapatkan retribution yang on point, bahkan harus
losing his life to Kim to survive with little of health. But all things considered, nothing much was lost. Taotenzi, can he survive? The crossbow tank pops at the last second. That pushes Aizawa away. The Lord needs to be rushed down right now. MLBB Esports pounding their full body weight onto it. Where's the retry gonna come from? Game Lab, are you gonna find it? It comes through for Take Naga, and Game Lab from the brink of absolute abyss might have just found this game. Detto falls for the second time in the entire series. MLBB Esports, 2 members down for more than a minute.
Oh, that was huge.
I will choose my own path.
You are facing a
Your team
cluster.
is picking.
Friends, fighters,
Your team is
countrymen,
picking.
allow me the honor of introducing the Royal Matador.
Value and me completely different.
Your team
You
is
should.
picking.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium, which I was made for.
Come on, Dexter. It's
Your
our
team is
showtime.
picking.
Swivel! Swing!
Your team is
Flash.
banning.
Not bad.
Your team is banning. Your team
The
is
southern
banning.
seas are my domain.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the
Your team
morning.
is banning. Your team is
Payback
picking.
time.
Your team is picking.
land is our homeland, and it will soon be your burial ground.
The hunt begins.
Your team is picking.
Sniper ready. Give me a target.
なあなあ、早くみんなのとこ行こうぜ。 早くみんなのとこ行こうぜ。
slain. Team turret has been destroyed. Red team turret has been destroyed. Blue team hero has been slain.
Holiness.
Red team hero has been slain. Blue team turret has been destroyed. Red team turret has been destroyed. Team turret has been destroyed. turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtle delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. EG, well played, North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my ground, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, so I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up.
Welcome to Game Laboratory in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Group Stage. This is the Swiss round still. You're with us. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Gid and Q. Game Lab takes on Dewa United Esports coming up next. This is going to be a banger.
Yep, this is going to be quite the exciting game after Game Lab having a tough day number one. They're coming in a little bit more momentum this time, confidence built. However, I will say the same about Dewa. They were the ones who knocked down Geek Slade.
Yeah, one of the iconic names in MPL Indonesia. So we have a series on our hands for sure. Both teams didn't have it easy, but I would also say that Dewa United did have a slightly smoother series compared to what Game Lab has.
Oh, but of course. The way that I look at it, it's just like you gotta take it slow, you gotta take it steady. If your opponents want to, have some fun, take full advantage of it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the updated brackets. We are finally done with the second set of matches today, and we have found the first team that was eliminated, and that is Maharlika Esports. Madness prevail. They get to live on a bit more. They join the rest of the squad in that neutral bracket. But for the winner side, GPX just won their series over, I think, Mr. Esports Pro. You also have See You Soon. Just now we witnessed them. And of course, Archive Esports.
Interesting. That means we have one more slot in the 2-0 section to actually fill, and it's either between Game Lab or Dewa United. This is pretty high stakes, right? Because 2 more wins for anybody in that particular segment will be able to almost auto qualify for the upcoming days of the SPS. However, those in the 1-1 still looking to get their wins.
100%. And after this set, we will also have 3 more teams that will get eliminated. That is so we're building out the kill count.
Oh boy, the Swiss format leaves no stone unturned, but it's exciting. It's really cutting down the numbers fast.
I would say props to Madness Esports, right? Because I think a lot of doubters against Maharlika, pristine name from the MDL Philippines, but man, they overcame Maharlika, so good on them. But we gotta focus on Game Lab against Dewa United Esports. This one, I think, is definitely a step above of what MLBB had to offer yesterday in the form of Dewa United. I think Game Lab, if they've been tested by MLBB, well, they're going to get tested even more. But before that, we do have something we want to show you guys on screen, so enjoy.
ก็มีวัดปีโลล่ะตัวกลางไวเตอร์ว้าวใจจำเนียบ้านตะข้างทีมซีอิวซูนนายยังบ้านเคยจะเป็นรัฐพรปีโซนโอ้ปัจจุบันชามเต็มแบบ
Right.
Wow. Nè, phiên làm ai nè. Đi dần thôi, phiên làm đi dần thôi.
Ra số mạch bật chiến mà sao mánh từ mà đòn ấy.
That was the reaction of our Cambodian casters when Siu Sun knocked out Team Hak 2-0. Even took the chance to clown on them a little bit.
Yeah.
See them soon. But wow.
What a flex.
What a flex.
What a flex.
Lovely.
But obviously, we're very happy for the Cambodian representatives and even their casters very pumped up for it. Let's see how they're going to make it through these upcoming days. But back to the question at hand, whether Dewa United is going to have enough to take down Game Lab so far. After yesterday's performances, definitely we haven't seen enough of Dewa United Esports to really tell.
And this is the only, I would say, winners series that we have left for the last slot in that 2-0 winners pool. For the other 3 series, it's all about survival of the fittest. Alchemy SG will face off against Geek Slate, Z4 Pegasus against Big City Boys, and Logic Esports takes on Alter Ego X. By the end of this set, 3 more teams will join the elimination pool alongside Maharlika Esports.
Yikes. I'm hoping that the Big City Boys are able to make it through today because we haven't seen a full-on game from them just yet, and they were able to kind of, push the envelope against CU Soon previously in day number 1.
Yeah, they were able to take a game off of the Cambodian representatives, right? And it would be great to see what the region of Vietnam has to offer, but that will only be a possibility if the Big City Boys makes it through Z4 Pegasus.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. But in the meantime, Game Lab versus Dewa United Esports, and so far Game Lab has been looking mighty fine. Definitely one of our favorites after seeing their run in Season 2 of the SPS. Now coming into Season 3, so the stakes are even higher, the quality of teams are even higher, and Dewa United Esports, a big question mark here.
100%. And I think at the same time, it's also, we've seen Game Lab yesterday neutered very quickly by MLBB, right? They had to play Game 2 and 3 from behind for majority of the game. They've shown us how they can recover, but I think one thing you did brought up is Game Lab, they need to be a bit cleaner in deciding how to close out a game.
Exactly, and I think that has been a bit of an issue for some of these teams. Dewa United, not really, especially after watching at least their game number 3 against Geek Slate. They closed it out pretty handedly, but then again, is that a draft issue? Is that one of those things where Geek Slate wasn't taking it seriously? A little bit hard to tell here, but as the days go by, you definitely know that for the very least for Geek Slate, that they're taking it seriously. They're technically on their last legs.
Absolutely, and we also saw some picks that can vary between these 2 teams. One thing is for sure, the junglers I think would be very interesting to look at, right? Because they both play assassin-style junglers. The Hayabusa was Dewa United Esports pick yesterday in that Game 3. We'll take a look at Game Lab first. They don't need no introduction. Havos, Takenaga, Aizawa, Yuktezi, and Elo Hardy. And all 5 of these boys, they put up a show yesterday.
Absolutely. They're trying to pull off another playoff-style match level of intensity. But speaking of the junglers, Takenaga here being the big clutcher yesterday. Let's see whether or not today it's going to be the same result. Again, both like assassins, both like big damage.
And we also have Elo Hardy that did play 3 different roamers yesterday. One of them was the Franco, right? So pretty accurate. I don't want to say pretty accurate hooker, but pretty accurate with the iron hook in his game. So that is something that I think Game Lab can always have in the back of their mind.
It's reliable, it's game-changing, and it's one of those moments where you just flip the table when it happens, right? You don't expect it, but it's just that impactful. Game Lab are looking for that opportunity, especially against their opponents here. But once again, I'm hoping to see maybe Aizawa be able to step up a little bit more unless teams have really started to sniff out what the draft seems to be looking like.
And for Game Lab, if you want to slay the king, you need to be able to step up to the plate and be able to match them at their own level. And in this case, I think Game Lab has proven to us multiple times that they have the capacity. Now it's really just about the endurance run, right? How long can you hold out when it's an even game, and how can you find those little windows to close out the games?
Exactly. But in this particular format of the Swiss 6, you got to be consistent. Really, really consistent with the way that you play against your opponents. It's tough to prepare against them. You're only going to have some light preparation, but that's as good as it gets.
No, absolutely. And that's going to conclude Game Lab for us. Though, I think yesterday the player that suffered the most was definitely Aizawa in the middle lane. They're going to be going up against Dewa United Esports, Dyson, Lanaya, Keys, Azura Sky, and Shackle Mode.
Excited to see how this team is going to perform. Was yesterday a fluke against Geek Slate, or do they really have what it takes to be a Tier 1 team?
Yeah, we have I mean, the fact that Daewoo United Esports did beat Geek Slate, that is a very, very strong statement. But now we have two tier 2 giants going up against each other. And if anything, I think Lanaya against Takenaga is going to be the matchup of the series.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of Assassins be whipped out, a lot of 1v1s, maybe a couple of ego challenges by neutral objectives. We'll have to wait and see, unless they decide to go into tank junglers just to be, you know, a little bit more consistent since we're already in day 2.
Oh, and yeah, and also Shackle mode on the roamer. I'm saying that yesterday, the playmaking potential, we praised a lot on for Elo Hardy, right? How he's been able to open up these opportunities for his team. But I mean, Shackle mode also was able to provide the same as well. This was yesterday's backdoor by Takenaga, the full damage Lancelot. Debuting for the very first time, Takenaga pulls off the biggest clutch of the entire series. Look at that crystal.
Yeah, look at the crystal. I mean, it's super, like, a lot of things just happen coincidentally and lined up perfectly for GameLab to get that win after a long, drawn-out series late into the night. This is like, what, 1 o'clock in the morning at this point.
Yeah, he ended at 1 o'clock, and for GameLab, it's a happy 1 o'clock for them, for MLBB. They're going to be playing later on. We get to see them in just a little bit in the last set. So GameLab, they're going to be the one that goes first. MLBB still have some time to prep. Though I would say, segueing into the last set, MLBB playing another late night best of 3.
Hopefully they have what it takes, or maybe they have to visit their therapist after that one. It's hard to really tell where their mental state is going to be, because I would have been so tilted. We even saw the reactions of MLBB after that game. It's frustrating.
Yeah, there are some interesting facts about the team, but I'll keep it for later on. We're able to talk to Sunfrost earlier today. GameLab, I think one of the biggest pressure point that teams like Euphoria Esports have been able to put on them was definitely the mid lane, XP and mid lane pressure, right? Teams are starting to learn to target these solo laners, shut down her Voss, shut down Aizawa. MLBB was able to achieve that yesterday by really controlling her Voss in the early phase and putting GameLab in a very uncomfortable spot.
Honestly, with all that being said, the information that we have at hand, you guys at home need to make a choice of which team you're going to be supporting. Is it going to be Daewoo United, or is it going to be GameLab here? Remember to cast your votes in the Twitch chat itself.
The chat is going to be very, very lively, especially when it's Indonesia versus Philippines. You know that the crowd itself will be very riled up.
Yeah, honestly, it's difficult to kind of predict who's going to be coming out of this. Obviously, we've seen a lot more GameLab in comparison to Daewoo United, but it doesn't mean that Daewoo United is slouches in this particular case.
Oh, 100% not. I think that you just basing off of the series that they played yesterday, is very easy to say that, well, Daewoo United, they beat a slightly stronger team. They have more of an edge coming into this. They also have picks that I would say GameLab doesn't really contest, right? I think the Hayabusa is definitely the X factor that we can keep an eye out for. But let's look at the predictions that we have, and for once, we're going to be split.
We're going to be split. I'm still sticking to what I know. GameLab going for that 2-0. You're thinking that Daewoo United is going to go 2-1 in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close regardless. I don't think GameLab would just fall 2-0. I think even if they fall, they will go down swinging. They show it many, many times. As a team that is held as overrated by Euphoria, they took them to a full best of 7. And I think that itself gives me enough confidence.
Absolutely. I can definitely see where you're coming from here. I definitely think that Daewoo United are going to put up a good fight against GameLab, but at the end of the day, it's all about that momentum, right? If game 1 goes in favor of GameLab, you're definitely going to see it spill over into game number 2.
And I wonder if Daewoo United was watching how GameLab played yesterday, because I think there were a lot of loopholes that we can start to see, right? They went from this perfect team, no mistakes, pure aggression, to a team that actually has a lot more abusable windows than we initially thought.
We'll get into that in a little bit, but we first have to thank our sponsors of the SPS. Of course, you don't call it SPS without the Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. The chipset, so fine, so pristine, and more importantly, so helps you in your game.
And I think this is the most exciting series that we have, and we're glad that we're able to witness it. You know, GameLab against Daewoo United Esports in front of all of the fans. Snapdragon Elite Gaming is a must-have. If you don't think that is a true statement, check your phones right now. It's going to be inside that chipset, powering everything, every process that your phone is running.
Yeah, you probably don't even know it. It's already working for you, so you know, might want to check that one out. Other than that, thank you so much for this tournament, because again, it's not like we have too many opportunities for teams of different regions, especially in the tier 2s, to battle it out like this.
Yeah, most of the times you'll see community grassroots events for individual regions, but that is just in the domestic scene, right, we hardly get crossovers. We get it in international event, the M Series, the MSCs. That is pretty much it. So Snapdragon Pro Series is a very good platform to unite everyone under this one roof and really give them the opportunity to walk the talk.
So once again, thank you to all of our sponsors for making this possible. Let's talk shop here. And we're talking about windows that GameLab can be abused, and it's definitely towards the mid-game when they don't have that direction. It feels like their early game, they have a lot of set plays in terms of what camps to start stealing, especially if you have a Vendetta pick or somebody in the EXP lane that can get priority first.
And I think from that mid-game, when you drag it to the late game, that's where GameLab, they will start to take a lot of this risk, right? And a lot of this will be initiated primarily by Elo Hardy, depending on what hero he's on. If it's on a Kufra, he will be throwing his body into bushes just to see that if he gets an engage off. And I think this is a window that Dewa United can definitely exploit a little bit more. Just GameLab's tendency, GameLab's kind of the desperation to find an opening.
Yeah, I mean, let's see whether GameLab can temper themselves here. Dewa United could also look to start attacking Yuktizi, because in a lot of games yesterday, Yuktizi was just basically by himself in the lane, 1v1ing against his opponents. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses, but once you get to that later stages, Yuktizi is super reliable.
And that, I think, was also a spillover from Havos and Aizawa getting pressure, right? It seems like GameLab really doesn't want to lose any of the lanes, and sometimes you gotta make them pick a poison.
Yep, you gotta choose your battles. You gotta pick which side of the map is gonna be weak, which side of the map is gonna be strong. 4 more seconds here. I can't wait to see what the draft is gonna look like, especially with the priority of Dewa United.
Very, very excited to see this series kick off, especially for the side of GameLab coming into this with some accolades in their trophy case, silver medalist of our Season 2 SPS Finals, and giving us one of the best runs, right? They had the longest run, but also the best record until the very end.
Yeah, and hopefully they're able to kind of maintain that and really show us what they got here today, especially up against GameLab, and also continuing that win streak.
And I think Elo Hardy, as the newest addition to replace, I remember who it is now, replace Dokman. I think he's been able to fill in that shoe pretty well, right? Because what Dokman did provide for GameLab back then was just all these initiatives that they can take from that early to mid game. I think Elo Hardy has been able to really adapt to that playstyle pretty handily. But GameLab, they're going to start it off with a Kaja Clue ban, and Dewa United with the Fanny.
Pulling it back and talking about Dokman here, the question really is how much of a voice did Dokman have amongst these 5 players, right? And does Elo Hardy kind of communicate in that same way? Is that why we are seeing that GameLab is kind of struggling to find some kind of footing, or at least some clear direction on the calls during the mid-game?
I would agree on that, simply because GameLab, they are finding lesser windows of these decisive turnarounds, right? When Dokman was around, it definitely gives you the feeling that when GameLab pulls the trigger, most of the times they are winning a lot of these coin flips. They themselves a setup. Yesterday, it did take them a long time to even find an opening. Not going to put it completely on Elo Hardy, but of course, a change of members, it definitely does affect the dynamics.
Yeah, it always affects the dynamics. Dewa United going with the Wan Joy, and as well as the Fanny ban, followed up by GameLab, Kaja, Gloon, as well as the Arlot. First picks are definitely leaning more towards Farmist this time, and at least you don't have to worry about the EXP late Gloon.
There's also the Fredrin up on the table, right? GameLab is a team that does flex the Fredrin. Well, actually, I say flex the Fredrin, but most of the time it's going to go into Havos. Kind of like the RSG MY, where Ripple would take the Fredrin over Zayed. But yesterday, when they fought MLBB, they did show that if the Lancelot is open, there's a huge chance that, the first pick, there it is.
Absolutely.
Lancelot first pick again for Takenaga.
Absolutely. I mean, Takenaga was playing a strong Lancelot in all of the games that he had his hands on it. Dewa United Esports could look to punish by getting a Kufra very early on, but let's look at some of the other priority picks. Number 1, I'm thinking about Farmist. Number 2, I'm also thinking about Valentina.
But in this position, Dewa United can only take one of it, right? I think either would you take the Farmist over the Valentina, or vice versa, or the opposite?
That's a tough call to say. Personally, I would imagine that picking the Valentina is a little bit better than the Farmis here, only because it's like Farmis is able to counter out the glue. Now that glue is already gone, Farmis loses a lot of his initial the reasons why you actually want him in your composition other than his ultimate. But Daewoo United Esports not looking to go for that that particular play style. They want to have an artillery mage in the Eve.
And they completely ignore that, and they also get the Fredrin for themselves. Not a pick that GameLab cares about too much, but when you have the Eve, you not only kind of indicate that you want a team fight, but also artillery mage, right? So Farmis can use a call altar, but we saw how it can be easily dealt with.
Yeah, GameLab, they could respond by picking up the Farmis for themselves. I know Aizawa, he absolutely loves the Eve, but now that he doesn't have access to it, does he want to show off Farsa this time round and give Daewoo United Esports the opportunity to reveal their support?
Feels like they're gonna still keep it. Oh no, they're gonna just reveal it.
Okay.
I guess they're worried that Daewoo United just bans it, right? You still want to give Aizawa a decent matchup.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it feels really bad playing Farmis, especially if your opponent doesn't have blue and you have to play into an artillery mage. It makes your temp HP so it gets chunked out way too quickly, right? And it chunks out multiple people at once with the AoE.
Well, TZ will get his Claude again. We did see him play it, I think, once yesterday, and that's an easy response with the Beatrix. So, would you consider this to be a neutral matchup, even though Beatrix does have the tools to win the lane?
If it's like a 1v1, I would say it's a little bit more Beatrix favored until we start getting into the later stages or thinking about the 2v2s. That's when it becomes really interesting, right? Because when you have Claude, naturally you're not going to have that raw damage to beat the Beatrix just yet until you get a couple of items, and even then you want to be able to clear out those waves so that Beatrix can't just free hit your turret. Then you start inviting these supports to get into the mix, right? And once you start inviting the reinforcements, that's when priority becomes a big issue. Beatrix doesn't want to sit outside your turret and get those free hits, but still putting herself really far out into the lane.
I do find this drop ban interesting because I thought that Daewoo United would consider the drop, looking that there is a Farsa that is on GameLab's side. At GameLab, they're gonna ban out the Franco in return. We're looking at the Roamer pool right now for sure.
I don't know if it's one of those like gentlemen's agreements. It's like, okay, you get rid of our Farsa counter, we'll get rid of your Eve counter. Don't worry about it. We're going to be able to shoot from afar.
They're spiting each other.
Yeah. Daewoo United, what else do they need to ban out here? Supports and as well as EXP laners haven't been revealed by the side of GameLab. Is there anything that they're truly worried about? Maybe somebody who can rush down the Beatrix?
Lapu?
Lapu is always going to be very safe, but is it necessary?
Or the Kufra, right? I mean, if you want someone to dive straight to the back, Kufra is also an option. That feels more like a GameLab essential ban.
I feel like GameLab is definitely going to be looking at it. There we go. Daewoo United is going to get rid of the Yutong, and I feel like GameLab this time is going to ban out the Kufra, I would assume.
Actually, they banned the Kadita.
Okay. Both kind of do the same thing, right? Grok is able to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, except Kadita is way more lethal.
She one-shots you, that's the difference.
Yeah, she one-shots you, but let's not forget that Daewoo United Esports actually have shown the Kadita before when they were playing against Geek Slate.
Oh yeah, they definitely have. I mean, Shacklemon was a menace. Well, not Shacklemon, actually. Dyson was a menace.
He was quite the menace.
Was it Dyson? No, it's Shacklemon. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
it's Shacklemon. Yeah.
Alright, let's see what the first pick is going to be for the side of Daewoo United Esports. I'm guessing it's going to be Kufra. Yep, there we go. Kufra, GameLab going to respond naturally. Do they go Lolita?
Without the Yuzhong, it does feel like the Lapu is more of a more juicy pick now.
It is.
What else is there to replace? Not the Eda for sure. Someone who can reach the back. The Benedetta? Havos does play the Benedetta.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Benedetta, Lapu for Havos. I'm guessing that the Lolita is going to be the priority pick for the side of GameLab here. They banned out pretty much everything else at this point, unless I'm missing something. I don't know whether Elo Hardy can play Enchanter-style mages, but I don't think that it's very beneficial here, seeing that the Kufra can kind of like gather you up in one spot.
Yeah, and in GameLab, they don't want to be together also, right? Everyone wants to kind of be everywhere at once. So you TZ, there it is. That's the Lolita, Lapu coming through. Very, very straightforward. Game Lab with their usual ritual at the very end. And the link for Dewa United.
I was thinking of how Dewa United was going to lock in their jungler here, something that kind of messes with the Farsa, something that keeps up to speed with the Lancelot, and I think Ling is going to be the perfect pick for it. Oh boy, this is quite the even draft.
This is the most even one we had so far. They're covering most of the bases, right? Especially the Lolita, which we have been dying to see in a lot of these previous games. Well, Game Lab finally bringing it out. It's going to be a very interesting series for sure. If one series were to go the distance, I think this would be it. Game Lab against Dewa United Esports. The test continues for these two teams, especially for Game Lab. How far can they shoot before they finally hit the ceiling?
Both tier 2 teams looking to make a name for themselves, to have a moniker be held above them. Something to go by, to have that legacy. Round 2, match number 3. It's going to be starting soon. Woo, boy. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. I feel it. I feel it in my bones.
Last series they lost to 5 Gods. Dewa United, they are technically Gods United Esports. So, can Game Lab slay the Divine Beings?
Well, let's find out here. They've already tried to challenge one. It's unsuccessful, so they got to go for another.
one has God in all the IGNs. One is literally called Gods United.
Their entire pantheon of 5 man.
The entire Greek pantheon is different gods, right? This one is from the ID region.
Yeah.
The ID gods.
For sure. Dyson, he's taking a bit of damage here. Aizawa, he's making sure that his passive is available to try and punish for the Lethal Wanderer. But again, I don't think Game Lab really want to contest for this.
Elo Hardy taking some damage. Had to put out the bulwark. Actually, dives back in. They do have Takenaga to help out. It is disengaged. Dyson level 1 clears out the waves really, really fast. Extra damage to the wave.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Fredrin support here. Yukizi and Aizawa having that 1v1 on their side of the match. And the thing is that Dyson decided to go for Concussive Blast just so that he can push out these waves a little faster than Havas, or at least force Havas to commit his ultimate to clear a wave.
As a neutralizer, I think this definitely Dyson just wants to do more early on. Right? And that is why we saw him move first. Now Shackle Mod to the top. Does get the knockup. Tempest of Blade used as well. Lanaya stunned under the turret. Oh boy! Doesn't get away. Takenaga by the tip of his rapier gets the first blood.
Nicely played by Elo Hardy. He was expecting and saving up his charge, knowing that as soon as the Tempest of Blades hits the battlefield, right, he's looking for a sword. And if he can stop him in the middle of that sword, he knew that the rest of the teammates will be able to kind of collapse on top of him.
An extra turret shot also did the work for Game Lab. Oh boy, Dewa United really matching that aggression of Game Lab. You love to see this explosiveness. But for Game Lab, they'll get a free turtle. And a lane swap as well, right? You see that Aizawa, he's going to be handling that bot wave and shove it up.
Yeah, it's important that mages hit that level 4, so especially once we start to see the first turtle start to spawn, usually mages will make their way down to the EXP lane and abuse the fact that the EXP lane gives extra EXP and shares it with their laner, just so that both of them will hit level 4 on time.
Panai is going to have his jungle infiltrated just for a while. Elo Hardy is going to be there. He's going to be spotted out by Azura Skies, but Dewa United going to be playing quite safe. They also have Shackle more than Keys, protecting the buff for Lanaya. They will find Elo Hardy and shove him into the wall, but the real world manipulation is going to be there from Keys, responding from the side of Aizawa with the Feather Airstrike, but it's still Elo Hardy that goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dewa United has lost the initiative and now is a little bit behind. Wait, hold on. Bottom side? Is this a full engagement? No, it's against the Lancelot, and there's no reason to fight right now, so it's going to go back to even lanes. Speaking of which, Dewa United Esports, I really think that they need to be able to reinitiate onto Game Lab, right? They got to be very, very careful with the way that they kind of approach them, because if they go too deep, the counter engage is significantly worse from the side of Game Lab, because Elo Hardy and Lunon Blast is now an option.
Yeah. And you always have the flicker online, right? Which makes it so much deadlier. Lanaya was able to steal the Little Wanderer, still behind in XP. In fact, 2 levels behind Takenaga. I mean, this is definitely unexpected, as Havas pushes Dyson all the way back. He also gains a bit of that XP lead. Game Lab just having a dream start. Engaged, jumping right onto Elo Hardy, who flickers away now. Turning back with Aluminum Blast, only landing onto the cool frost. Shackle Mode will have enough health to walk out of it, but not Elo Hardy, who ends up going down. The puncture will be there from Takinaga. Unfortunately, doesn't have enough damage to finish off Shackle Mode.
Yep, Daewoo United Esports going to be walking away with a kill at least, and they also got the flicker out of Elo Hardy, so all's well ends well. They go back into their lanes once again.
2-0 for Keys already. This Mage, this Eve, going to come online a bit faster than GameLab would have wanted. But they will be on the turtle again.
I don't know if Daewoo United is going to contest this. Ling, it's going down a little too fast, and Ling should be able to get the purple buff in time, but not enough to actually win out in this Retribution battle.
Yeah, he's still a level behind Takinaga, right? So there's no way he wins it.
Yeah, a little tough, but doesn't mean it's the end of the world here. This is to be expected when you are playing an assassin that isn't, a jungler that isn't using the Demon Slayer.
And also not too purple buff reliant.
Yeah, I mean, purple buff or not, Lanaya, even if he just uses auto attacks versus Takinaga, if he just uses auto attacks, there is quite the difference because of the emblems.
Oh yeah.
Yuktezi. Oh wait, actually Yuktezi has more money. Has 300 gold. No. I'm just dyslexic.
It's 100
gold. It's 100 gold. Thank God, I'm so dyslexic there.
That would have been scary.
That would have been very scary.
Like, where did that extra 200 gold come from? Azura's Guise is dealing massive damage to the structure. I mean, if that turret collapses this early on, Daewoo United will have so much space to work with. They're already taking it.
Not to mention the lane swap as well. Real manipulation really getting committed here to go on top of Elo Hardy this entire time.
That's 3 ultimates, 4 ultimates committed. Yuktezi, he might get his solo queue. Well, able to bail himself out before Shackle comes in.
Yep, one more wave until they break that top tier 1. Takinaga is nearby to try and capitalize on this opportunity.
Going into Shackle Mode, they're just going to try and keep him in place, but Shackle Mode just bouncing balls out. They will follow up regardless. Shackle Mode leaves with the Tyrant's Revenge. Takinaga can't get the finisher. Shackle Mode barely surviving.
Really unlucky there with the Retribution. The Retribution did hit hit the wrong target, and not Shackle Mode in this particular case. The lane swap already commenced.
Dyson is just waiting for the big damage with the but doesn't have great health to finish the job.
It's going slow and steady, but now 16 seconds left on the clock here before the next turtle spawns. GameLab need to start positioning themselves. Havas has taken a lot of punishment, and I'm not sure when exactly he's going to get back, start looking for a recall here, but Daewoo United Esports going to be focusing on the top side.
Knight has already shown up, so Havas will back off first. That means GameLab will get the third and final turtle of this game. Havas is going to try to heal up with that Festival of Blood also. He's using his ultimate to clear the way, making the dive a bit harder. But we saw Lanaya, he will proxy that away to set up a dive. Bottom side also, the same might happen. Havas does end up going down, but bottom lane, Dyson with a re-engage. Shackle Mode right there with him. The Feather Airstrike again doesn't do enough damage for the kill.
Beautifully played by Daewoo United. Oh wait, Keys! No! He ends up going down! And it's going to be Azura's guy chasing down Takinaga.
Takinaga was able to get out, get Thorn Rose iframe. Lanaya should be able to get this with the Tempest of Blade, but Takinaga gets a bit of help.
Pinch poise.
The dash, Thorn Rose again, the puncture over the pit. I mean, Takinaga is good as ever.
Yep, he's still alive after all of that. Takinaga able to outplay it a little. I feel like Lanaya kind of misread how much damage he was actually going to do. He knew for a fact that Takinaga had at least one of his items available. Oh!
Wow, they found Yuktezi. The flicker, Aluminum Blast into that Feather Airstrike. Dyson actually gets out with his own flicker. Oh, GameLab missing these kills.
Oh, that's so sad. Elo Hardy had an opportunity to finish off Dyson there. All right, so now they were united. They see how this game is starting to progress. They've already gotten a turret on top of GameLab, and they traded 1-for-1 so far. So they need Azura's guys to kind of speed up on their siege.
Oh, and he definitely is speeding up. This bottom turret also taking massive damage. 3 members of GameLab showing up. Yuktezi will be farming the top side jungle. Wave is a bit too far and dangerous. That allows Daewoo United to actually set up for the next lord if they want to.
They do, but Azura's guys is going to be in the mid lane right now. He doesn't really want to touch that top side. They know that Yuktezi is going to show up top side based on the pattern of play. So Ling, having high mobility here is great. Clears that wave. Isn't really threatened by the Claude unless...
The Claude, yeah, better mirror image. Gets up just in time. Didn't take too... In fact, he is dealing more damage to Lanaya. And this Ling is 2 levels ahead of him. Takinaga, on the other hand, taking care of some of the health on that tier 2 bot. The junglers are now at the same level. I say, but Takinaga just
Yep.
Gain is level 13.
A bit unlucky there, bit unlucky. The timing could have been a little bit better, but Lanaya still pressuring Yuktizi. Doesn't want to fight for these neutral objectives at all. They're just looking to pressure or slow this down.
They might end up losing this lore, right? Because Lanaya is not going to be in the fight in time unless they somehow buy a bit of space. They're going to blast channel up, and they even have the feather airstrike. That means Takinaga gets an easy lore, and Shackle Mode ends up going down. Havos barely alive, but the shield from Ilohardi didn't block the shot, actually. So Havos still ends up dying.
A little unlucky with the hitboxes there.
Lanaya showing up. Tempest of play straight to back. Real manipulation. Lightning onto all of them. Oh, Lanaya showing up at the right time, and Devil United find 3 more kills.
Huge Tempest of Blades there coming in from Lanaya. A 3-man knockup to finish off Game Lab and allow Azura's guys to get the free hits in. This is going to be a tier 2 mid as well. And now this has cracked the game wide open for Daewoo United Esports. No goal deficit for them any longer as they equalize the economy.
Yeah, absolutely dead even. And also, Keys with that fantastic RWM. Dude, everyone touched the edge.
Oh boy, that was beautiful. Beautiful stuff coming out from Daewoo United Esports. Game Lab now significantly behind in tempo.
Oh, Havas, not again. We had hinted this, right? You know, the pressure onto Havas does draw attention from Game Lab away, and Havas once more receiving just massive punishment.
Well, the difference is that Daewoo United know what they're looking for, right? They have a very solid idea of who they want to punish in this game.
Yes, making life miserable for this Lapu Lapu. So this Lord is essentially a no factor. It's not going to be able to achieve anything. Dyson taking massive damage and forcing out the feather airstrike. I mean, ambitious of Game Lab to think that they could kill him.
I mean, if you're Game Lab, it's like, okay, I get a flicker for my ultimate. Not that bad of a trade. I mean, as long... it's a rule of thumb that battle spells are always going to have a longer cooldown than general ultimates.
That one fight now puts Lanaya and Azura Skies at the top of the net worth chart.
It was a good conversion from them, actually. Like, I was surprised they didn't have a gold lead after taking down mid-tier 2, but instead they had to go invade into the jungle, clear up their own, and now with a 1.8k gold lead. In terms of gold earned, Lanaya and as well as Azura Skies, it looks like it's quite worth, you know, sacrificing these side objectives like the turtle.
I mean, Lanaya with just one good fight recovered completely. He's at on the same playing field as Takinaga. Daewoo United sieging the bot side. Chagomo is ready. Ilohardi is the target. Not the easiest member to bring down, but they will unleash all the damage. TJ gets caught by the RWM. Havas straight to the back and able to stop Daewoo United for now.
Oh, it's great that they were at least able to get the flicker out of Ilohardi, because if he still had it while charging up that Nukedown Blast, Azura Skies and arguably Shaker Mode probably would have fallen to the trade.
United getting a lot more value. I mean, they do have to also blow 2 of their flickers in the process. But it did draw the entirety of Game Lab to the bot side, so Lanaya gets to shove up top wave.
Yeah, in the meantime, macro game coming in from Daewoo United Esports is looking really, really good. They're keeping Game Lab on their toes for these neutral objectives, because we haven't really seen Daewoo United Esports hard contest for a Lord in a while.
Havas, he's just going to dive straight to the back. Now he's isolated from the rest of his team. Can he survive long enough for Game Lab to actually do something about this Lord pick, though, because Havas will be forced to flicker to safety. Ilohardi, he committed everything to save him. Ilohardi will end up going down. Takinaga can't do the Lord on his own. They will use the feather airstrike as the blazing duet. They get rid of the Beatrix. Takinaga steals the Lord away. Miracles left and right from Game Lab. Takinaga dies, but Game Lab have just saved the game.
Nicely done. I mean, they were able to get so many kills here. A 2-for-1. However, Game Lab is going to be walking away with the second Lord. And this just means that Daewoo United Esports, they just have to drag out this game just a little bit longer. They're getting very, very close to everyone being at the right level, with the right items to really start putting the damage into Game Lab.
A neutralized game once more. I mean, 600 goal advantage. Doesn't really matter too much. Game Lab, the push and pull was immaculate. They get 2 turrets just off of this one push. UTZ continues to put on pressure on the top side as well. That will force the guys to respond to it. Havas actually finally finding some space to show up in the lane.
Hopefully he's going to be okay here. Lanaya has been doing a lot of work for this team, playing the macro game, making sure that the housekeeping is clean to ensure that someone like, you know, their carrier Azure Skies can get the job done, just sieging down these outer turrets. With the last one only being on the bot side of the map, I think they were united. They're just waiting for the next neutral objective, right? There's nothing really to fight for here.
Well, Takenaga, he's going full damage again on this Lancelot.
It worked out yesterday. It's going to work out today.
He's going to be able to backdoor once more. Dyson checks the brush. Elo Hardy. He's not having an easy game for sure. I mean, Dewa United have more than enough damage to cut through this Lolita. I mean, despite the durability, right? You look at that. Anticuras does have the radiant armor, but still insufficient.
It really is. You gotta start stacking up a particular damage type, right? Because then the stats become a little more multiplicative, if I'm saying that correctly. Looking at his items, yes, you're correct. Anticuras also has the radiant armor, so he has plenty of regeneration. But now the fight begins.
Shackle mode straight to the back. Better airstrike use as well. Shackle mode instantly sacrificed. Lanaya had to use the ultimate to get away. They have the real world manipulation. Elo Hardy tanking all the damage. Now there's the ability to wait for TZ, pushing Dyson back as well. Game Lab, they will not overcommit.
Yep, they don't have to. They know that Dewa United Esports are the ones looking for these big engages to combo together with Zero Sky, but Axon is able to find 3.
Big 3-man taunt, but where's the follow-up? Takenaga basically just harassing Keys. Dyson, he is out of the fight, but Lanaya shows up for the kill. And Dewa United Esports, they might be able to turn this around. Azura Sky is caught by Aizawa, and that's a good save from Elo Hardy. Gives his life to save Aizawa instead. Havas, he's going to commit with that Bravest Fighter, and Lanaya will just barely get out.
Oh, big blunder coming out from Dewa United. It's really sad. Oh, wait, Lanaya, still in this 2v1, still in it to win it. Is able to walk away with his life despite the 2v1.
All things considered, even trades across the board. I mean, this is still the most even game we have. Look at that. Look at the network.
Yeah, it is some scary stuff coming in from both of these teams. I mean, if Azura's guy didn't like tactically roll forward to try and take on Yutizi, maybe he could live there. But they have to be aware of Aizawa and when he uses that feathered airstrike, and they have to make sure they have a cooldown timer set, or at least type it in game when he's going to get it back up, so that at least it makes the decision making for Dewa United Esports more tempered.
Or getting teased by Game Lab right now. It's Dewa United. They're gonna be jostling for some position. Both the junglers on the bot side, as Takenaga is clearly winning out in the damage department over Lanaya. I mean, Game Lab, they're gonna start winning out this Lord. Takenaga is already here. No contest with Dewa United.
Dewa United are just waiting for that purple buff to be finished before they start walking up. Oh, it's getting close. It's dicey.
Lanaya, can he get in there in time? He's already shown up on the wall. Takenaga just so precise with the retribution. Gets the lore, and now Numina Blast charge up, connecting on the 2 target. And that is the collapse that Game Lab have been looking for. A mega kill for Aizawa. 2 members on the side of Dewa United fall, and Takenaga also loses his life.
Oh, he got very close to killing Azura Skies there, but right now he's just too strong, right? Azura Skies level 15, 5, 2, and 6. Maxed out on his items as well. It's especially if you're building full damage, you think that Lancelot would be able to go for that one shot, but it's gonna be Yuktizi who finds another trade.
I mean, he stood on top of the battle mirror image, and Yuktizi was like, "Okay,
try me."
Yeah, I mean, you think my hologram doesn't hurt?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Honestly, even Dexter technically hurts at this stage of the game.
That is a big window for Game Lab. Use the Numino Blast. Flicker into the Feather Airstrike. Just so well coordinated. Elo Hardy would die, but they have done more than enough damage. Aizawa, be careful. It's going to be flickering to safety. Elo Hardy gives his life up. Well, Dewa United at least defends the inhibitor, but that mid-tier 2 is going down.
Yep, all the outer towers should technically fall into the hands of Game Lab as they pull this back with the Lord. No, he's not going to go back in there, right? Yeah, okay. Now, as much as I would like to believe that Elo Hardy was making the right call there, he didn't really get that many battle spells out from the side of Dewa United Esports. And I mean, Azura's guys, he did take the punishment. But at least he knows Elo Hardy is not going to be able to make that same play.
Yeah, absolutely. For the next 70 seconds at least. That's enough time for the next Lord to respawn.
In the meantime, Dewa United Esports They're gonna, yep, using the Magic Sentry, very, very nice, making sure that they can open up the map safely without having to risk any bodies here, because any death would result in a free Lord for the side.
Takenaga is doing it again.
Yeah.
Sky Garden helmet first.
Yep.
And if I need a second life, I'm going to switch it out.
He's going to switch it out. He's building full damage at this stage of the game, and he has more than enough to start taking out the squishier members, especially if Azura Skies goes 1v1 against Yuktezi and blows his Winds of Nature.
Either that or Aizawa, right? And both of these guys have a 100 to 0 potential.
It's dangerous.
Takenaga bringing back the old Lancelot. Just raw, unadulterated damage. Azura Skies hiding in the brush. Takenaga is going to get challenged. Tactical roll forward. And Azura Skies, he's just going to flicker for his kill. The iframe's not enough. Azura Skies have bought some time, but can he get out of Elo Hardy's going to stun him out? Aizawa now exposed to Lanaya. Is this really the play that's going to let Devil United win the game? It really seems like it. Yuktezi pushing the envelope in the mid side. Getting this inhibitor, and Yuktezi, oh, now he's going to be trapped. Through manipulation, enough to get him out of the way. 4 dead for Game Lab.
Yep, and it's only Havas. He has to use his ult. Oh no, they don't even let him do it.
And he's gonna get jumped on. I mean, Azura Skies, my man has just won this game. Just like that for Dewa United. And in the blink of an eye, the most even game we have witnessed on this broadcast so far. Game 1 goes over to Dewa United.
Nicely played by Dewa United. They really took into account the micromechanics that needed to be stopped from the side of Game Lab if they wanted to win these situations. And they took full advantage of it, right? Looking to engage onto Havas before he can brave his fighter to clear the wave underneath the inhibitor, making sure that Lancelot doesn't have the right targets, or at least a wave to work with, allowing people like Azura Skies to flicker forward to take him on in that 1v1.
Absolute madness among all the people to make that game-winning play. You definitely did not expect a solo kill from your marksman, but Dewa United Esports. You don't give them the Kadida to ambush you, or don't worry, they'll do it with a Beatrix.
Beautiful. Honestly, Azura Sky is really, really bold, but it just shows you the power of a fully built Beatrix with Haz's Claw in comparison to full damage Lancelot. Just surprisingly was not enough.
Yeah, this is the one time that, oh, he wished he had that immortality for sure. Unlikeliest of place to die.
Unlikely place to die. But that means that Dewa United Esports doesn't seem like it was a fluke against Geek Slate here. They're 1-0 against Game Lab and might serve Game Lab the very first loss here of a best-of-3 series.
And wow, I mean, Big City Boys, they are out.
Oh man, I really wanted.
C4 Pegasus just 2-0'd them. How fast did that series end? That is the question.
I don't know. It could be one of those situations where it's like rock, paper, scissors. Some teams' play styles definitely counter other teams' play styles. You just never really know what you're going to get.
Oh, yeah. Well, we wave goodbye to the only representatives from Vietnam, Big City Boys. They are now out, joining Maharlika in the O2 pool.
Unfortunate. I really wanted to scream out Big City Boys when it was on stream, but, well, maybe another day. In this particular case, adjustments need to be made for the side of Game Lab. I think, they really need to start respecting Dewa United Esports with a lot of the movements, but you can tell that Game Lab was going a little bit more individualistically, right? I think that Dewa is really good at isolating the map, making the members who are isolated to go and start thinking for themselves and start thinking about, like, the overall abilities that need to be used. Resources that need to be blown.
The individual instincts also, right?
Exactly.
And a lot of times it was instinctual. Takenaga getting all these backline dives, and I know it definitely is a byproduct of playing together for a long time. But I think Dewa United Esports also did what Euphoria and MLBB were able to accomplish against Game Lab, is just punish all these aggressions.
Yep, absolutely.
They were sharp with that Kufra. I mean, Kufra is the bane of Game Lab right now.
Exactly, but that's not the only movements that we saw across the map that Dewa United Esports took advantage of, right? They noticed a particular habit with Havas when he's playing Lapu Lapu. If he has his ultimate, no matter what amount of HP he has, at least like, what, 10, 20% of his HP, he will look to clear the wave. And that's why you saw the best sieger in the game, Beatrix, get sent up there with a little bit of support from Lanaya to kind of set this dive up and punish Havas for not taking an early recall rather than sacrificing the tier 1.
Yeah, and this is also a game where we first see Elo Hardy play the Lolita for the first time, but he had a rough game. It really felt like he couldn't be effective because Dewa United keep blowing his flicker.
See, that's the thing, right? When you are playing something like Lolita, you have two options. Either you look to Numenon Blast and flicker to catch as many people as possible, or you're sitting around in the flank in an awkward angle to try and catch them off with a Numenon Blast. Both of which unable to be done because Dewa United very good at kind of clearing out their side of the jungle, and more importantly, they engaged really hard on Elo Hardy just to make sure that he blows his flicker.
And just, it's definitely a slightly more unorthodox way when you are of playing Aroma when you're on the Lolita, right? You're looking for opportunities in the fog of war. Lanaya with 228 gold per minute, power farming on the lane. He was behind Takenaga for a big part of the game, but man, this guy recovers so well.
He does. Lanaya with his 928 gold per minute. It's one of those numbers where it's like, man, he was sacrificing neutral objectives, but he was power farming in the meantime to stay extremely relevant for the team and kind of bolster the fact that his team was behind so he could start doing the housekeeping safely compared to throwing other members who would do it a little bit less effectively.
Hey, look at the numbers as well. Actually pretty close to one another, right? Hero damage, damage taken, total heal. Take a look at the MVP, Azura Skies, not just the match MVP, but the one who won the entire game with one solo kill.
Quite the turnaround here, right? From Azura Skies, he knew that he had the weapon mastery, so he has a lot more raw stats in comparison to this full damage Takenaga Lancelot build, and he punished him for it.
Yeah. I mean, you would not expect a Beatrix to hide in a bush far away from his team. But you look back at the replay, this is one of the best moments of the game. Just the beautiful teamfight execution.
Just a delicious combination, right? Right at the choke point as well. Great angle for Dewa United to actually fight. But this is where it got really scary, right? Like Dewa were playing on two different fronts. They ended up losing the lore, but in terms of the numbers of kills, they were able to kind of secure a good chunk of them.
And again, Takenaga just left on an island doing everything on his own. But one thing, is for certain, Takenaga very sharp with the retribution. Unfortunately, Dewa United, their decision-making in these team fights are just immaculate.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? They're playing it slow, they know they have a lot of damage, but they still are able to win out the overall trades. We saw in the final kill score as well that Dewa United Esports very confident. I mean, look at this. Azura Skies flickers forward, regroups with the rest of this team, realizes that Elo Hardy has no damage, so there's nothing to be afraid of.
And at the end, it was just... I mean, Takenaga... I would say that, for Game Lab, there were definitely some moments where it felt like it could have been done cleaner, but that one was definitely unfortunate. And also, UTC not with the team. They sent him out on a solo mission, shoving that midway.
Absolutely. I think what's great about Dewa United, they're really good at staggering the, it's not the regroup, but the respawn timers. Yeah, so that everybody comes out really awkwardly, right? One person is going to be coming back to the land of dawn at a time. But this is only game number 1 here. There is time for Game Lab to adjust, but a great showing by Dewa United Esports.
100%. And this is Game Lab back in where they were before, right? There are no strangers to this position. They were down 0-1 yesterday. But this is definitely a cleaner game from Dewa United Esports, right? They beat Game Lab in a cleaner fashion. There was no scrappy, no coin flip. There was no comeback at 30 minutes. This was just decisive.
Exactly. And especially after their match against Geek Slate, where that one looked super scrappy. They were just trading 1 for 1 as much as they possibly can until they eventually clutched it out towards the end. But this time against Game Lab, it's looking good, right? It's looking good.
Yeah, it is looking good. And honestly, I don't know if this is just a regional thing, but when the Indonesian teams show up and they play against teams from other regions, we don't see the unique picks that we see when they were playing against their own people.
Look, when they play against their own people, it's like, at the end of the day, it's about innovating. It's about trying to push the envelope of what the ceiling is for Mobile Legends in general. But as soon as we start going into these international style of tournaments and beating other regions, instantly, first thing that comes to their mind, hashtag IndoPride.
Yeah, we gotta thank Samsung Galaxy for making this a reality as well. If you want those sweet team fight moments, let me tell you that this Galaxy S23 Ultra is the best device to not only record those moments in high definition, but also allow you to create those moments with its high processing power. Share the epic and level up your game.
Yep. Be one step ahead of your opponents. Be one step ahead of the curve if you're looking for a real schmeckshy phone.
Yeah, enter the multiverse.
Enter the... All right. But for the most part, adjustments need to be made, right? I feel like even for Daewoo United, there was a couple of things that they need to be a little aware of. And number one, it's the fact that GameLab probably is going to start finding a hole. And I think one of those holes is definitely looked towards the gold lane, because there was a lot of times where we saw that GameLab was posturing for the potential dive, posturing for information, and it feels like they had a lack of information from Daewoo United, because they constantly are just playing around bushes, denying information, and as soon as you see them, they look for the engage.
It's the same as, and Daewoo United have been, at least for the first few minutes, they've been actively mirroring movements of GameLab, right? Again, like you said, towards that gold lane, but I think at one point they realized that, you know what, let's try to punish her boss. Let's punish his Lapu Lapu, and they did it very, very well. With this being a pain point for GameLab, is the focus of GameLab going to change? Or do you think they're just going to put her boss in that same position where he's playing things like Lapu Lapu, maybe the Benedetta, it's going to be dying a lot of times, but still trying to make sure that your TC comes online?
I think that's probably going to be the case. I do think that Benedetta might come out in game number 2 just because he just needs to be very elusive. He needs to be able to either sandbag the lane or just be unkillable. One or the other. And we'll see whether or not they're going to take red side, but I feel like GameLab probably should.
And if they do, I think the Fredrin suddenly becomes an option for GameLab, right? That is kind of their default punching bag whenever they feel like, wow, we can't go Lapu Lapu, there's no Benedetta. Alright, Fredrin.
Fredrin, the safe pick.
the very safe pick. Unkillable. Almost unkillable.
Almost unkillable. With that being said, the draft is going to be starting up soon. I feel like Daewoo United are going to start preparing for GameLab's adjustment. And I think a lot of that adjustment is based around whether or not the EXP is going to be elusive, or whether or not their jungler still wants to go for that full damage build.
If I remember correctly, this is not how their gaming room looked like a few months ago.
Things have changed, you know, they've upgraded themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Felt like an upgrade for sure.
Maybe it's the camera angle. Maybe it's the camera angle. I remember the camera angle being higher for sure.
Oh yes. That could be the case, right? It was the same. It was high for them and also Euphoria.
Well, if this is going to be the case, hopefully we can see laners from the side of GameLab that can actually force out priority. Daewoo United, it looks macro-wise, they're making good decisions. Team fight-wise, I think they're looking better than GameLab, actually.
And they were just preying on GameLab's instinct to start these fights. When you see the Eve, every time the big ultimates get used, it's to trap Daewoo United, well, it's to trap GameLab once GameLab realizes that they don't have enough damage to finish the job. It's always, we reel you in and then we punish your aggression. Daewoo United is going to be on the blue side this time, so we have a side swap. The bans, so far, they remain the same. Fanny and 1-1 banned out.
Alright, the big question is whether they care about... Oh, I was going to say the Valentina farm is in glue, but Daewoo United instantly answered the question. We don't want you to have this Valentina.
Honestly, I think they also have... We are also seeing a bit of a pattern, right? The bans are to punish Aizawa. The picks are to punish her boss.
Oh, okay. I like the sound of that theory. Let's see whether it's facts here for Daewoo United. As they're going into the third ban, if it is going to look to punish Aizawa, I think this is where they get rid of either Yve or they get rid of the Farmis, right? Or Glue, one or the other. I think it's Yve or Glue.
Or they can just take the Yve because they have the first pick. Are there any other priorities?
Actually, no, they just ban out the Yve, right? Because then you get Farmis, and if the opponents get Glue, it doesn't really matter. And if GameLab decide to ban out the Farmis, at least you get the Glue first pick. So I think Yve is probably... I'm making some hard guesses here with Daewoo United.
They ban the Farsa. Okay, so they ban the Farmis.
Oh, okay, so they don't mind dealing with artillery mages. Interesting, interesting. All right, so GameLab, let's see how they're going to respond to this, right?
This could allude to the Glue ban for sure. I mean, they did win the Yve into Farsa matchup, right? I mean, as a whole, so probably don't feel too worried. But for GameLab, I feel like Daewoo United probably wants that Glue ban, ideally.
And I don't think it's that bad. Honestly, even if GameLab decide, you know what, I'm going to let the Glue through, there's still plenty of options to kind of maintain to minimize the damage that Glue actually provides in the backline, being this unkillable tank that chases you down and pulls you out of position. I mean, Melissa is still available, for an example. I thought Game Lab was listening in on the cast, and they weren't going to ban out that Kaja, so now this is going to be a Glue opener for Daewoo United, I would assume?
Yeah. There are a few options to deal with Glue. I mean, aside from the farmers, we've seen tank shredders like the carry, the Melissa sometimes gets picked up, but also the Benedetta, right? If the Glue not the best at catching you, so you're looking at these proxies. Wonder if Game Lab would go for that, to go down that direction for her boss. Glue does get locked in by Daewoo.
Yeah. I'm more interested to see whether Aizawa is going to get his comfort pick in the Eve. Yes,
it has to be, right?
Yeah. As well as the Lancelot, but of course only naturally.
Only naturally, I think, unless Lancelot gets removed permanently, Takenaga is gonna always go for it first.
Exactly.
But it's pretty interesting because Game Lab, when they played Season 2, there was a long period where Lancelot was always first phase pick, and then you go in deeper into the challenge playoffs, they stopped picking Lancelot first. They put Lancelot as the 4th or 5th pick. Now they're going back to a first pick Lancelot.
I don't know whether it's because of like scrim results or how the players are feeling that day. It could be one of those outside factors for the side of Game Lab, but let's see how Daewoo United Esports is going to respond to this, right? Because since Kaja is gone, they could technically look for another suppress, or in this case, yes, the Kadita.
Oh, alright, Game Lab, they definitely had to pick their poison. It's either the Kaja or the Kadita.
That's a lot of pressure.
They're not going to make the same mistake. Kadita was banned in the 2nd phase, right? So Daewoo United just move it up the priority list.
I mean, the best part about it is the fact that it can be flexed around here, right?
Yeah.
So if Game Lab are thinking, you know what, let's ban out supports, but then it's like, but there's Kadita. Then they go back, you know what, let's ban out Mages. They look back at Daewoo United Esports' roster and it's like, but they still have Kadita.
You basically cannot hard read this, right?
Yeah, it's too difficult to hard read. It's too difficult to hard read. So I think Game Lab probably have to think about other different options here. Like, even if they do decide to give away Farsa, for an example, is it worth locking in this Grok? Now, let's keep in mind, as much as people love Grok and the fact that it has anti-CC, Grok is especially weak to magic-style damage. Well, just magic damage in general.
Yeah, and it's also... it's not easy to catch a Kadita, right? It's more maneuverable, and obviously the one-shot potential is going to be there. Game Lab banning out the Franco, that is, I mean, it's very obvious to protect Takenaga. The Arlot also finally banned out by Daewoo United.
And I'm surprised that Game Lab didn't pick up Arlot as their third pick there, but instead wanted to go for the Grok. But I mean, it's good that they have the Grok, right? The Grok also kind of fulfills the same quota that Kadita does, right? It keeps you guessing about what the roles are going to be, and if Daewoo United Esports decide, I don't want Kadita as my main mage, I want Farsa as my main mage, you already have the Grok.
Her boss does play a pretty nasty Grok.
Pretty nasty? Very nasty.
Very. Last man's going to be the Link. Yeah, a lot of respect to Lanaya.
Yeah.
But remember, he does still have the Hayabusa.
He still has the Hayabusa, but at least if Daewoo United Esports falls behind, they can't really recover from it that well, because you don't have something like a Finch Poise to kind of close the distances and cover large spaces on the map.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, Daewoo United, last man.
They're going to be looking at Havos again. Last game they banned the Yuzhong last. I'm not really sure. Do they still need the Yuzhong ban? I don't think so, right? It's not as important this game.
I don't think that it matters too much. Well, I mean, if they do decide to get rid of the Yuzhong, it does feel like they're leaning more towards picking up a Farsa, even though Grok is there anyways. But instead, they're going to be banning out the Melissa. Thank goodness. Now Glue is basically going to go around untouched.
This could feel like another Claude game for Game Lab, for your TZ. What else do we have? I mean, Beatrix is carry, I guess. That's another option, but you open yourself up to a lot of these 100 to zeros, right?
That's the thing. That's the thing. I think it's really scary. It's a bit of a gambit on either side. If they go for a short range marksman, it incentivizes Daewoo United to go for that Farsa. And yeah, so we do see the carry here. They don't want Glue to be able to walk around, but plenty of true damage free hits coming in for that carry. Should take care of him. Daewoo United Esports. Let's figure out whether this Kadita is going into the support position. Oh, wow, they don't even go for artillery mages.
It is going to go into support position. Honestly, I thought Game Lab would open with her boss's hero first, just to see, you know, maybe whether the carry is going to be a better option towards the end. But I guess it doesn't really matter, right? When you go down the list, there's not much left.
Yeah.
It's going to be Lanaya on the jungle Fredrin. Okay.
Wow, this is really interesting. Okay, so Game Lab here, what they can do, they can go for something like aggressive, hard engage, like Khalid. I think the best one is going to be Benedetta. Or if they want to start attacking the backline, try to force out early ultimates, the Yuzong kind of works in the same manner. We saw that Lapu Lapu didn't exactly provide enough for the team, so I'm guessing Benedetta is going to be the next best bet.
And yeah, and in terms of bullying the lane, at least you can go more even with the glue, right?
Oh wait, hold on. Now that I think about it, they already have the Grok, so technically...
they can still go for a roamer.
Yeah, they still can go for a roamer. Lolita isn't that bad.
Ah, there it is. There's the Benedetta.
All right, it's time for the traditional Game Lab. Hands together. You go!
There we go.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
GG easy. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't see his mouth, man.
what can you chant 3 times and sound good?
GML. I can't think of an acronym fast enough. Enter another world 3 times in a row.
That could be. That one sounds nice. All right, game number 2. We see the Havos Benedetta. We've been kind of talking about it a little bit. You know, maybe it would show up, and Game Lab finally shows it. Though Havos' Benedetta is definitely different from what we saw just now in our previous series from See You Soon. I think comparing that and what's his name again?
From which team?
From a See You Soon.
From See You Soon.
Benedetta.
Phoenix.
Phoenix, right? From
yes.
Phoenix. It's definitely a different archetype, right? Havos is more durable, lesser damage. It's all about cutting the wave, not fighting as much. But it is also a pick that we have seen getting countered. Countering the glue, I think, from the ID side last season. I want to see how it interacts again.
Well, let's find out here as we drop right into the middle of the game. Dewa United on the blue side up against Game Lab here. And I think, Husky, your predictions might actually... What? Havos died level 1? What happened? I'm looking at the EXP lane. I see both glue and as well as keys showing up into the lane.
He glued to glue. I mean... I know I say about punishing Havos, but man, this is torture.
This is hate. This is personal.
This is personal. From this point onwards, like punishing him is he makes a bad move, you kill him off. This one, he hasn't even made a move yet and he dies.
That's really, really unfortunate there. And I think they cheese them very nicely. It allows Keys to hit level 2. And in the meantime, Shinko mode, hitting level 2 for him is actually really, really big as a roamer. Because at level 1, you don't really do too much until you hit level 2.
Yeah. And I think the best part is that, I mean, Havos, she understands this matchups pretty well, right? You can eventually just outmaneuver the glue, you can proxy his wave, you can outfarm him. And by punishing Havos, you literally slow down the pace and you buy space for Dyson.
But let's keep in mind that Keys was the one who secured the kill, not the glue. So they want to make sure that Keys is strong in this mid lane because he will be able to outpush basically any mage in the game in the earlier stages thus far.
And he's been able to already do that. I mean, Aizawa getting absolutely out-traded. Makes sense early on, you just don't have enough to deal with the dark matter. Shackle mode, it's going to be in danger. Takenaga showing up. He has already recovered most of his health. Takenaga uses the puncture. A couple more auto attacks will be there to petrify the knockup. Might have enough damage, but Takenaga finds the iframe, and then Azura Skies can't follow up.
Okay, Yuk TZ was playing his life there, making sure that he was adjusting according to where Azura Skies is going to be. They could dive this, but no, Takenaka doesn't have a wave. He's going to focus on stealing camps.
Turtle does go over to Deva United. They took the opportunity to secure it. And you can see Havos starting to proxy the waves. And that will draw Shackle Mode onto the top side, right? You want to continue pressuring Havos. Ooh, the knockup does miss. But you still have Lanaya there. Havos, the eye for an eye. Just like, I mean, this guy is so smooth.
So
how does he does it?
I don't know how sharp. I don't know. Maybe he drinks a lot more Monster Energy drink than I do.
100%. He reacts really fast.
But in the meantime, while all this was happening, Dewa United Esports forcing the vertical jungling out of Game Lab. They've invaded the top side of the map, took away that orange buff, and Game Lab has to just respond by doing the same.
And Hardy finally hitting the level 4 as well. Trying to help out Azura's guy is going to be there. Not an easy target to go on though. Takenaga late to the party, so this is already a done deal. I don't think they can get engaged.
Yeah, I mean there was an opportunity for Elo Hardy to try and force out a flicker from Azura Skies there, but Not
It
yet.
did force out the flicker from Aizawa.
Yeah, that's true. Havas proxying the wave as per usual. Will hit his level 6 off of this. 46 more seconds until the turtle is going to show up. I want to see whether GameLab is making a play somewhere across the map.
It's going to be top side is going to be a dead lane for sure, as long as Havas is going to be around. Will be with his team right now. And the Petrify is back up, but he doesn't have his ult.
I mean, there's nothing to really fight for, right? And like even Dewa United recognize this. They're like, there's no. Oh,
Wild Charge used. It's a good disengage from Elo Hardy. 4 members of Dewa United showing bot side as Havas goes back up top to deal with the proxy from Dyson.
okay, so this is great. With Elo Hardy, by the time the turtle spawns, he's going to have about like 20 seconds, 20 if not less than 20 seconds left on the Wild Charge to come back up. But in the meantime, oh man, Dixon, he's so
Yeah, Takenaga secures the orange buff. Havas looking for a flank angle, or at least looking for something. Turtle started up very quickly by Lanaya as this glue is keeping Takenaga at bay, so the turtle once more will belong to Dewa United.
Yeah, Takenaga kind of struggling to get onto the pit here. Gives it up entirely.
I mean, Dyson, he's single-handedly stopping 2 members of GameLab.
And this is why teams don't like letting Glue through, or that's why Farmis is such an important pick. Oh wait, Shackle mode.
Wants to use the ultimate to get away. Elo Hardy, good wild charge on the 2. Now with the RWM, finding the kill in the Shackle mode and keys. Finally, GameLab gets something.
A beautiful Nature's Barrier there to cut off Tri-Brush, knowing that the Ocean Oddity was already down, and knowing that the Rough Waves was going to time out, forcing them to have to take a 1-second detour and punishing them for it.
The Naya showing up to the show late, but it's Elo Hardy on the ground. Not much that they can do if Takenaga even taking the orange buff away. They will try to get something done, but Takenaga just too mobile. And again, another good Nature's Barrier to stop Shackle mode.
Elo Hardy and Yuktizi are just waiting for somebody to overextend, and even Lanaya. Oh, the solo kill onto Havas down by bot side.
Hey, Dyson did have to use the flicker, but the solo kill still nonetheless very valuable. Elo Hardy also goes down.
Yeah, honestly, Keys is just controlling the mid lane so very well, right? And especially if there's somebody who can enable him even more. With the Mystery Shop as well, he's got more than enough damage built inside of him. He just needs a partner.
While that was happening, Azura's guys pushed the entire bot tail one down, and Yuktizi is going to be here to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big gang. Yuktizi dashes forward, dodges the majority of the damage from his Beatrix. Elo Hardy will be there, but fortunately, he's not going to be there anytime soon. Havas, the I-49, dodges the damage from the Appraisal's Wrath, surviving because of that. My Takenaga looking for something, but GameLab just does not have enough damage.
Yep, and this 5v4 down by the spot side is great for Dewa United Esports, right? They have that glue pushing up on that top side. They have taken both side lane tier 1s, and now they just need to crack open mid tier 1.
Takenaga against Lanaya, he's dealing virtually just not much damage. iFrame's gonna be there, he still gets rooted down, glued to the ground. Takenaga able to use the dash resets to get out as Elo Hardy and Havas will show up. Lanaya might be the target as Havas. He's looking for some sort of that entry. Keys is gonna be there, but he does have to purify and then Black Shoot. Elo Hardy able to flicker away. Turtle secured by the side of Lanaya, and they end up losing Elo Hardy again. Black Shoot used by Keys, regained most of his health. And GameLab, they don't have much to follow up as Shackle mode also gets away. Aizawa barely making it out with his life. Takenaga straight to the back looking for Shackle mode. And the Rough Waves getting him out of there. And Voss still on the chase, finally cuts him down, but Takenaga might end up getting sacrificed to puncture. Enough distance gain to keep him alive, and Havas will get out of here as well.
Unlucky, Azura's Eyes didn't change his weapon in time. He was still holding Wesker. If he was holding Nibiru, those bullets would have homed in on his target. Doesn't matter the range, as long as the auto attack came out before he leaves his line of sight. Nicely done there by GameLab to try and pull it back, but Dewa United still in this lead, and I think the tech, hopefully this hasn't really affected the overall gameplay. We'll iron out these tech issues.
Yeah, and especially, again, I think GameLab was the one who called for a pause. So hopefully things are all good over there. I mean, yesterday they also unfortunately had, I think, like 2 pauses in their series, right?
Maybe they were disrespecting Dewa United and like, okay, I'm bringing out the Samsung. Just give me a,
oh,
give me a moment.
Havas is going to do it again. No. I mean, they could have made this easier if they just use it from the beginning, but no. Wait until you are... When everything is on the line, that's where they whip out the big boys.
That's when they whip out the big boys. But in the meantime, I think we can start talking about the way Daewoo United are actually kind of overcoming Game Lab here, right? They found a lot of good punishments on Havas, and especially with that getting solo killed, the early cheese to put him behind, then the solo kill to guarantee lane dominance, and now with this Lilia pick, I am loving it so much, right? I would have expected an artillery mage very typically, but man, the early aggression and the way that they can kind of just peel away the Game Lab members as soon as they dive.
And Lakis has been also stopping Aizawa from making meaningful moves early on, right? He constantly has to do with the shove, and you don't get to outshove the Lilia in any capacity.
Not yet, not yet. Not until we see some better items from Aizawa. But so far, I think based on his item build, he's only got the Queen's Ice Queen wand. Lancelot. Oh wait, Takanaga actually going for the defensive build this time.
I mean, he's learned his lesson. Don't want to get 5-shotted by Beatrix again. That's how he has been surviving.
Yeah.
Didn't think of that. Okay, he's caught out Black Shoes used just in time. Now Lanaya comes in. Counter engage is going to be there. RWM finding a trade. So 1-for-1. Elo Hardy is the price that they pay. Havas not doing too good. Azura's guy has been... Wesker almost absolutely blowing Havas' face off.
Oh man, if he was able to get Wesker off, Wesker ult off in time, I think he should have been able to get the kill, but Havas already created too much distance. Even Nibiru's passion coming out there? Alright, alright.
Yes, just in case Havas dashes into him.
I mean, even if he does, Venice Rage comes out, clears out the wave, it's tough. Havas is not going to find any space on this side, but if you look at the gold earned here, Azura Skies as well as Dyson looking massive.
Yeah, and then you look at both the Romans, right? Not the wealthiest. Athena shield first item for the Grog, so you don't get one-shotted by Kadira and the Lilia, but you also have the Genius one already for Shackle mode. Top side, 2v2, Azura Skies will show up to match. It's easy. He's a full level ahead of this carry.
Oh, but look at the reinforcements coming in here from Daewoo United.
Elo Hardy completely missing that. Oh, just had the flicker. He might be sacrificed though. I don't know what Game Lab could do to save him. Elo Hardy, yeah, I mean, he goes down.
Yeah, if you're going to wild charge, you have to commit everything to it, man. And the tough part is when you do lose that flicker, you run out of ways to... Oh wait, hold on. Shake him out. Oh, he's still alive.
While that was happening, Daewoo United will start working on the Lord. Havas, he's very deep in. Be careful, Shaco mode. Brought down low, the Petrify is going to be there. Havas getting outplay actually, but still dashes out with the Electro final blow as this Lord dangerously low. Takinaga doesn't have the damage build, so he's taking a while to whittle down this Lord. It's going to be a flip. Takinaga is going to hit that level, hit the level 12 actually. Lanaya still losing out the Retrify, even though he hit that level 12 in time. Not that it matters though, Daewoo United still finds 2 kills.
Yeah, they still find 2 kills, and now the conversion is here. If Game Lab can protect this mid-tier 1, the jungle might have some gold to work with.
Aizawa had the flicker because of the glue showing up. Just like that, Daewoo United will get this mid-tier 1. I don't know if you want to stay there if you're Elo Hardy. Yeah, it's best to back off. How much can Game Lab get out of this? I don't think too much.
Yeah, not too much yet, but let's keep in mind that Daewoo United Esports are only 2K ahead, and again, this Lord push is basically non-existent for Game Lab. A majority of their members are still down. However, in terms of the timings, right, of when the minions actually spawn, it should mean that Daewoo United Esports will be able to clear these waves before it does any irreversible damage.
Yuktisi was giving Lanaya a massage just now. I honestly thought it would be a lot more true damage. Yeah, United gathering mid-side again. Lanaya pushing up top. And woo!
Azura Skies is scaling fast.
Oh, he is.
He's scaling really fast. How many items does he actually have? Okay, BOD, Malefic Roar, and then 2 Legion Swords. Okay. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, Haas Paw. Now there's 3 items. Haas's Paw done.
Alright, so Shaco Mode ends up dying there. Doesn't use the Petrify, but there's nothing to really fight for, right? There's no conversion coming in from Game Lab. So that's why Shaco Mode is trying his absolute best to kind of like maintain that speed. Yuktisi finally getting his 3rd item here. Now he's got damage, but how does he get into the fight?
Oh, engaged in the jungle. Wild Charge only standing until Lanaya. Meanwhile, fortunately for Aizawa, he got caught out. They just dive him. Game Lab able to pull the attention of Daewoo United apart. And in return, Havos gets this mid tier 1.
I think, Game Lab have kind of shifted the way they look at the game. It's not about team fighting anymore because Dewa United Esports have been doing it a lot better than them. So now it's about macro, right? Getting that advantage, trying pulling away members, especially Shikomo, who has been quite the thorn in Game Lab's side.
You can say the same for Takinaga, who is who brought Dewa United for kind of a walk in the park. I mean, Game Lab did lose the bot tier 2 though, so the map pretty even for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, 4 structures to 4 structures. 1 Lord compared to 3 Turtles. United Esports. They gotta start diversifying here, right? They can't just be giving Game Lab all the space.
Game Lab will call dips on the Lord first. Avos runs into a trap, he's dead.
Unlucky. Uses the eye for an eye slightly early. And Shaco Mode taking full advantage of it. Delayed on that petrified Lord is going to spawn. Game Lab is 1 man down. Takanaga, he's going to have to try and get his 50-50 down once again.
And the fact that her boss went down means that the way to start shoving it again, right? You basically just kind of messed up the equilibrium in your favor. Dewa United start working on this Lord. Azura Skies, they can try and check the brush. Sees Takinaga. Bottom wave is stacking up for Game Lab. They still want to contest this Lord. Flicker in, wild charge, Elo Hardy all alone. Azura Skies forced away from the fight. Might be an opening for Game Lab, but Dewa United, they're gonna come in from the back. Shekomon again finding Yuktizi. Takinaga, can you steal the Lord again? Oh! No, the most important retribution goes the favor of Lanaya, and Dewa United finally takes the control of the game.
That's so unlucky. The position of the Lord was blocking the visual cue for the knockup, and unfortunately, that means that Takanaga got knocked out by the Lord itself, working against him.
Seems like today, Fate is not on Game Lab's side. They gotta defend this. TZ is back in 2 seconds, but Dewa United Esports can look to do heavy damage to the base. Havos dancing with death. Elo Hardy doing the same. Wild Charge out to safety. Yuktizi back in action. Takinaga also back to life. The knockout is going to be there to petrify. And they found Yuktizi again. Shackle mode on the Kadita. Name me a better combo. Dewa United wipe Game Lab off the face of the Land of Dawn. And it's a game-winning fight. Dewa United Esports 2-0 over Game Lab.
Oh my goodness. Dewa United Esports take the win 2-0. A clean sweep against Game Lab here. Hats off to these boys. Mechanically gifted, but they are a different beast in these team fights. Disgusting coordination.
14 minutes and 9 seconds. Absolute destruction through and throughout.
Oh boy, I do think that Game Lab adapted a little late into that game, but Dewa United closed it out nice and clean. They're like, okay, you can have the very first Lord. We're going to keep on farming you. And Keys especially was quite the standout.
Yeah, Keys and Shakomo, right? That means the way that they are finding these openings is nasty.
Really
Havos didn't get to play the game at all. This poor man.
Brutal. Brutal indeed. I'm just like looking at the items in the corner of my eye here. Shackle mode. How does he do it? How does he get these timings down, right? Because again, it's all about working with the passive of Kadita. And I think, a lot of the times when he's going in and receiving that damage, as long as he's able to do a little bit back, that's when you start to see him pull away, heal back 50% of his HP, and then slip into the night.
And you look at the members of Game Lab, it felt so hard for them to get anything done, right? Yuktizi not able to dish out damage because if he shows up, Shakomo just blows him up. They even struggle to get through the front lines. The Clue was diving the back. Lanaya, he refused to move from his position in these team fights.
He really doesn't, right? He is an absolute anchor for the team. I think both Keys and Shakomo provide so many different angles to kind of approach the playstyle of Game Lab. Number one, that early level 1 cheese with Dixon as well. Dixon, as well as Keys to punish her boss, get that early level 2, and immediately the mid lane is done for, right?
I wish we could see that, right? Because, it happens so fast. I bet our OBs are like, oh, okay, first blood, all right. But that is something that I think is kind of that rabbit out of the hat moment. A lot of teams can learn from, right? We hyper-fixate on artillery mage, and Dewa United was like, no. We have another plan. You gave us the glue. We have a strong level 1 poke. Let's bring in someone that can burst you.
Exactly. And oh man, I love seeing great Lilia players because they have so much control. The resource management is important, but when they hit so hard. They draw a line in the sand, and then Lanaya steps over the line and says, I'm going to anchor here. You boys keep on fighting. I'll lock them down for as long as I can.
16-6, my god. I mean, yesterday we had 18-6, but Game Lab won that one.
Yeah.
This one, a complete shutout.
Absolute destruction here. Well done to Dewa United Esports. Definitely going on the radar for a lot of teams after this. Even though I will say that Takanaga was still playing a solid game, eventually out-leveling Lanaya towards the later stages of the game. As you can see by the number of orange and purple buffs he was able to secure for himself. But in terms of just the neutral objectives, all three turtles fell into the hands of Lanaya, where the early game was their strongest point, and towards the later stages after mid, that's when you see Dewa United really kind of pick up the pace.
In game 1, all the turtles went over to Takanaga, didn't matter. In game 2, Takanaga got the Lord, the most important one. He lost out. Very, very... It's a very sad moment for Game Lab, but this is just their first loss. So there's still a lifeline for them tomorrow. When you look at the overall stats, it's just Azura Skies, the MVP. MVP in game 1, the one who took out Takanaga for the game win, and in game 2 playing another flawless match on this Beatrix.
Really nasty Beatrix player. I mean, you could see that he was going around untouched throughout game number 1 as well as game number 2 until the very end, when you see Game Lab shift their perspective on who's the most important people to take out of the fight.
At that point, it was a bit too late, right? Because Takanaga was the only one who could get to the back. He looks behind him, his team was getting harassed by a blob of this pink slime. You have Lanaya just not budging from his position. It's Takanaga. I mean, as funny as it sounds, imagine if he had full damage.
Unironically,
right? Oh man.
We're like, the man is so greedy. And this is like one of those times where, man, I kind of wish he was greedy. There's no winning for Takanaga, I feel.
There's no winning for him. He has had a rough series. I mean, he played out of his mind. Let's get that out of the way. He played as best as he could, but Dewa United just shut them out, honestly.
Yeah, man. Dewa United was just forcing Game Lab into Jackie Chan Adventures, just being bad day, the whole entire time.
Ran them down the entire 10 mile, and of course that Lord was basically the end of the game for Game Lab. There's nothing that they could do already. The entire 2 games, they were just punishing her boss, but also Elo Hardy. On the Lolita, he was getting pushed and shoved around, but on this Grok, first item Athena Shield, all thanks to Shackle Mode, who was killing him. I mean, you don't see a Roma bursting another Roma.
Exactly, and that's why my eyes are set on both Keys as well as Shackle Mode. They work well together, they work amazingly apart, they somehow have this natural connection with each other, and especially with the way that Shackle Mode actually plays the Kadira, extremely unique and very, very elusive.
And now we understood how Dewa United Esports beat Geekslate yesterday in that 2-1. I mean, they are a cut above Game Lab. So we say that Game Lab, this is a test for them to see how far they can shoot. For now, this is the ceiling.
Absolutely, but very excited for Dewa United here. It looks like it wasn't, it wasn't a fluke against Geekslate. They're definitely contenders here. Might be able to kind of take out some of the bigger teams later on.
Yeah, with how scrappy the series was, right? It's like a Baloyski, a 0-13 Saber against a Hayabusa. Today you get to see something more interesting. For this series between Alter Ego X and Logic Esports is Alter Ego X with a 2-0 victory.
Alright, so that means Alter Ego is going to be able to make it into the next round. And
the Academy boys.
The Academy boys, they're looking, I mean, the last time we saw Alter Ego, the full, main roster, that was, I would hope that AEX does a lot better than that show match.
I mean, it was a show. Oh, they threw away, I don't know, like $30,000 or something. Yeah, they threw away a lot of money. But that means Logic Esports, I believe, are eliminated from the tournament. That was the elimination match.
Yeah, you're right. It was the elimination match here, especially within the 3rd rounds of these best of 3s. Woo! Man, we are losing a lot of teams.
Yeah, we are bleeding out a lot of teams really fast.
Really quickly. Oh boy.
Unironically, in a social setting, people want a system to work But when the system works, you start to realize that, okay, I don't want it to work actually. It's way too much.
Why can't people isolate during the COVID times? And when they actually do it, it's like, man, this really sucks.
Yeah, where's my business? You know, like I can't make money. You know, like, my business is shutting down. I can't get my loans. You know, and there's no winning. There is no winning.
Tough times. But for Daewoo United, they're going to take this win and they're going to keep running with it. So far, perfect score on their hand. If it wasn't for Snapdragon Elite Gaming, I don't know where they would be right now. Because when winning matters, you see Daewoo United lifting up their phones and be like, thank God it's a Snapdragon Elite Gaming phone.
Yeah, thank God it's a Snapdragon chipset in their phone. And that phone is 100% going to be the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. I mean, we say a lot that, you know, Havas and the rest of Game Lab have that phone. Daewoo United, they also have it, right? So it's no longer a phone gap, it's a performance gap. It is just team gap. In this case, the Galaxy S23 Ultra allow everyone to unleash the beast within their performance in-game.
Yeah. Oh, wait. It looks like I'm getting a text, and it looks like, oh, revealed information that Daewoo United Esports all unleashed the beast this time by bathing in Monster Energy drink. We've heard about people being made out of 80% Monster Energy drink, but bathing in it, that's a new one.
Yeah, I'm going to let my skin absorb that later on, because I drank a can today, but I know how I can elevate my performance. But I need to buy a lot of Monster Energy drink, right? And I just recently discovered a way to get it to my doorstep tomorrow if I order it today. And that is with DHL, who are also running the FEBot Dash Cup at esl.gg/FEBot. You can win up to 5,000 euros if you just participate in it.
You know what's really funny? If you win the FEBot tournament and get the 5,000 euros, you're not only able to buy the phone, pay for the packaging, and get a carton of Monster Energy drink whenever you basically want. You can do that like multiple times as well. International shipping just for the fun of it.
100%. You even get more out compared to some of these teams, right? You know, do it the smart way. That is my tip to everyone out there. Coming up, our last best of 3. This one's going to be a doozy, an elimination match. Sia Esports taking on MAB.
This is going to be an exciting one. After MAB's crushing loss against Game Lab, maybe they get some kind of joy to see them lose to Daewoo, but this time, they're playing for their own lives.
Yeah, they're definitely playing for their own lives. We wanted to see a potential rematch, right?
Oh my God, wait a minute.
Game Lab to lose and MAB to win. There is a chance if MAB wins this series, but that will be relying on them to make it happen. And if they somehow make it towards the very end, the challenge finals, you will get to see them at the Istora Senayan Jakarta from 21st to 23rd July. Tickets are on sale right now, starting at 20,000 rupiah. You can check them out and get your purchase at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets.
Yep, be part of the event because this is a movement that you guys don't want to be left out from.
We're gonna go for a short break, but when we come back, it's the last set of the day. Elimination series between Sia Esports and MLBB Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
From the dark horse, if you love the turquoise, the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. EG, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there. and see the world.
I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I show you right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I show you right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
we've been witnessing 3 consecutive SmackDown series today, and hopefully the last one is going to give us the kick that we need to close out the second day in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. My name is Husky. Alongside me again is my good friend Gideon Q, and we're going in hot this time. Elimination Series. We're going to be officially eliminating a team on broadcast. This one between CI Esports and MLBB.
Yep, we're going to literally witness murder here, as one of these teams are not going to be making it to the next day. It's all or nothing between both Zia as well as MLBB. Now, Zia, on the other hand, not too much information going around with them, but the fact is that they are currently at, what, 0-1 right now?
Yeah, they're 0-1, and maybe also 0-1. They're both, what do we call it, on the same boat. Is that how you say it?
Yep. That's the way to put it.
There's a hidden storyline, right? If MLB wins this, there's a chance we see them against GameLab rematch. They will have to make it happen with their own hands. I believe CI Esports, I don't remember who CI Esports played yesterday. Hold on, let me find out. CI Esports, they played TNC Pro Team yesterday, and they were able to take 1 game off of TNC Pro Team. So this could be an indicator of how the series is going to go in a bit, but let's check out the updated bracket.
All right, let's look at the updated bracket right now and get all the information that we need. We have 4 already eliminated teams, and it's really hard to say. I would love to see more of these teams actually and check out some of their games, but unfortunately only the best of the best are going to move on. We've already finished our 2-0 segment here. All the slots have been filled up there. These are the 8 teams that you have to keep your eyes on. In terms of the 1-1, we still have 4 slots left.
And we thank the 4 teams that have been a part of this but are eliminated. So Maharlika Esports, Logic Esports, Big City Boys, and Alchemy SG, the first 4 to go. If it makes them feel better, 4 more teams will join them on the cruise ship that we send them off on later on. But we thank them for being a part of this. It has been a pleasure.
It has been quite the pleasure here. Hopefully we get to see at least 1 Singaporean team make it into the next day. We
just need
1 eliminated. Yeah, one of them. Both of them are going to be playing at the same time here, but we don't know what the results are going to be. But let's address the matter at hand here. So yeah, they are not going to let MLBB just walk away with this.
I mean, TNC Pro Team yesterday, they did they play? Yeah, so they did beat CI Esports 2-1, but just now they did lose against EVOS Icon, but it's also a 2-1 series, right? They lost 1 to the EVOS Icon. So TNC Pro Team, definitely no pushover. The fact that Xia can push them to a 3-game series is indicative of what they can bring to the table, as they will take on MLBB in our highlighted match today. But for those who are interested in the other series, we have SMG Singapore taking on Bigatron Beta, Evo against T-Max, and Hello Heli against Nightmare Esports.
All right. So we're going to see our last couple of Singaporean teams battle it out. Both are Malaysian teams here playing within the same set. Bigatron Beta, T-Max, and as well Nightmare Esports. And let's see how they perform here. Definitely going to be more of the favorites overall. However, CI Esports versus MLBB. What a match this is going to be.
And the Evo against T-Max will be interesting also, right? Because Cambodia against Singapore, you don't get to see this every single day. SMG Singapore against Bigatron Beta, that is also going to be a nail-biter. The last one though, I think that could also be kind of the 50-50, right?
It is a bit of a 50-50.
Hello Heli against Nightmare Esports, well, a lot to look forward to. But of course, the teams are looking forward to win this and still survive for 1 more day to make it into the neutral bracket, because we will have 16 teams there. We just need to fill out the remaining 4 slots.
Well, in this matchup, hopefully, after seeing MLB play yesterday, there's a lot of hope for them. You know, they were able to kind of go toe-to-toe, and just closing out the game was one of their bigger problems. But looking at Xia and the history, in the history of the teams, the record they've been playing so far, big names, and able to take a game off them as well.
It's the same scenario as GameLab having to play Dewa United, who took a game off of Geeks, who beat Geeks League yesterday, right? So if history repeats itself, I think MLBB, they're going to be put on the back foot. But you know, their lovely analyst is here in the studio with us. He probably has done some homework. We saw him hard at work. You know, he's talking to the boys on the phone. Hopefully, it's enough prep to drag MLBB over the finishing line.
Hopefully, that's going to be the case here. Then again, we never know what the storyline is going to be, and for all we know, Xia might just completely sweep MLBB, and they have either hidden strats or they've always been the prime team all along.
Yeah. So after GameLab dropped the series, we were like, oh, okay, so GameLab beat us in that fashion, but they lost to Dewa United in that fashion. and maybe might have a chance, maybe that's a boost of confidence. Must be nice seeing Game Lab lose like that if you're an MLBB fan. But let's talk about their enemies first. Sia Esports on your screens right now, the 5-man who were able to put up a decent fight yesterday against TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, exciting stuff here. Let's look at the roster here once again and remind you guys who they have in the lineup. It's Ken, Loisa, Zay, Ben, and as well as Aries.
And this is a team from the Philippines. Also, Sia Esports didn't come in here, getting through invitation. They had to fight tooth and nail through the open qualifiers, the second open qualifiers, in fact. So they were kind of the second batch coming into this. But I mean, for the Philippines, first batch, second batch, they all have their own repertoire, right? They all have high skill ceilings.
Absolutely. That's why the region of the Philippines is just daunting in general, and the competitors that come out of them never are underestimated by the regions around them. So keep your eyes out for Sia Esports. We're trying to look for habits, how they play the game, how their outlook on the game, and the overall principles that they live by.
And I think, coming into this as a kind of an unknown factor, a team that is not easy to research, right? Not much data out there unless you are looking at the qualifier games or looking at yesterday's VOD against TNT Pro Team. I think for MLB Esports, coming in a little bit blind, but what MLB Esports showed yesterday is they also know how to push the envelopes. Let's see if these 5 men can do it. Siska, RanQT, Detto, Saurus, and Zeph.
Now, this team is extremely young, with Zeph and Detto being the veterans, technically the veterans, having played in MPL before. Saurus, RanQT, and as well as Siska, all of them very, very fresh, very, very young, but they've got mechanics for days.
I'll tell you, Saurus is the freshest member on the side of MLB Esports, but he performed out of this world yesterday, even in the game that they lost against Game Lab. I mean, Saurus was definitely made a highlight for himself, and the good news is we finally get to see what this man looks like, because yesterday he was a mystery character with unblocked Saurus.
With unblocked Saurus, we finally decide to reveal him here. Oh boy, I'm nervous for MLB Esports, obviously, because yes, they are going to be my Malaysian brethren, but I do think that the Philippines is just a strong region in general, and yeah, Esports. Here's the thing, right? Even though that we may not know them internationally, locally in the Filipino circuit of the multiple Tier 2 tournaments that they actually have going on at the same time as the SPS, there are names and a lot of names, player names in specific, to be specific, that are being hinted out here.
Especially if you qualify into the Open Finals and you are from the Philippines, that's already very indicative of the skill levels that you have, right? In this case, I think for the side of Sia Esports, they will be feeling really confident coming into this. I mean, they had to play against a MPL Pro team yesterday. And they were able to draw blood.
They were able to draw a lot of blood. So maybe Esports, it's kind of tough to give a power ranking of where these two teams stand here. Hopefully, we get a little bit of an idea through their actual draft, and maybe see a little bit of the gameplay coming in from Zia to see where they're prioritizing or how they've actually prepared for MAB.
Yeah. And I think if they did watch the MAB VOD, they see that MAB was one of the teams that pulled out the Mincetar, right, at the very end. And we saw MLBB, they also have a lot of that, initiative, those in the early to mid game calls, but they had the same problem as Game Lab yesterday, which is just not being able to close out a game.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to just converting lane advantage into something a little bit more. And every time we've seen MAB decide to play the Beatrix, their siege comps have been working out well through early to mid, but closing it out, as you mentioned before, quite the struggle. So I think if Zia is looking to punish them in any way possible, probably going to be looking towards that gold lane. Obviously, Brody is something is a little noteworthy, but not the end of the world.
And I think at the same time, it's also Detto, right? Another target that Zia Esports would need to put a bullseye on, because Detto played 2 flawless games yesterday. Even in the one that they lost, this guy went deathless.
Yeah, his Farsa kind of nasty with it. I do want to see how deep Detto's pockets are actually. Can he play the Lilia? Can he play the Kadita? Can he play all the other meta mages that we've seen so far in the tournament?
Yeah, we've seen 4 of them? He played for 5. Farmis,
yeah, 5 plus
Farmis, Lilia, the 3 artilleries.
The 2 artilleries.
The 2 artilleries and Valentina.
Oh yeah, Valentina.
So that's 5, right? And Xavier, we actually saw Xavier yesterday. So we've seen 6 mages.
6 mages all together.
Kadita doesn't count because that one was.
I mean, does it really not count? Does it really
7
not count?
mages. We've seen 7 mages. Okay, 1 flex. Okay.
I would love to see Natan to make another argument there because he does magic damage technically.
That is true.
But with that being said, well, I think that there's going to be a very strong focus on what the support, as for MAB, they want to counter pick with their support option. This is one of the patterns that I've seen so far, especially from Zep, the way that he played yesterday. It seems very evident that that's going to be the case today.
And MLBB also are willing to trade picks, right? They're willing to let GameLab get Lancelot, for example. They're the strongest pick, and they come up with a solution to that. It has been a very good workaround in MAB's favor, but I want to hear what the fans have to say. I know a majority of them are going to be from the Philippines, but let's start a war. Philippines against Malaysia. Who is going to win this? Only one team can make it out alive.
Yep, cast your votes in the Twitch chat as soon as you can, and make sure you have your pride ready for you, because that's what's on the line here today between these two teams.
I love it when the people argue in chat. You got to see the passion.
You see the passion. I don't know. I've been doing this for a while. I've seen it usually revolves around the same things, you know?
Yeah, people's families.
No, just the Lang Malakas or like Evos Roar, Viva RRQ, you know, the usual stuff.
Oh, really? You know, the ones that you see are pretty tame. The ones I see are some bit of a verbal violence.
Look, the chat goes really, really fast here. But our predictions obviously are going to be a little bit more biased towards MAB because that was the match that we watched, and they also happen to be Malaysian. It's only understandable. Yeah, get on with it. But Zia Esports under a very big microscope here, because will they be able to unleash the beast?
Yeah, and speaking about unleashing the beast, we do have Monster Energy to thank for this. They have improved my eyesight just by juicing me up, and I had the Ultra Go, and I had a really, really good time looking at things that normal people might not be able to
pick out.
Yeah, so
man, I didn't know that. You've been drinking it from a young age, because I know I was drinking Monster Energy drink at a young age, and thoughts the glasses.
We've been discovering a lot of way people integrate Monster Energy into their life. You have 80% of it. Your blood is Monster Energy. You bathe with Monster Energy.
Bathe with yeah. And now you drink it when you're young, so that you don't have to wear glasses in the future.
Yeah.
But of course, everybody knows this, right? Totally.
Yeah. Who eats carrots?
Who eats carrots nowadays? I can't wait until we escalate this joke even further. But until then, hopefully we get to see the draft as soon as possible, because I do want to see what Zia generally likes to play, how they want to kind of attack the map.
And to be fair to MAB also, they were able to do a lot more prep against MAB, because we literally have so much records of GameLab playing their games, right? From last season until yesterday. But for Zia Esports, there's lesser archives for them to sift through. Can they, will they be able to make these, what do you call, smart judgments?
Smart judgments, good calls,
correct
calls.
Something along the lines.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to game sense half the time, right? Before the call is even made, you kind of have a rough idea of what you want to do. The call just gives you the ignition to just go for it. But with 40 seconds left on the clock here, before we go into our upcoming match here, is there anything that you want to see from both of these teams? Do you want MAB to change their overall play style? Are you looking for a particular hero?
I think aside from what you mentioned, the deep pockets of Deto's hero pool, I want to see MLB just be a bit more decisive, right? Closing out the games and escalating the lead. That was what gave us 2 comeback games yesterday from GameLab. From CR side, I just want to see how they play a game of Mobile Legends in front of my eyes.
Oh, yo, all blue lit all across the board.
They already won. That's it. They got the they got the style. Look at that background.
Look at that background as well. That is
sick.
Nice. That is nice. I like the room a lot here.
It is giving me some Warcraft 3 vibes.
Just straight up the Alliance. Yeah. Alliance colors.
It's either that or they are with the Lich King.
One or the other. I'll take it.
King Arthur.
Take it. Oh boy. Getting deep into the lore here. But I think more importantly, I hope that Zia Esports is on the blue side.
I hope so too.
Yeah, because it would be very contradicting if they were on the red side, unless they go to the red side and they change the lights too.
I hope that could be doable, right? I mean,
that'd be dope.
That'd be dope. Depending on which side they're on, I want them to pick heroes corresponding to the colors. So how many blue heroes do we have? With Harith, we have Kadita.
There is
with Leslie.
Eudora, Leslie's like a bit of... Right. Yeah, Mia is a lot better.
Eudora.
Yeah. Mia, Eudora, all the good stuff.
Like that's some shade of red at the very corner. But this looks really, really cool.
Nice. Nicely done. All right, let's see them get into the draft here. I want to see the picks. I want to see what they want to prioritize.
I want to see Mincetar again.
You want to see Mincetar again? Well, you better hope that like either Arla or Joy get through.
That is true.
There's gotta be like a reason for it. You don't want to play Mincetar with nobody that dashes.
I mean, just play it for the hook, right? But this is a serious thought that I've been having. Right? I know certain heroes get picked because they have very specific situations, right? But what if you just pick it for what it provides?
So you would rather having a Mincetar over a Franco where like no matter who you hit, you're gonna pull them back, or you're trying to greed out with a Mincetar that only stuns at the edge of the spear but pulls everybody in that line.
You know what? I take it back.
Because the problem is,
I get your point.
Right?
Like,
there's always that problem where it's like, obviously you want to grab the things that have benefits
you
to your team.
Grab what you need, right?
Exactly. There's always going to be a hero that does it better. What happened to the blue light?
It's gone. Well, they're on the blue side at least. So Fanny Farm is 1-1 Joy. Very standard bans. Teams have been more willing to trade the Joy and Farmers today. And there it is, the respect ban on the Mincetar.
Man, how many analysts does Esports have to do all that research to just
I'm telling you, man, they
games?
see this one Mincetar game and they're like, alright, no Mincetar for the
No Mincetar, please. No Mincetar. Or this could be a potential setup for Kent to actually get the R-Lot, but that's assuming that MLBB Esports gives it over to them. And I think, yes, they can. If they want R-Lot, please take it. Having Farmers and Mincetar on our side, I'll take it.
I mean, there's the Kaja that MLBB needs to consider it as well, right?
Yes,
teams are more willing to. Okay, they all go through. There we go.
Alright.
Do you want the Kaja,
Kaja
or the
for
R-Lot?
sure.
Kaja, right? Like, you have to go for the Kaja.
Kaja is just way too good. It fits in every single composition. Oh wait, I messed up earlier saying the Mincetar. No, actually,
Mincetar is banned.
It is already banned out here. So it's the glue as well as the Farmers. But see how Esports, Kaja, come on. Are we
It has to
going
be
for
Kaja, right?
I mean, we're making a lot of assumptions here. Maybe Zia Esports have already thought a little bit further down the line. I don't
Valentina,
know.
right? That could be an option also.
See, that's the thing, right? There's a lot of players who can...
Oh, okay.
Oh, they go for the Arla. They actually prioritize their EXP later.
This is going to be a tank lot.
Is it... You gotta call it our tank, okay? There's
Our-
already tanks a lot. Having tank lot is gonna make it even more confusing.
Our tank? Alright, I'll think of a better
Our
name.
tank.
That sounds horrible.
The final tank.
That's a horrible name.
A tank. There's no way to save it.
A lot tank.
A lot tank.
A lot tank. That's probably the better one.
That's as close as we're gonna get here. MLBB going to respond with Yves on their side here to make sure that, you know, the final slash isn't going to stop the RWM. So they don't want to do anything too out of the box here. Is there anything else they have to keep in mind? Yeah, picking up the Grok to potentially counter a Farsa.
It makes it harder for the Kaja to access the back as well, right? Yves is not, it's not an easy target to grab, and the Grok is, you just can't grab the Grok.
I'm surprised that like maybe didn't decide to take Kaja immediately rather than just, you know, go for this Grok. I feel like the Kaja should have been more than enough to handle it.
Unless this Grok is a flex. I mean, it always is a potential flex, but that is assuming that somehow Kaja makes it through this phase.
Yeah.
And there's a chance. I mean, the Claude gets picked up. Are we just really going to look past the Kaja?
That's the thing.
I've been waiting 2 full days for this.
And you haven't even seen it once other than its portrait being banned.
Oh, yes.
Done kind of dirty here. I feel like maybe Esports should have gone for like Kaja, go for the Kaja and then go for the Eve and then look to see how Ezia Esports responds.
To take the Franco, we can't even, I mean, they can't even go for the Kaja now unless they run to reveal the Grok lane,
Look,
right?
this confirms it. Kaja is trash. Don't even bother banning it in your ranked games.
Why are teams banning Kaja, man? It's overrated. Overrated hero. We have seen
man.
only Franco. Honestly, I dig it, right? I mean, at least Franco, you know, he has some pros over the Kaja. You have from level 1 onwards, you're useful. Thanks to the hook. All right.
I mean, it's good. I think Franco is always good, but Kaja just provides, is able to provide a lot more in terms of just raw flexibility, right? As soon as the Iron Hook is down from that Franco, immediately teams are going to be going in, but when you're holding a Divine Judgment on the other hand, that's when it gets very, very scary.
I guess when you look at MLBB Esports draft, it doesn't really matter too much, right? Like they all have ways to deal with crowd control. Maybe not the Yi, but that's not the easiest hero to get through.
Yeah.
And Marius and Grok, they're fine. They're not gonna be bothered. I did found out a month ago that even though you used Asura's Wrath, you know, technically you shouldn't be affected by crowd control, but if it expires, at the tip of the Franco's hook before the hook retracts.
Oh,
you
yeah,
get
you still
hooked.
get yoinked as well.
I hate that. You have no idea how much I hate that interaction. It does not make sense at all.
Why it should be the case? Because it is, bro. That's just
Stop
the way the game
questioning
is.
it.
Yeah, stop questioning it. Those are the rules of the game. You just have to play it. But MLBB Esports, making sure that they have that bar just ensures that, hey, at the very least, I'm able to have some kind of anti-CC to try and play around this bite and maybe even the Arlot's final slash. You see the MLBB decide to respond with the Valentina ban, the Leslie coming out from Zia Esports to make sure they don't have true damage, maybe?
But there is a carry, right?
But carry's short-ranged.
That is true. I mean, if they are worried about true damage dealing lane bully, I don't know. I mean, there's Brody, Melissa, they're both on the table because Beatrix just got banned out. So you have three, right? Brody, Melissa, carry. Knowing MLBB is probably going to be the
Brody, right?
Yeah, right. Because we haven't seen the Melissa yesterday. Not that I remember.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I feel like MLBB Esports, they're like purposely getting rid of these particular mages just so that Zia Esports falls into the habit of either picking up a Farsa, but like we saw in the previous game, right?
They actually went for the carry. Okay.
Lilia 100% here, right?
Right. It has to be a Lilia, right? MLBB Esports watching the game just now, it's like, all right, I don't want the Khadija, no way. Oh, we get the Julian and the Benedict. All right.
Dang.
Straight to the back, they say.
Ooh, Zia Esports really confident here. Extremely confident. Okay, the
We
question
thought
is,
GameLab was the only team that would do this, right?
yeah, but who's the jungler here? Is it the Julian or is it the Benedetta?
It has to be the... You are correct. It has to be the Julian, right? Benedetta mid?
I would assume that it's going to be Benedetta jungle.
Could be.
I feel like it's the most likely. We don't see
Right.
a mage on their side. Technically, all three of these can go into the EXP. By process of elimination, it's got to be Benedetta.
It's gotta be, yeah, Julian mid, right?
Unless they throw Benedetta in the mid lane, but then I've got a lot of questions after that. We'll answer them later, but let's see what MLBB go for their final pick. It's going to be the Kufra. I like it a lot. Four people who technically have a dash.
Now we know why they banned the Mincetar. They banned
Yep.
Agenda. Wow, this is already starting to look very, very spicy. Zia Esports with it's a Benedetta mid. I told you it's a Benedetta mid.
Wow, nice.
Holy.
Okay. Let's see. I want to see Zia try and flex here. That's
Honestly, when I say the Joy mid that we saw early on, I was like, all right, that one makes a lot of sense, right? Matchup wise, not the worst. We'll see a 2v2. Benedetta mid into Eve, I guess the application is almost the same.
Yeah, you can close the distance fast, you can get a quick trade, and then get back out. That's the main idea here. But Zia Esports looking to try and flex mechanically on MLBB Esports. It looks like they might be a very lane-centric team, but we'll find out once we roll into the Land of Dawn. Round 2, match number 4 to close out today.
Man, this is an ego match at this point.
It really is.
Who does this?
Who does this? Yeah, Esports. Remember the name.
That Mincetar ban really paying off. We're gonna head into the Land of Dawn in just a little bit, but MLBB Esports hope that they are not shaken by this and we're not heading in yet, which gives us a lot more time to talk about the dynamics, the interaction between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. I'm really surprised that they opted to go for the Julian to go into the jungle, right? Because when you're thinking about Julian going into the jungle, what exactly do you need him to provide? You're looking for a lot of gank presence. You know, he does technically have CC with the enhanced chains, but when it comes down to these neutral objectives, especially when he's 1v1ing this Martis, he's going to be deep in there. Like, he will lose his life either taking away a turtle or lord, or he's not going to interact at all.
It does feel like, I wonder if that indicates that they will have this Franco to kind of supplement this Julian, right? Make sure that he doesn't get contested. Benedetta would do fine in the mid lane against Eve, and Julian gets a safe spot to just power farm.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of displacement effects technically,
Right? Benedetta gets to cut to the side lanes, right? Because you're playing mid.
Exactly. Gets to cut into the side lanes. We also have Ken playing the Arlot, so technically he could sweep everybody away from the pit as well. But now, getting back into the game. Welcome back, everybody. Zia on the blue side, and MLBB on the red for our final best of 3 today.
We're seeing enough blue. I mean, Julian is very blue with the Jujutsu Kaisen skin.
Very, very blue. Love the skin as well. Love the skin.
Mystery shop also, so you're looking to essentially just snowball, right? Just snowball out of your mind. Aries is going to be mid-side. You don't even see the Eve there because he's trying to shove up the Arlot lane, and I mean, Zay is very, very happy with this arrangement.
Yeah, no, this is great. I think it's smart from MLBB Esports, Deto making the call of saying, I just need to hit level 2 because Zaze is essentially going to punish me. He's fine. He's get out there. He's going to have to recall, but look, the mid wave was absorbed. At least the mid wave was absorbed. Bot side, we achieved level 2, so all that early game mechanics, you don't have to worry about them anymore.
If you guys think this is crazy, I mean, you can witness this live in the flesh if you attend the challenge finals, 21st and 23rd July at Jakarta. That's the link right there, esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets starting at 20,000 rupiah. Get your tickets right now. Plan your trip. Imagine watching this draft in front of a crowd.
More like, can you imagine the crowd's reaction to it?
Oh,
you can just hear the audible, ooh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Some drums from the Indonesian fans.
Ah, but of course, that's only natural here.
Oh, the iron hook. The follow-up from the knockup. Zeph needs some help from Deto. Gets him out of here. They're going to chase with the flicker. Oh, they are not playing around. First blood for Loisa.
Yep, they are playing towards the gold lane here, and they can get this dive going.
This is what you alluded to, right? Shut down Saurus early on, and Zay getting that kill, in fact. Zay Esports off to a great start.
So I was correct here when looking at this draft. They are going to be playing very lane-focused heroes, and with the way that they're able to force out priority, they're going to consistently head to one side of the map to start attacking. These neutral objectives don't really mean much to them. Oh, no! I thought the eye for an eye was going to come out at some point, but Zizka says, no, I'm not even going to let you pop it.
Yeah, actually punished by Siska and Ranku. Did massive damage. I mean, Siska playing this XP Grok. He swept aside by Ken. They do end up losing Loisa also off screen, as Ares will show up. Siska not connected by the iron hook. Actually, Ken ends up dashing over to Ranku, so this fight is over unless Zaze wants to follow, but a good nature's barrier will stop that.
Man, outplayed by Ken. He dodges the Asura's aura so well, making sure that he jumps right behind him even after using the final slash to cancel it the first time round. Now MLBB Esports, where are they going to find the initiative on the map?
Iron hook goes wide. There's some window for MLBB to punish their Esports a little bit. You see the mobility, right? The side lane access from this Benedetta, this Julian. And it does make the Franco's job slightly easier. You just run with your laners.
Yeah, but he's also kind of keeping tabs on Zeph, right? They know the general direction that he's going to be on. Siska should be able to shove out this lane really, really hard, but at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like MLBB Esports is making any progress or leeway on the map just yet.
Does those 2 early kills matter a lot?
Let's see where those kills went to. It went to Siska and as well as Deto. Obviously for Deto, it's going to be huge for him. For Siska, not as often, but it's highly dependent if he's able to maintain that lead against Ken. Because Ken is going tenacity, so he wants to be a little bit tankier. I don't expect Siska to be dying anytime soon because he has the Master Assassin available to him, but yeah?
Siska is not going to be an easy target to kill. But for MLBB, they're looking for one. Watch out if you are going to be Ven. Does have to purify, but I don't think he can make it out of this if they dog power on him. But they're going to show their face right now. Ven. Actually, Zeph cancels the leap, so no kills right there. It does allow Saurus to put pressure on the turret, though. Zay is going to show up right now, trying to defend this turret as much as he can. Saurus doing heavy damage. Zay might get punished. The eye for an eye actually making it just in time. Red QT ends up getting punished by Ven. And he'll just use that blazing duet. Saurus barely making it out with his life.
Man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Wasn't able to get the decimation, close the distance to get the decimation off. Zeph trying to get this initial gank. I don't think it's good though. Saurus is kind of low. Ooh, and Ares, he is looking at Saurus. He wants him.
And that's not the target you want to jump on for sure. Didn't have the bloody hunt, so that's thankfully for Zeph. There wasn't any hard lockdown, but Zia Esports will get the second turtle. Loisa, despite dying once, he was the one who got that initial first blood. Now you see the lane swap, right? Benedetta going down bot side just to clear out the wave. Honestly, the side laners for Zia Esports, they all can deal with the wave really quickly.
Exactly, and this is the thing, like Xia is extremely flexible with the way they play on the map. It's just a mix and match of what you actually need. And, you know, obviously, these neutral objectives, if they're going to be contested, ideally you would want to have 5, but Xia has the options of just attacking the lane, splitting up 3-2, splitting up 4-1 if they absolutely have to. But with the lead that they're slowly developing against MLBB Esports, I think that MLBB is going to go on the defensive for a large majority of this game until we see the first 2 items start to come into their pockets.
This is also why I believe we're seeing MLBB putting so much pressure on Ven, right? Because the other lanes, the rest of the team, they have to move between mid and bottom just to deal with all these push. They're going to lose the bottom lane for sure. The Bloody Hand use onto Siska. This guy not durable at all. A 2-for-1. Getting a turret and a kill at the same time. RWM use as well. Can just moves forward and just casually swipes Detto. Not that it cancels the ult, but it does look very cool.
It does, but man, it's taking a lot of damage coming in from Saurus so far here. The true damage is starting to pay off, and now that they've cracked that top side, ideally they get the lane swap off in time, but it looks like they're going to delay this for one more wave.
There's the Corrosion side bought by Saurus very early on, so we did see that damage spill through onto Xia, but they will now turn their attention over to the top side. Zay is going to be there. He will be the one to break this conceal. Ven getting jumped on with the flicker from Zeph. This should be a kill unless Ven someone gets out with the battle mirror image, and that will be the case. Flicker 4 from Aries on the kill onto Saurus. 4-man from Xia Esports show up for the double.
Response is really late coming in from MLBB Esports. I mean, they knew that they had at least 2 people up here. The mid lane suddenly disappeared. They should have known better than to try to make the attempt. Oh,
the Nature's Barrier.
Very close, very close.
Unlucky.
50-50 on that one to end up on the other side. But now that Turtle is up, it looks like it's pretty free for Xia Esports. Wait, hold on.
Zay, yep, a bit too greedy. Stepped a bit too far forward.
Personally, I actually think it doesn't really matter that Zay goes down here, because at the end of the day, the Turtle will fall into the hands of Xia Esports, and the lane states haven't really changed at all.
As this got a good attempt with a wild charge, but you're never going to beat a Retribution. I mean, looking at the levels, thankfully both the junglers are at the same level, but Loisa is definitely going to be ahead in terms of the net worth. Barely though, but surprisingly, is barely ahead.
Yep, he's only barely ahead because it's not like he's been power farming, right? He's just been getting kills, ganking across the map as much as he can, and it helps that there is, you know, the mystery shop to get that discount. But MLBB will be able to find at least a tier 1 down on bot side as they defend top side very, very well with the lane swap.
Aries has been really active. The walk forward forces out the flicker from Siska. That itself is already important resources eliminated. Run QT. Oh, he's going to be pressured. They need backup. Siska making the big U-turn coming back. Loisa looking for the dive as well. This guy's going to go for the wild charge, but that turret is going to go down regardless. Aries will give his life away. They both trade 1-for-1, but unfortunately Loisa ends up diving back in and losing his life. Ken, he's now going to be forced to run away, but Saurus is on the chase. Ken doesn't really have much more cooldowns to work with. Dashes in, tries to go for the outplay. Ken gets the kill, and Zeph will now need to go for the trade. Waiting for the demon mark is right there if Ken wants to go for the heal, but Detto will discourage that. Ken is going to go back in, gets the final slash, gets the heal. No way he gets this outplay, does he?
Oh.
Thankfully he doesn't.
Oh, Zeph was holding on to that bouncing ball, waiting for him to actually proc the initial demon mark before thinking about going into the second one. So very nicely done there by Zeph. He could have been able to save Saurus if he was able to get the bouncing ball a little bit earlier in position right on top of him, but still, at least they got something back.
Oh, that wild charge. Going wide, Saurus almost dashed into the Iron Hook. They get the flicker out of Aries.
Man, yeah, actually kind of nuts here. Their comp is a little hard to pull off, but they've got the mechanics for sure.
Zay looking to get away. Zeph, now he himself gets forced to flicker. I mean, Xia Esports are just burning the battle spells of MLBB.
And it's so worth it for them, right? And the more, once all the battle spells have been blown up, Xia Esports are technically still the more mobile team.
Yeah. Even with the flicker, it's hard to get on top of them.
Yeah.
Let alone without it.
Now look at this Benedetta, right? 4 and 1 together, so many fighters together to combine their powers to try to make it difficult for MLBB in terms of just macro decision making.
And that is going to force Siska to go up top. His flicker will be back up in a bit, but Xia Esports, all they need to do is to make sure that MLBB, they don't get the Lord. Benedetta will keep shoving out the wave, and rinse and repeat. In fact, they're going to keep shoving up the mid wave also.
Zeph looking for an opportunity to ambush, but he's slowly clearing out the angles down by the bottom side. Doesn't check the extra bush, but he notices that Ares is walking around, so 4 members available. Doesn't need to hide away.
Okay, just walks up forward, takes a knockout from Zeb, knocks him into the wall. RWM is great. Vent Streak dies for Detto, and they will finish him off with the help of Zay as well. 2 dead for MLBB in a blink of an eye. QT, he still has some health to work with. The Lord does reset, but Zia Esports, they're gonna turn it around against Siska this time. Can he absolutely control? 3 dead for MLBB. This Lord is gone.
They're coming in 1 by 1, and that's the problem. Like, Zia Esports, they're very fast on this trigger. As soon as they know you're immobile, they go in for the kill.
And Zorus, he's forced to immediately disengage, and QT, that is it! See, I hate that interaction. I hate it so much. Fix this, man. Fix that interaction.
The raw frustration. The raw frustration.
I relate. That one was very personal.
Oh,
very,
for sure.
very personal. My goodness.
I could feel the hurt in that one.
Oh,
just the pain.
I hate that so much.
It really shouldn't be the case, but man, it looks so funky when it happens.
The skill says immune to crowd control, gets hooked anyways.
Immune to crowd control, except like the very last part of the first half of the ability that's supposed to give you CC immune.
Immune to crowd control, but not really. Mess around and find out.
Test around and mess around and you'll notice that there's more to it than necessary. Alright, now here's the thing, right? There's one thing I did learn about Kufra from the SEA Games. You can actually cancel out the Iron Hook if you time the leap if you time the leap as soon as you get hit by the Iron Hook. So that you can you won't get pulled all the way back to him. You can like cut it off, cut the chain somehow midway.
Then that should work the same for Martis. I mean, I'm just saying. Ares actually uses Flicker. Not sure if it's by accident, but he's gonna get the hook anyways. Siska going down again. They need him for the re-engage. And now Zeph left out to dry the blazing duet from Van. A bit too far forward, but they're gonna dive anyways. All they want is Saurus, and they have found him.
And you know what? I'm starting to like Zia Esports a lot. I haven't seen a composition like this since MSC 2019, where it was very popular to play Deathball comps. This is the Deathball comp.
Game Lab 2.0? A little bit, right? I mean, the same degree of raw aggression, just with very different heroes.
I think, you know, it's not even just the raw aggressions, right? Their mechanics are really, really sharp, very polished overall, but the macro decision-making is what's setting them apart from a team like Game Lab.
Oh yes, that is for sure. I mean, right, the ease of execution, this is not easy at all.
No, it is not. You gotta dodge so many different abilities, and like MLB Esports has been like investing a lot in towards that gold lane. If we look at the gold earned, the top 3 is going to be Loisa, Ben, and as well as Zay's. QT is just under them ever so slightly, but Saurus is literally 1,000 gold behind.
This is a rough one for carry. You did have doubts, right, when we were talking about the potential carry pick. Do you think the Brody or Melissa would have been a better option?
I think that let me think about this some more. I feel like Melissa probably would have been the most ideal because at the very least you can kind of like reposition with the Get Away With Me rather than just get knocked out of it every single time. But it's tough. I haven't seen too many Deathball comps in a very long time.
Second Lord has spawned and MLBB once more. I mean, Siska is preoccupied thanks to Zay. I feel like MLBB, they need Siska, right? Zep alone isn't enough. I mean, Siska just gets picked off every time, and that is credits to Ziad. Like, Ares has been looking for this grab the entire game. They get the engage onto Zep, but where's the follow-up? You can't just engage like that. They did bring Van low, but Ziad just disengages.
All right. Pretty tough to find the angles here. I mean, the distractions and the lane priority that Zia Esports has been abusing against MLBB has been phenomenal. But eventually, MLBB is going to scale. I mean, I'm looking at the items right now. Julian, he's got plenty of damage, but as soon as his cooldowns are done, he's basically just a walking bot, right? Until he gets his abilities back up.
One of the sadder heroes. You can't reduce your cooldowns. It's a permanent, what, 4 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. He's such a fun hero to play, but so easy to game break.
Oh yeah, very easy to read also. cooldowns at least.
Yeah, Hunter Strike already being completed by Ken. Looking at the items so far. 3 items for carry. Yves currently at 3 as well. They're getting close, and I don't see Radiant Armors. Oh wait, 2 Radiant Armors. 1 from Ken, 1 from Ares, just to protect themselves from the damage from Detto.
The wave not really synced out by Xia, so MLBB will have an easier time dealing with the Lord. And he's dying really fast. Saurus just gets rid of it. They will still lose the inhibitor thanks to the cannon, but at least they mitigated, potential more damage. Ran, he's gonna be in a very awkward spot. Get Ares, get his flicker out of the way as well. But Zay's an absolute madman to dive back into that. No one to stop him. In fact, as Siska slowly walking backwards, he already used the wild charge, and that is it. Xia Esports, Ares missing the hook. MAB dodging a big bullet. The Blazing Duet unleash. The chip damage enough, not enough. Ren actually gets the decimate off first, and now Xia Esports are on the run. MAB fighting a big defense. Saurus free hitting, but he needs to get out. Loisa not able to get the dive. Zays as well, and MAB, they stem the bleeding.
Oh, they find an opening, they stagger the waves, they hit absolutely everything. I mean, Zeph is here just to slow them down on that recall so that MAB can start walking out together, focusing on the waves, cleaning up the sideways, but focusing mainly on mid to crack open that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, we start to see the damage from MAB. They are starting to hurt. Mid-tier 1 falls, and MAB might be able to go for more. Saurus is melting through the structures.
He's cutting through like absolute butter. Siska getting the Lithic Roar is going to be great for him, mainly just to try and stop Ven. And I think it's all dependent on Ven right now for the side of Xia Esports. Everybody's got damage, of course, but once MAB scale, it's not quick enough. And the only person who's going to have that late game type of damage is going to be Ven.
All in the hands of the Quad. All in the hands of the goal laner. It's between him and Saurus.
I think the hardest part about the death ball comps is closing out these games, right? It's always about that high ground defense, and MAB, their high ground defense isn't too bad. I mean, they've got Detto as the main clearer, but they've also got ways to actually manage the wave, actually disrupt the waves. In this case, being Ran QT, who can literally push the wave away from the inhibitors.
It's also like the moment you death ball and you fail with that one push, the setback of the pacing, right, is massive.
Huge, huge in a matter of fact, but this time, at least all of MAB are going to be able...
Oh no, not again, not Siska again. I mean, he took the most dangerous route to the mid lane, and thankfully was able to get out with the wild charge. They do bring Ven down to half. Zeph buying time, RWM is there. Ven now is going to go in with the battle mirror image. Zay cutting right to the back. They get rid of Ken first. Zeph is going to lose his immortality as Van still is holding on to the Blazing Duet. Is being very patient with it. A double kill already attained by this Martis. But this tree for MAB. They can still go on this Lord. Saurus is very, very healthy.
Yep, he has scaled finally after all of this time. Finally scaled into the game.
Will Van do this? It's going to be in. The Blazing Duet. Detto! Winter Trunket just at the last second to keep himself alive. And MAB, are we witnessing another comeback?
Yeah, they're playing from behind, and this is the problem with Death Ball comps is that they do not scale as fast. I mean, Ven tried his best to try to turn that fight around, but he's only just one man, and they were going against 3. So, the 2v3 didn't work out in their favor, and now MAB Esports has scaled to the late game and will now bounce back from the brink of a loss.
And also the stagger respawn timers, right? That is going to slow down Xia Esports even more. Ven still needs another 15 seconds. That means that MAB can do some serious damage to the mid inhibitor. They might even get 2. The waves are synced up.
I mean, all of this is dependent on whether they can kill Saurus, right? If Saurus or Detto dies, the team comp slowly crumbles.
This guy again dragged in, but Wild Chargers away. Conceal is used by Ares, but he can't find a way in, and Zeph, he's posturing for some sort of counter-engage. The Lord will be taken care of, and Xia Esports only losing 1 inhibitor.
Alright, so they're still in it to win it, right? It's about execution for Xia Esports. MAB Esports just need to position well. It's very easy to handle it, especially since it's all about high ground defense, right? The gold on the map doesn't matter too much. The buffs are definitely, of course, going to be beneficial for their marksmen. The orange one in particular. But Xia Esports, as long as MAB don't show their carry early on into the fight, it keeps Xia Esports guessing, and they have to face check.
And now MAB and Xia both are on even playing field. Like, even if, let's say, Zay or Loisa dives back, they can easily turn on them because Saurus does so much damage. Winter Trunkin Rose Gold Media, he is decked out.
I mean, we say that, but look at Detto. He's at 93,000 compared to Ben at 81. I definitely thought Ben was dishing out more there.
Not Winter Trunkin, sorry. Winds of Nature.
Ah,
there it is.
yes.
Yeah, Winds of Nature. That
darn item.
Not easy.
I just saw you literally have a couple of flashbacks go through your eyes of losing the marksmen through Winds of Nature.
That is true. I always forget to press it. It's not an easy button to press.
You know, you can adjust the size of the button. You can make it like cover half your screen.
Yeah,
if
it
you
doesn't
want
matter
to.
because I forget. You know, my forgetfulness is the problem.
Do you set the opacity to 0% or something?
Oh,
That's
yes.
why it's like, where's the button? I don't know where it is.
Oh, it's right there. I just don't press it. It's a me problem.
It's a you problem. But now MLBB, as well as Esports, nothing to fight on the map. Nice and slow. Take their time. No openings are being made. Aries is the only one standing up far forward because he knows that Esports should be able to collapse no problem, but it's whether or not MLBB want to walk out of the base.
It's not an MLB game without a potential comeback. And at least 20 minutes. Lord number 4. Yeah, Lord number 4. Oh, we are very deep in.
Oh boy, maybe we jinxed it here.
Yeah, cancel your supper plans, guys.
Yeah.
This is... Or buy supper and watch this.
Lucky indeed. But maybe gonna start off that Lord here, which unintentionally revealed the Pixel Brush members. They're hugging towards the right side very much, but maybe they found members in the mid lane.
Ben is in a very dangerous spot. Uh-oh. And
huge!
you notice they're gonna get him. Use the battle mirror image to get out. Thank goodness. It did force the Purify out. Now Van goes straight to the back. Big knock up. Van even using the plating duets. This guy wild charges forward. Aries will survive that, hewing back up. But Van gets caught. Oh, that is bad news for Zia.
Dang, that is brutal. They got the Purify out of him. Everyone blew their battle spells as well. I don't know. This could be the end here. This really could be the end. MLBB are going to be able to take this Lucas Lord. It's 22 minutes, so look at that death timer. 40 seconds until Ven is back in the fight, and the Lord should be spawning at 22:43. So that means that he's running out of time. He should be able to get back because the Lord still needs to travel to their base.
And thankfully, the top wave is shoved out very far by Loisa and Zay. Bottom wave, not so much as RanQT was able to proxy that one at spawn. Lord's gonna charge down mid. They would be able to put some pressure, maybe at least get that bot inhibitor, because Ven still needs 8 seconds, but the Lord is already here.
Yep.
Trying to draw it away at least. Zay doing his best. Cutting the wave with the Electro Final Blow as well, but it just isn't doing enough damage. They do get the suppress though. Uh-oh, Siska very deep in. Wild charges away as MLBB Esports. They're going to focus on Loisa. He will be able to buy some time. Zeb does loses that immortality as Ares does go down. Big damage from Zaze, but it's insufficient. Loisa somehow still gets the kill onto Zeb, and Van unleashes the Blazing Duet. Triple kill for Zorus, but Zorus fall, and Van helps his team to hold the fort. Zia Esports with a miraculous defense.
They pull it through. They really pulled it through this time. I thought Xiaomei was making a huge mistake pushing Siska out of all the members all the way down to the crystal. But Zia Esports, and especially with a big save from Zay, going in, getting a 4-man petrified to set it up for both Loisa and Ven to clean it up. Nicely done as Zia looking to try and end this. Siska, he should be able to clear this wave, right?
They might be able to end this. Ooh, look at the damage onto Ven. Siska, not much health to work with. Winter Trunken just buying some precious seconds. The inhibitor will fall. The base though, the crystal getting pummeled. But thankfully the wave clears it out, and now Ven, he goes for the rush. Is this going to be the final ending? I think it is. Ven, they run out of minutes. The immortality at the last second. Ven comes back to life, but Zaf is going to be back. They won't have damage.
Wait, Saurus is coming back. Zeph is coming back. Saurus is coming back in 2 more seconds.
They won't have damage to end this. That is not time yet. It is not time yet. We still have a bit more to go.
Oh my god.
Dude, what is with MLBB and these games?
Yeah, it's literally MLBB, add in ex-Filipino team, guaranteed 20-minute games.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. MLBB, PH teams, and 30-minute games.
Oh boy, brutal.
honestly, it was quite nail-biting. Siska able to clear out the very last minion with the nature barrier damage. Thank goodness.
Would it have worked if MLBB just bomb rush the crystal?
I don't think they can. They still need minion Zeph's
Uh-oh. Well, the mid wave is going to get pushed in. Good news for MLBB. All inhibitors on Zia Esports have been taken out. Bad news for MLBB. The Lord has just spawned.
Oh no, such a bad timing. Siska just spawned and Zeph is not going to be available for this fight. They're going to either have to play for high ground or just 4v5 this, but it looks like they're going to be playing for high ground.
This is the first time we get a game on broadcast that all inhibitors would be down, potentially.
Oh goodness, come on.
We're in for the long haul.
We're in for the long haul,
we say that MLBB is playing the last series again, and yeah, I mean, at least they're meeting expectations, okay?
Yeah, they
Can
are
you imagine Sunfrost, his emotions?
That's almost got us Purify this time as well. Ares with these hooks.
Sunfrost losing his mind on the other room.
Ziska
losing the wild charge again to get out. Then losing half his health. Zay, he's gonna be able to get out scot-free. Still has the immortality. Rock potion for Ares. This guy just needs to beef up. So the Lord will come through the mid lane.
Are there any minions for Ven to heal off of? Oh no, he's got the orange. He's got the orange buff there, but he doesn't want to reveal himself, knowing that he's the.
Oh, another pull. The Winter Trunkion actually doesn't have it. Well, a bit too late.
Oh!
It does go down. Detto out for 70 seconds and Zeph for 73. The hook again from Ares. Zia Esports, they are done with this game one. Should have been over a long time ago, but Zia Esports worked for it. And game one in the bags of Zia Esports.
Ooh, what a death ball composition. Still falling into the same traditional tropes that they struggle in the later stages of the game. But man, they pull it from the brink. A great defense coming in from Zia. A great defense coming in from MLBB. But at the end of the day, Zia Esports is going to be walking away in this series 1-0 so far.
I'm not sure if anyone is ready to hear this, but this is the second consecutive game for MLBB that they tried to go for an end, didn't end the game, and lost it.
Look, they need to learn how to close out games. They need to not clump up so close together.
Second time. Oh, God.
But honestly, I think it's big props to Zia Esports playing a difficult comp, highly mechanical, has very narrow win conditions, and is on a constant timer.
Oh, that is a godlike base defense for sure. Well, MLBB and base defense, they have something that they need to work out.
They are not synonymous, unfortunately. They really aren't here, but well done. Zia Esports already capturing some hearts and minds, mine included, because I absolutely love seeing an entire composition just filled to the brim of fighters.
Yeah, Mince it out bad. I think it's going to happen again in game 2, right? But so if we look at MLBB, what are the adjustments they could make to deal with the death ball?
Number one, they got to start thinking about a different type of marksman here, because a lot of yes, carry is great, a lot of true damage, right? But the range is not there. So her having to chase down a Benedetta can be extremely difficult because you can only hit one target at a time. So with the light wheels, yes, you can get multiple auto attacks out on hit effects, actually doubling with the golden staff. But when you have so many people to hit at once, I think Melissa was probably going to be that third pick.
Yeah, and that was out of the 3 choices, right? You had Brody, Melissa, and Carrie left on the table. Oof, I need to catch the best because
yeah, those fights.
These games, I mean, these MLBB games, okay, these MLBB games are something else. 26-17, 43 total kills across 26 minutes and 51 seconds. But I mean, look at the net worth. They have opened a treasury.
Yeah, extremely tight game between the two. I mean, Zia Esports was expected to lose in the later stages of the game, but they still managed to pull it out. Like, well done to them.
I mean, MLBB Esports are getting cucked by respawn timers. Every single time.
Every single time. Oh boy, it does feel a little bit bad for MLBB Esports, but
Well done. I can only give my greatest regards to Zia Esports. Death ball compositions have been out of the meta for so very long. And the big reason why is because the late game is so difficult to play, especially when you're up against people who scale super well in the later stages. They just basically one-shot you before you get in the middle of that fight. But if we look at the items that we saw earlier and the overall stats, right? Ven still dealing at least 5,000 damage. Loisa was power farming on his Julian as well.
Yeah, the jungle Julian, man, wouldn't have. I don't think he would have been able to do that much if he was in the mid lane, right? Because Eve would just harass the crap out of him. But overall, a team comp with so many conditions to meet, so many conditions to fulfill, so little margin of error, winning out with Loisa as the MVP, 10-3-9 on this Julian. And I mean, he even went for cooldown boost.
Yeah, he did it. He did it all. He did it all. He made sure that he was able to maximize his cooldowns, make sure that he has plenty of damage, and it's just a quick follow-up to secure these important kills for the rest of his team to enable them to start making a mess. I mean, look at this. Half the time, those enhanced sights, very, very deadly, considering that, you know, Ken is able to push people back into it. Ares can lock down one particular target, and not to mention that Zay's, his engages have been nasty.
Why did they have to show this?
Just getting flashbacks all over again! My Mythic Glory games!
It was a ranked game.
Of course it was a ranked game.
But this one, again, look, the respawn timer, right? Van comes back to life just in time. And MLBB, once more, just not able to close out the deal.
I mean, the biggest problem is right here. See how close together they are? Like, people unconscious, this is a very unconscious thing for a lot of MLBB players, is when you autopilot, you naturally walk in the same direction as your team members, because you're naturally in that mode of following your instincts. He's walking in that direction. He looks like he has some kind of direction. Therefore, I should just follow.
I'm safer with more people around.
Exactly, right? Which, again, doesn't really work out against deathball comps.
And, I mean, towards the very end, you can see MLBB was probably a bit flustered because Ares was landing some nasty, nasty hooks.
Very nasty hooks.
Look at that.
I mean, he managed to get pretty much all the purifies from the side of MLBB Esports. He was still able to lock down the right targets. I do think that the end fight was a little sad because Zeph was literally caught between two walls because of the position of the Nature's Barrier, but you know, you can kind of excuse that considering how long this game's gone.
And that is only game one of this best of 3, with Zia taking, I would say this is a very scrappy 1-0. For a Deathball comp, it was kind of clean, but it took longer than it should have.
It really did, because I mean, MLBB, in terms of composition, should have won in that later stages. I cannot emphasize this enough.
It feels like a lot of that happened. A lot of the Zia Esports leads was because in the later stage, as much as MLB's comp has a better chance to win and to skill, they were getting caught out, right? Ares was making the right catches. He was catching out Zeph. He was catching out Siska. Siska in particular has been having a really rough time.
He was having a rough time, but maybe he could have a better day if it wasn't thanks to our sponsor, DHL, especially since they have been providing us with so much, especially with the FEBot Dash Cup, where you can win 5,000 €. So go on to esl.gg/everybot and check out the details there.
Yeah, as efficient as a Grok WoW charge, right? Unstoppable. You ordered, it arrived. Well, you ordered tomorrow. It arrives today. Basically, it's efficient.
Extremely.
Also, check out FEBot challenge at the esl.gg/FEBot.
Yep. Don't forget, guys. Again, it's not because it's like a Malaysian team versus a Filipino team. It really comes down to a statistical standpoint that overall Deathball comps struggle in the later stages of the game. And even with Claude, right, you would imagine that Claude would get out-damaged by the carry just with the raw on-hit damage that carry has naturally, plus the light wheel, plus the ultimate, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, just very, very short range, so she has to walk up really, really far before she makes contact with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these fights, carry wasn't able to walk on forward safely, right? So you don't have the Kufra, your Grok has just disengaged with his ultimate. It really feels bad because I think MLBB, ideally, if you have the Kufra and the Grok to engage back to back, it gives you a really good chance to shut down all these squishy targets, but Grok never really had the chance to do so.
Yeah, Grok really didn't have that chance, and not to mention that at least from the side of MAB, this is a learning experience for them. Their players are extremely young. Xia Esports, they are coming out really, really strong. They are mechanically talented players. I would love to see that Death Ball comp come out once more, or just see them playing on the red side instead of the blue side, because I think the draft is going to significantly change.
Oh, we are 10 seconds away from the second game draft. If anything, I think Xia Esports, as long as they can get the Minster out of the way, as long as they can make sure that MAB have no way of stopping mobility, I think they are going to go back to the same default comp, right? Some sort of that similar archetype.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta go low to the ground, just like Zeph, but not, you know, stick up a little too much so that the camera still catches you. But I think that it's very bold, right? It's really, really bold that Xia Esports decided to go for a composition of this type. It really highlights, the fact that they're doing it really highlights their strengths as a team. They're strong laners, they're mechanically gifted players, and more importantly so, they're really putting a big emphasis on the macro aspect.
I figured out what that was. Not sure who put that thing out on MLBB Esports side. It's make sure that no one gets to see what's on the screen. Gotta keep your techniques hidden.
Really? That's what they were worried about? It's not... Okay.
I don't know. It feels like it.
I mean, I've seen more teams with their coaches literally holding out their
that's how
A4
Game Lab
papers.
was, right? The paper was right there.
So that's how they knew to counterpick.
Yeah.
That was it.
The coach leaked the strats. So both Franco and Kaja banned out first phase by MAB.
Oh.
Okay, no, I was just messing around. That was unintended. That was a bolster. Okay.
It was just a bolster.
Okay. I thought they really thought that far, right?
No, I thought that nobody thinks that far.
I do. Apparently, I do.
You're looking too deep into it, right?
I think so. I agree.
You're the kind of guy who believes in conspiracy theories, aren't you?
No, actually, no.
Oh, really?
I believe the moon landing is real.
Oh, okay, fine. Fair enough. It's not like you're deluded just yet.
No. I know about the Apollo incident. You know, I read a lot. I'm not down the rabbit hole yet.
You know,
but they are
yet.
fun to read. They are really fun to read. I just don't believe them.
It's hard to believe
It's
some
hard
of
to
them.
believe.
It really is.
Like the Earth is flat.
I was going to bring that up.
That's a classic.
That's always a classic. Flat earthers are, well, I mean, they believe in what they like to believe. Whether they're wrong or they're right, I'll let you guys at home judge. But MLBB Esports, banning out the Kaja, banning out the Franco, getting rid of the Joy. Xia Esports, a little bit more orthodox this time, banning out the Glue, Wanwan, and the Fanny.
So MLB, they do have the Arlot now, if they want to take it, right? The Arlot is in that, Farmist as well. And they take the Arlot this time, deny it from Xia.
MLBB Esports looking at counter draft this time against Xia. Let's see whether they go into their orthodox methods here. Because if you're in Xia Esports' position, if you want to get a 2-0, it's always play, you can either play orthodox and then play something wild, or play something wild and then orthodox. You just have to change it up.
Minster.
Straight away. Minster right here. Ken, you got this.
Do it.
Why are we goading them? We're like heckling them for the caster. I'm pretty sure the coach can't hear us, but if he did, he'd be furious.
Right, so the Eve, no-brainer. It's also a deny from Dato. I don't think it bothers him too much, right? Valentina and Fars are still on the table for MLB. Fredrin goes over to Xia. This is a more conventional draft.
Very much a very conventional draft indeed. Which begs the question from MLBB Esports, why go for getting rid of both Kaja and as well as the Franco?
I mean, Ares, man. Ares scared them. That would have made so much... That was what we want to see when See You Soon was playing.
That's the thing. Now that... I hate that I'm going to bring this up. There's a good chance that, like, if they're following your previous logic, then they're just going to get the Minster. Why? Because he's the only one who has the hook left.
Honestly, you're giving me ideas.
You're giving me... Okay. I think that at least with Xia Esports, the more realistic outcome is the Cho.
Yeah. So they do get the Kadita and the Cloud. Kadita was previously banned by MLB, right? Last ban in the second phase. Not that they are easy targets for the Minster to grab in this instant. Maybe keep it for the second phase.
Yeah, I think no matter what, it's going to be difficult here.
who is gonna deal with the Kadita, right? What is the general solution?
I'm not 100% sure here because I don't know if it's going into the support section or just the mid lane. Because if it's just the mid lane, the support needs to either be playing heavy wave clear or have a concussive blast to kind of speed up the rotation process, which is usually the main issue with Kadita, right? So yeah, Esports on the other hand could read into this early on, or the fact that they see 3 dashes, Mitsutar might be the answer.
Yeah, Mitsutar, do it now.
We were hopeful.
No, we were hopeful.
We were real hopeful here.
There is still a chance, right?
Don't.
There's still a chance.
You're holding out hope.
It's flex pick, okay? There's still a chance. You know, Fredrin Jungle, Cho XP, or I mean, Mitsutar can go like 2 different roles.
Yeah, he can still go into the support or the EXP, and I think even the EXP matchup is the worst in the world. Let's see what the second phase is going to look like, however. So yeah, Esports, they're looking at MAB. They're not 100% sure whether the Kadita is going support or the mid lane, but they know that the EXP and as well as the gold laner has been locked in. Do they care about giving MAB Lancelot?
Do they care about the Roman, like, for instance? Is that Kufra worth banning? They're gonna go for the link, so targeting the jungler to shut down Ren QT.
Huh. Targeting the jungler, making sure that he can't rotate across the map. Does that mean that they want to rotate really early on? Does that mean that they want to play like Benedetta in the EXP lane to fight against this Arlot? Glue's already been banned out. Is there anything else that is noteworthy? I don't think so. Carry gets banned out from MLBB.
I'm gonna go for the Grok ban.
So they don't want okay, so they don't want sandbags. They don't want people to rotate really fast across the map here. So Zia Esports want to be the ones taking the initiative, right? So I think the Benedetta is hinted a little bit from their side. And maybe Esports, I wonder if they can smell it just yet. Beatrix might be alright here. I think the Melissa isn't going to get as much value as I would like to believe.
Not with the Arla and Kadita, right? It feels like you do mitigate some of her utility.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. It's a little bit awkward here, but maybe they're playing on tournament lives right now.
Yeah, you just ban out the Beatrix. I feel like you just go for it. What are they worried about? So they're worried about the Benedetta.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because the thing is that Zia was kind of hinting that they wanted to do it. They're getting rid of these big like sandbags, people who can clear the waves fast in the EXP lane in particular. Kind of gives you an idea of what Zia Esports wanted to do. But now that Benedetta is out of the pool, what else is there left for them?
Zia Esports looking a lot of roles are undefined yet, right? We're still undefined roles. I feel like they probably would just they'll just go for the marksman now. Do they go for the marksman now?
I mean, it's a little tough to go for their marksman right now. I think no matter what they pick, no matter what they go for, it's going to get counter-picked.
I think you just reveal the XP lane.
Yeah.
Or the jungle, or the Roma, either one. So they do pick the Beatrix.
Okay.
They do, I guess they feel safe enough. What else can threaten them though? I mean, there is still an option for MAB to put the Kadita mid and go for something like a Kufra, right? Something that can engage.
I would agree with that, but I think that's
okay.
Oh.
Ooh, big damage.
Okay, so I was thinking that maybe they wanted to flex out the Cho a little bit more, but I think here is a good shout for Lancelot to be locked in for Zia Esports. Ling obviously is banned out, but Cho to help out the mid lane a little bit more to get that first rotation, and then Fredrin just to sandbag this Arlet. I could see it happening.
And maybe now they have priority. They can also take the Lancelot.
Do they want it though?
Do they want Lancelot? What else is there? Akai?
Akai's not that bad here. I would even argue that even Barats is not that bad.
But they went for the Akai.
Okay, so displacement, they want to be able to kind of disengage from the real-world manipulation. But let's see how Zia Esports is going to respond to this, right? Does that kind of change their game plan about what the EXP is going to look like? Or do they prefer something else? And what would that be? Grok is already banned out, so they can't do anything about that. Julian again? Julian again? Into the Farsa as well? Into the Julian versus the Akai?
No, it's a horrible idea. This is a sign that they have faith in whatever decision they made. Okay, it's gonna be some wild pick. Okay, never mind. I thought they were going for the. Oh, so
yeah.
okay.
Traditional, orthodox, coming out from Zia Esports. As soon as they didn't go, as soon as they were like, this could be the Benedetta, and went straight into the Cho, that's when I knew it's like, yes, they're playing normal. They're playing a normal draft.
I thought they're gonna do the, like,
switcheroo.
We can do this. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Zia Esports and Julian or something.
And then immediately lock in the Julian. That would be interesting to see. But now it's time. Match point for Zia Esports. They're looking to close out and sweep MAB under the rug to move on for the championship run.
Yeah, tournament lives on the line for MAB. They have not been able to overcome some of the obstacles in the Swiss round so far. Base defense, ending the game, respawn timers, and also getting hooked by Franco. But they don't have to worry about the Franco at least. There's one less problem to deal with. And no more death ball from Zia Esports. We're going to head into game number 2 in a potential final game of this best of 3. And a more orthodox gameplay from Zia Esports.
Yep, very exciting stuff here. Very exciting stuff. MAB on the blue side, Zia on the red side. They're going to be starting off with Alicia, of course, and Cho just chilling around, trying to force out RamQT to use his retribution early.
Loisa is going to get a head start with the clear. Aries?
Don't
my goodness.
Greet it at level 1. Just give up the Litho Wanderer. He deserves it. No, I feel no remorse. Ram deserves that. Ram deserves that.
Oh,
recall, Aries. Do the recall thing as well.
There goes his bottom side. They do get the first blood mid. There's something in return at least, but goodness me.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. That's what happens when junglers are a little hesitant, like, oh man, my retribution's so important. I gotta make sure I hold on to it as long as possible. No, especially at level 1, just give up the Litho Wanderer. It's not that important.
Could have used it on the orange buff, but sure.
Look, Aries is going to get away with it. And you know what's the best part as a support having that orange buff? Your auto attacks slow people. So MAB got to be a little careful here because one thing about Cho, he's great at closing the distance.
As if his passive doesn't already slow you, right?
Look, it's just double. It's a longer effect. You see, look at him, Zep. He can barely move.
He got a dip.
He went back in!
Sir.
Am I slightly concerned or am I just delusional?
No, I think both. I think concern is the right word.
I'm very concerned. MAB are making me very nervous here. I'm very uncomfortable in a sense where, you know when you see like a team clearly make a mistake and you're just like, there's no saving it at that point.
Yeah. You can't do anything to change it, right?
Exactly. You're just a witness to, you're just witnessing crime happen. Ooh, Ken. Okay.
Jetto. He's gonna have enough room to get away. Turns around with that ultimate. Just gets flickered upon by Ken.
He got sent to the death screen so fast. Zep!
The Petrify. Yes, the ultimate. Finally a trade back. Loisa also losing massive health. Does have the ultimate. Actually doesn't have the ultimate. Didn't get to use it actually. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. MAB responding in a pretty decent manner.
Yeah, Siska doing a really good job here. Very nice mechanics coming out of him. He looks a lot more impressive on this Arlet than he was on that rock for sure.
Yeah, no longer using his ult defensively, right? Aries get caught out, but Shunpo to mitigate the knockup. Ken also arriving back in the lane.
Yep.
All things considered, MAB not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. They started to develop that lead, and usually after the game number 1, that's when they start to, like, the brain fog disappears. Everything becomes clear to them.
Enlightenment.
So yeah, Esports, they're just going to walk into the enemy jungle at this point. Yeah, look at them go. They've got the members ready to actually pull this off.
Petrify will be back up in 15 seconds. Zeph will find Loisa. As long as this Cho is around, it does get a bit hard. Azorus, yeah, he knows he is in danger. MAB rotating members just to make sure that they protect his Claude. So it frees up the lane a bit for Ven. Gonna farm out that wave. He's already ahead.
Yeah, he's level 6 compared to Soras, currently at level 5. We'll see how much that's going to matter in this upcoming turtle fight. Because the gold lane is on the opposite side of where the turtle pit is going to spawn, I think that MAB probably aren't going to send their marksmen just yet. They have Zeph kind of guarding him, though.
Aries, just quick reactions with the Shunpo. Can you kick the heavy spin away?
Yeah, technically
no. Technically, no.
Oh, there it is, a heavy spin. Loisa pinned into the wall. Still has enough health to get out. Now building on the combo points as well as Ken. He's buying time. Meanwhile, bottom side, they get rid of Saurus, courtesy of Ares as Zev shows up. Doesn't get Loisa though, not enough damage as Ken solo kills Siska somehow. At least the turtle goes over to RanQT.
To answer your question, I think this is one of the few situations where ping is going to significantly matter if you want to get the way of the dragon off. Because you're going to have to like shunpo into the heavy spin and then try and buffer your way of the dragon to get the kickoff. I mean, yes, there's obviously going to be the knockback, but you're going to get the initial kick, I think.
I've not been able to pull it off, but I've always been curious.
It's one of those things where your ping really, really matters on this one, like how much information the game is actually getting. But I don't think it's going to happen in this particular situation. But we'll see.
That push quite far back, but it's very durable. Turns around with the Appraisal's Wrath. It's some of the health back. Ken just gets swiped aside. They need a bit more damage, and they just don't have enough. Siska, don't do it.
Pulls away backwards. Yeah, Esports, again, it's dead even. 3-3 in terms of the kill score, but a 1.5k lead in terms of gold for the side is, and a majority of that just coming from that gold lane, right? MLBB Esports, they've been splitting up very often, but not... Oh!
Zev forced to use that ultimate.
Okay, that's totally fine. After the last time we saw Shaco Mode go on this Kadita, at least I have a rough idea of what it should look like.
Yeah, you have a lot more faith, right?
Yeah, a lot more faith.
Less worry. So it's kind of dead though, hanging around very long. Did get the flicker out of Ken, but he still has the bravest fighter. Meanwhile, mid side, they do get Saurus rooted down. Can't get the finisher at least, but Ares, oh, he's waiting for it. Zev, good stun. Doesn't get kicked backwards. Ares will disengage again, get the reset.
Very good timing so far. If we look at the gold earned, Ven being the majority shareholder here. 1,000 gold ahead of Saurus currently, and Saurus 1,000 gold ahead of Loisa, and so on and so forth. This game is going to be very, very uninteractive for the most part of it, and I think even for MLBB Esports, if it wasn't for a couple of mistakes that they made in the early game, I think this would have been even more dead in the waters.
They did lose the Petrify on the Kadita as topside Siska gets punished in a 2v1. Yeah, Esports wants the turtle, easy secure, RanQT just a level below Loisa. Heavy spin committed as well. They're just gonna pull him back with a taunt and slowly chip away at his health. Can getting majority of that damage. RanQT still leaves over the wall. Loisa can't get in range for the ultimate. The RWM just not enough. Detto had to use the flicker.
What? RanQT gets the live for that? Wait. Zay, does he went, oh, he went for the Ice Queen's wand. He doesn't have the glowing wand just yet. He doesn't have Magic Worship either, or Impure Rage. He decided to go for the Mystery Shop. Okay, fair enough.
Ares is just taking control of this topside jungle.
Yeah, he has complete control. I mean, they checked the brush, but does it really matter at this point? Zeph is purposely walking up.
RanQT should be able to get his buff.
Don't do it.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, not as much damage as I was hoping it was going to be for Ven, and at least that kind of gives them a rough idea. Oh, wait, the pin!
Get the pin to the wall, need a follow-up. Zev trying to speed up. He's going to go right in with the Petrify, only getting one. The final slash is there, and Ven will finally go down. Yeah, Esports can't continue this fight anymore. Ares not in a good spot. Was thinking about a counter engage, but they just do not have the members. Siska dashes forward, Ken forced to retreat, and MLBB finally gets some room to breathe.
Beautiful combination with Siska and as well as Zeph, right? RanQT just locking them down against the wall, and a quick conceal by Zeph to guarantee that he can make it in time because he knows he has the Petrify. He knows he can close that sort of distance.
And coming back up in time as well for the fight. It was expanded early on. And Zeph should be able to escape this no problem. All things considered, Loisa is still a level ahead of RanQT. Speaking of RanQT, he's gonna use the heavy spin. Now we get to see if knockback is gonna be enough. Not that they need it right now. He's just gonna get right on top of Siska, who tries to show up and help. Siska ends up going down. The RWM locking down RanQT, and that's a double for Ven.
What an instant punish there. Ares, his eyes are sharp. He saw Siska walk up, take one Torrent shot, and instantly punish. Now, the Feather Airstrike coming in for Ditto will be able to clean that mid lane, but CI Esports secures the Lord for free because of that play.
And I mean, MLBB just in an awkward position, right? Just underneath the tier 1 Getting completely... I think the heavy spin actually costed Rank QT. Took aggro from turret, and to tank a couple of shots. Lord in the favor of Xia. Ares, I mean, Franco or Cho, this guy is catching people.
Hey man, when you see a team be like, oh, I'm super mechanical, instantly I'm thinking of Cho, I'm thinking about the high mechanic heroes. That's how I predicted it overall, but Loisa is going to be able to make sure that Rank QT is not playing this game at all.
He's 2 levels below Loisa. Maybe they're going to get Ken. Ken will use his flicker to get away. But dashes to safety. And again, the commitment from MAB. That was like, what, 3 ultimates? No kills. Now conceal from Xia Esports. Gonna escort this Lord. Sentry spot them out. This Lord will be taken down. Should be taken out easily as Zay is taking some extra damage. But MLBB Esports will be able to hold on to the inhibitor.
Yep, their inhibitors are still healthy. Oh, that damage into Dento, getting absolutely chunked out there.
60% health with 1 shot.
Okay, so Beatrix currently has 3 items already complete. I think she's going to be finishing off that Hunter Strike because she already has the Winds of Nature to protect herself against Siska and as well as Saurus. Let's look at the items one more time, and as well as the the damage. Siska actually topping the damage charts, huh? Oh, Unbending Will. Love the emblem. Love the emblem.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, let's go.
Looking for another gank. Zeph needs to run away. Rank QT should be able to gain some distance as Ares shows up, gets pinned into the wall, pushed right back. He just flickers to safety. 2 ultimates used already. Siska doesn't have Fizz for now. Xia Esports able to shove the wave in, but thankfully no Lord. So MLBB, they will get to play base defense for another, a minute or 2. As long as they don't get caught out. But Ares, he's a dangerous man to get the RW and final slash from the back. Siska disappears as Van shreds him. He also finds Seth, he also finds Rank QT. Xia Esports have found 3 kills.
Beautifully played by Ven here. As soon as he got hit by that final slash, pops the Winds of Nature to stop the stun, as well as the Vengeance coming in from Siska, and instantly just free hit him 3 times to send him back into the death zone.
That's going to be the main inhibitor down. The snipe onto Detto, forcing him all the way back to base. But Xia Esports, they have a decent window, showing MLBB how it's done if you want to close out a game. MLBB Esports, they do respawn. Xia will pull back, but that is massive damage to the crystal.
Yeah, massive. I mean, it will regenerate, and they still have to go for a second Lord fight. But look at that gold lead, right? The conversion of 1 bad fight and converting the Lord push, the gold attained from the Lord push, 9,000 gold.
Lord spawning. MLBB, do you contest this Lord or do you play defense?
I think you kind of have to contest. No, I think you have to play defense here. There's just no choice. You're already under-leveled. It's difficult to actually contest it because Rank QT is 3 levels down on Loisa, so there's no way that he should be able to realistically steal this.
Ares is also lurking around, right? And he is splitting up the members of MLBB. Rank QT is in a horrible spot. I'm not sure if I want to be there, though.
He's dragging this out. He knows that he can pull Loisa's attention here. Heavy spin being popped. It's low.
He's gonna go in. They were just shredded. There was no chance from the very beginning, and Siska now gets caught up with the kick. I mean, MLBB Esports delivers themselves into the hands of Xia Esports. This should be the end. They clear the midway, but Xia Esports, they are about to lay out their own red carpet down mid.
Oh man, Vend was just free hitting upon free hitting upon free hitting. You just see all the members of MLBB coming in one by one because they get chunked out so fast by Vend. And now with that bottom pushing wave, right? Saurus, he's going to try his best to stagger it. In the meantime, we do see that Loisa is trying to match it to cancel out the recalls as far as he can, just to kind of slow down MLBB and not affect their waves.
Saurus was able to juke it out the first time, actually sidestepped the flicker. Thank God. So MLBB holds on for a bit longer. They have the full team to defend this base. Lord takes priority. The snipe goes wide, so MLBB have health. Bottom inhibitor and top inhibitor falls at the same time. Both ultimates from the Tilly Mages used as well. Can straight to the back. Saurus needs to survive this. Winds of Nature has already expired. Siska goes down. Double for Ven as Xia Esports. Oh, they're looking to end this for real this time. The Crystal taking heavy damage. Triple kill for Ven. Looking for the 4th. There won't be enough time, and it doesn't matter. Xia Esports getting the shutout. and they knock MLBB out of the Open Finals.
Well played, yeah. Esports completely locking them out, not giving them an opportunity whatsoever. Yeah, show that off, show that pride. A bit to the left, bit to the left, bit to the left. Yeah. The man's got huge biceps.
Woof! Look at that flag, man.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the biceps.
Oh, you were? I was looking at the flag. Filipino pride.
Filipino pride for a reason. They're the strongest in the region because they're able to produce great talents. A little frustrating because this was quite the shutout for MLBB. A bit disappointing, of course, but at the end of the day, there's so much for them to actually grow and learn. So GG, well played. I am very excited for Zia Esports now.
100%. I want to see these teams play a little bit more, and Zia Esports will have at least one more best of 3 to play out tomorrow. Obviously, disappointment on the side of MLBB. Most of the games that they lost, right? Comebacks, just inability to end games, the same few factors. And that would be a very important learning point for them moving forward.
Yeah, it's a very good learning experience for them, especially when they're playing against other regions. It's not one of those things where you look locally, it's like this is a local problem, this is our perspective on the game is problem. No, this is an overall something that everybody is aware of. That's the beauty of these international tournaments.
Yeah, it makes you, it lets you see kind of what part of the fundamentals you need to work on. I think MLBB have found a really good teacher. You know, came at the price, they will be knocked out of the tournament, but I think they learned very valuable lessons taught by 2 Filipino powerhouses. And these aren't even tier 1 teams yet. These are just tier 2 teams.
Yep, these are just tier 2 teams. So once again, very excited for Zia Esports now. They definitely got a fan in this one, considering that they were the only team that was willing to go for the Death Ball comp in a tournament whereby that best of 3 could have been that could have been a make it or break it for them.
In an elimination series, they come out the gates, but like, probably it resonates with what you said, right? Come in game 1, play something wacky, win the game, boost your ego a little bit, and play conventional in game 2 and close it out convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way you want to kind of throw it out there, especially when you get that first win. You got to carry that momentum in game number 2. It's just the nature of competition. So once again, the team MLBB, unfortunately, they will be leaving us. GG, well played to them, but GG, well played to Zia Esports, taking it 2-0 in a clean sweep fashion.
Oh, that one game off of TNC Pro Team, definitely not a fluke. Definitely not a fluke. Well,
we got our eyes on you.
We got our eyes on them for sure. 8 teams have been knocked out. We're going to be taking a look at the updated bracket in just a little bit, but you know, while we still have time, but we're still fresh out the oven of this series, let's talk about game number 2, Zia Esports, right? Just 14-minute shutdown, 15-5, and once more is a game. This is a Ven game.
Yeah, it really is a Ven game. He was free hitting a lot of the time, and unfortunately for Stars, he wasn't able to get to hit that critical mass where he could start obliterating multiple members of Zia Esports at once. And I think a lot of it just came down to the way they manage pressure, right? With Ken, he was managing to hold on his own for Siska until outside influence started to appear. And once the outside influence started to appear, Sierra instantly shifted their perspective, sending Ares to start affecting the rest of their map. They knew that they had to diversify because committing to just one person wasn't going to win them the game.
Yeah, all things considered, right? I want to shine a spotlight on Soros just one last time. This guy is in this brutal game, 0-1, right? So you can see there's definitely potential in this young man. He joined these MLBB at quite a last-minute fashion, but still put up a clinic in both series that they played in. So I think there's a long way for this guy to go. I hope in the future we get to see more of Soros.
I really hope so too. I'm really excited to see, you know, this is technically the next generation of MLBB, a lot of young players as they look to rise up into the ranks locally. But yeah, esports just showing them that the ceiling is a lot higher than what they imagined.
Yeah, there's just so much more in the skies than just the clouds that you see above you. I had to make it out on the spot. I mean, Hall of Fame, there's no surprise, right? Ven, most damage per minute, most gold per minute, and RanQT bearing the brunt of this entire game. I mean, having to tank out most of the damage, but overall, Ven would be the match MVP on Speedrix. 10-1-3, virtually untouched the entire game. Well, I mean, they did touch him, but he just mowed him down.
Yeah, he's just like, no, you're not. You're gonna lay a finger on me, but I'm gonna make sure that I send your fingers back in the mail. KDA of 10-1 and 3, a honestly an okay GPM overall, but man,
okay GPM.
I mean, you gotta knock him down a peg somewhere. Okay, to be fair, in terms of the overall damage, I thought it was gonna be way higher, but he was just farming like a beast.
I guess when you are just straight up killing them, you don't get to deal extra damage.
That's a good.
They only have that much health.
I didn't think of it that way until you brought it up. Like, yeah, 3 hits was all it took to cut down an Akai. Look at that, 1, 2, dead.
Yeah, this was definitely desperation from MAB. I guess you can kind of empathize with the desperation, but it was never really going to work out, right?
But they have to try, right?
Yeah.
For MLBB Esports, they have to throw everything at the wall to see what sticks. But for ZI Esports, completely shutting them out here. They even understood that they could walk away a little bit, even though that the Lord is down to its last bar, because in terms of the raw retry power, man, just under-leveled.
Yeah, just 2 levels, right? 2 levels. I think it leveled out like midway. Either doesn't really matter at the end of the day. ZI Esports, I wouldn't say they got delivered the win, but they did push MAB to the absolute limit, and MAB had to do something. 2-0 is the score for this elimination series. ZI Esports live another day. They will head into the neutral bracket, in neutral pool, or MAB. Their journey here ends.
Yep, we lose a Malaysian representative, but we gain knowledge about a rising star. I can't wait to see more of ZI Esports and how they kind of match up with everybody else, but then again, I say that about every team.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of MAB, honestly, right? They show a lot of potential, but clearly we see some pointers that they can polish on, but overall, this is a team that, given enough time, they work on those little cogs, those little fundamentals just a bit more. This could be a very solid team.
Yep, grassroots, they're still young, they still have a lot to learn, but ZI Esports, man, these teams coming in for the Philippines, they are hot stuff.
And this could be a full, like, MPL PH outside of the regular season, and it still be something. You know?
I mean, you're not entirely wrong. I mean, we've done that for like how many M series at this point? Like 2.
MPL PH finals. You know?
Yeah, again.
and also, this is a region that has the most teams representing them in the Open Finals.
Again, when you are coming from that, coming into the Open Finals, you have to come from the Open Qualifiers. Even like that region alone, I can't imagine what that bracket was like.
There are 3 teams from the previous season, contrary to Indonesia, who only have 1. So Indonesia is the second region with the second most teams, but overall Philippines is brimming with quality.
Yeah, brimming with quality, brimming with numbers as well. It feels like they can't do anything wrong so far.
Yeah, they won 3 World Championships, right? I mean, this year could be 4 because in the Philippines itself.
Yeah, look, I've been saying it a lot, you know, as a bit of a meme, but also there is some truth to it. It's the year of the Philippines, and it's very understandable why.
Is this the 3rd year you've been saying it?
Huh? don't you dare! I didn't say it the last couple of times. All right, okay. I said it during M4, and I think that was kind of it. You know, right, that's where I first got that moniker.
So it's the 2nd year.
The second. Technicalities. You're not entirely wrong about that. Oh boy.
It's a good way to cap off the final series. Not as I don't want to say not as nail biting. Still intense, but definitely a cleaner performance, right, from the winning team.
Absolutely. I love seeing a certain level of polish from these Tier 2 teams because it shows you a lot of what they could potentially become in the future, especially when you're comparing them to some of the biggest names in the industry, the Blacklist International, your Onic ID, so on and so forth.
Yeah, we got to see, you know, teams like this, like ZI Esports Tier 2 draw, you know, games off of the MPL teams themselves. And every time we see a very polished play, and we see a different series, and those plays are even more polished, right? It really felt like there is no perfection in Mobile Legends. There's always someone who does it better.
Yeah, honestly, just the saying of like there's somebody out there who wants it more.
There's a Filipino that does it better.
Yeah. There probably is. There probably is, man. That's the frustrating part. Until we can kind of, you know, rise and grind together for the rest of the regions, hopefully, maybe one day, we will be looking for diversification. But until then, Philippines looking hella good. Hella good. So good.
Yeah. Last we checked, we know that Vietnam is no longer contending in Open Finals because their only representative, Big City Boys, got eliminated. We also need to check in with our neighbors, like Singapore, because their last 2 teams were on the hook just now. So we'll get this sorted out in just a bit. good news is that tomorrow we will have only 24 teams left. It gets more and more intense. I'm not sure if it's even good news. We will get rid of 8 more teams tomorrow. That's the good news.
Oh man, rephrase teams with family members, and then it sounds really terrible. It's some dark stuff, some dark stuff. But it's the nature of competition. Only a couple can make it over to the next stage here at the SBS.
Any memorable series, moments, or games for you today?
I definitely think that Zia versus MAB game number 1. One of my favorite games because I just love the composition that they actually brought out. Other than that, it would probably be the Onyx Aura Fire game.
Onyx Aura? Right. So the first set, right?
Yes, the very first set.
For me, I like See You Soon. See You Soon against Team Hawk. I think See You Soon.
Really?
I think the unique flavor, right? I just think that they bring in a breath of fresh air from their own region. I want to see more Franco, honestly. I want to see more Franco. I want to see more Benedetta. That is a sight to behold.
Yeah, Benedetta is always a fun hero to watch. You know, high mechanics, high skill ceiling. There's so many things that you can actually do with her. But for the most part, hopefully we will get to see it on, you know, not just here, but during MSC, and also how the meta evolves.
We do have an interview with Zay from Zia Esports, so let's talk to this man and see what are his thoughts on that series mean. Hello Zay, congratulations on winning over MLBB Esports. You guys would live to fight another day. What's the atmosphere right now? What's the feeling between all the team members?
Masaya po kami ngayon kasi nanalo kami ng panalo. After nung pagkatalo namin ng Kako.
Say said that we're very overwhelmed and happy. We won two games in one series, and we defend the Philippines.
I see. Very interesting. Yes. So when you guys say happy and excited, we did get to catch a glimpse of some of your players hand in hand raising up. Is this a very common occurrence amongst Zia Esports?
Yeah. We always do that because we need to less the pressure in the game.
Less the pressure in the game. I like that a lot. Now, I'm curious to know, right? Again, a lot of people, especially around the world, don't really know the members and the teammates of Zia Esports. Could you just do a quick rundown of how would you describe your boys and this team as a whole?
Yeah. We're we gather our teammates with around 1 month, and then we just try to execute our play style, and we just need to represent the Philippines as much as we can. And this young bloods, we need to achieve a lot of things just to prove ourselves, and this is the right platform for us to perform well and to tell the server that we can do a lot of things.
1 month?
I was looking him dead in the eye. I was hoping that he was lying to my face or something. 1 month together?
That brings me to this question, right? You said 1 month to get the playstyle to get the playstyle and polished out. We saw game 1 against MAB. You guys ran a very interesting combo. Julian, Benedetta, Arlott. Who was the one who decided on that comp? Who crafted this composition, and how did you guys pull it off with such finesse?
Yeah, by the way, I'm the coach, and this is the Benedetta user, our mid laner, and then at my back, he is the Julian user. And there's a lot of rumors because of our drop before on the last matches, and we need to defend our lineup, and we need to tell all the Filipinos that we can perform well, even though they are accusing a lot of stuff with us. But I know we can perform well. We can do a lot of things, even though they are doubting us. We still proud to represent the Philippines, and there's a lot of things that we need to focus on, not just to pulling other Filipinos as well.
Oh my God, it's hard not to fall in love with this team. An underdog story on top of everything else. Woo!
Doubted by everyone, performing up. You guys have definitely gained a fan in both of us. Before we send you off, and I want to hear this from Zay, right? Because, you guys, we don't know who you guys are going to be facing tomorrow. Again, every single series from this point onwards is going to be an elimination series. What is the mindset? What are the expectations that you have going into tomorrow?
Man, what's your mindset?
Manalo ng manalo. Yun lang.
Just to win, just to win.
Just to win. Every series.
Just to win every series, that's it. Survival of the fittest.
All right, I don't know. They've swayed me a little too much here. Do you have any final words to say to the world outside watching you guys play?
Thank you for CA Esports.
Thank you sa mga fans ng CA Esports. Yun lang.
Thank you for the fans of CA Esports, Ate Kali, Ma'am Tan, and Tanza, Boss B, and New Era X Pro, and for all the supporters of CA Esports, even though the supporters are not, we still go to represent the Philippines, even though whatever is it. Okay, so we will represent the Philippines.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you would do Philippines proud. I cannot wait to see you guys deeper into this run. Thank you very much, Zays. And thank you very much to the entirety of Zia Esports, the coach as well, for joining us. We hope to see more of you guys. All the best for tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I can't help but feel the Lang Malakas just run through my blood, man. Like, it's hard not to get excited for a team that's already being doubted, an underdog story. You know how we Malaysians are.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? They were people were questioning them. They say that they were getting accused of whatever it is. They were getting doubted, and here they are, still standing. We have an update between SMG Singapore against Bigatron Beta. SMG Singapore unfortunately lost 0-2, so that MPL, not the sole MPL representative, but one of the MPL representative from Singapore has been eliminated.
There still is Esports still going on. I don't know what the results of that match is going to be like just yet, but man, what a day this has been.
It has been a crazy one, right? We had some upsets, you know, we came in today, we looked at Madness against Maharlika, and we were like, this is going to be a tough one. They won, I think, they won 2-1, right? They reverse swept Maharlika, so they wiped out one of the, I don't know, the top 3 team, or the top 3 from our last season. But Evo against T-Max, that one is still ongoing. Singapore still has some hope, and it all rests on the shoulders of Evo.
Oh boy. Hopefully they make it through. At least we have that diversity in the representation as we move on in the SPS rounds. But the days are numbered here for everybody. Oh.
Yeah, it's like seeing your neighbor's house on fire, but you don't have water to put it out, right?
It's one of those things where you're kind of staring at the fire, hoping that it kind of goes out by itself.
Yeah, the wind blows strong enough.
Blows strong enough, blows over into your house.
I didn't think that through either.
It's been a very long day here. We once again thank you to all the viewers for actually, tuning in and checking out all of these teams and slowly learning about some of the nuances and the things that they're going through, from all across the world.
Yeah. If I have to be honest, my favorite part about SPS is, aside from watching all these games and witnessing historical moments, is to get to know all the teams out there, right? You get to interview them, you get to speak to them when they win, and just understand kind of where they came from. There's so many players out there. We cannot possibly cover every single team, but every time when we get to do so, it always feels like a breath of fresh air. You get to talk to new people.
It is quite a breath of fresh air. And it's good to see that the overall MLBB current meta that's been going around a lot very often is kind of, it's being refined it's being very refined, and more so, it's taking very clear shape.
Yeah, and even then, there are still teams that break away from the mold, right? They create their own iteration from the foundation that was set by majority of the tier 1 teams. And honestly, right, there are a lot more teams out there. There are a lot more players that share the same passion with us than you think out there. We have a special gift for you guys, and that is to witness the last game between Evo and Team Max. But for now, we will go for a short break, and we will come back for that one deciding match to see who makes it through.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning.
thorns remain,
Your
should
team is
petals
picking.
fall.
This land is our homeland, and
Your
it will
team
soon
is
be our
picking.
burial ground.
I will protect you.
Your team is picking.
$3,000 worlds. I know.
Them. All troops deployed.
Welcome back to the final destination of day 2 for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. You are here with us for one last time this evening. I'm Husky, alongside me is Kid and Q. We left you guys with Evo taking on Team Max for the Elimination Series, and I bring good news for Team Max fans. They prevailed 2-1, and that means the last remnants of Singapore has been eliminated.
We're losing out on the diversity game here. We're not having all the regions have a representatives coming into day number 3, but that's just the nature of competition. It is brutal and it is lethal.
100% is. But with that series concluded, we will be showing you guys the updated bracket soon. And most interestingly, the updated matchups for tomorrow, because I want to see who will be playing tomorrow.
Oh, I thought we were just going to see who, you know, the overall standings and everybody looking in the group, but getting the matchups as well.
Do we get to the match tomorrow? Actually, we do. We just don't know which one we'll be seeing. Okay. You almost had me.
Yeah.
I second guessed myself.
Got you there. But yes, I will be very excited to see what tomorrow's matchups might actually start looking like, because we've got a lot of strong teams coming in, especially when they are at that 2-0 mark, right?
Yeah.
Those are the teams to kind of look out for to potentially qualify early.
Yeah, the 2-0 mark. The winners pool is thinning down. Right? We only have 8 teams. After tomorrow, there will be 4 teams, and at the end of the day, only 1 team will make it through with a 4-0 streak. That is insane.
2 teams.
2 teams? Yeah. Wait, my math is not checking.
Look, it's intervals of 2, my guy.
Right. It's okay. 2 teams will make it through by the end of like Thursday. Like in 2 days. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. And then finally, those teams will have to go face off in the final to make that last 2 slots. So again, competition really, really tight here. The regions are all looking very, very good. Philippines as well as Indonesia have definitely had their very strong moments, but eventually they're going to have to clash.
But the bigger pool is definitely the pack in the middle, right? The neutral pool. All of these teams have a 1-1 scoreline, which means tomorrow, out of 16 teams, we will axe another 8 teams.
Oh man, these cuts, they hurt my heart, man. They hurt my heart. We've already said goodbye to so many of them. I don't know if I can take any more of it.
I mean, we've wiped out, I think, at least 2 regions today. But this is the stats of that last game, and again, we said that this would be interesting from the start, right? You have Singapore against Cambodia. You don't get to see this every day, but Team Max came out on top, and well, at least there's a Kaja that went through. Where was the Kaja when we wanted it?
Well, look, not everybody thinks so highly as Kaja as we do. And unfortunately, you know, teams who, you know, don't let it through get punished for it. I don't know what exactly came down to the draft overall, but based on what I'm looking here in the post-game stats, 8-15, 1 Lord was all it took for Team Max to kind of close out this game.
And it's one big team fight, right? That most likely was the case. I mean, a clean game from late 2-0 and 11 on the clock.
Is there anything out of the ordinary here? Traditional build. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. It's just Team Max, they got evil in the right spot.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet it's a Flicker Divine Judgment game end.
And we don't have the kill log, unfortunately, so we're not 100% sure whether that is going to be the case. But in terms of, like, you know, purple buffs, at least we're seeing that there were some steals coming in from Team Max. They managed to secure every single one of the turtles and also pretty much every single turret at that point. 7 turrets to 1 and 1 Lord to 0.
I don't remember if Team Max came in for the qualifiers. I'm gonna check right now. Team Max is from the open qualifiers, right? So this is an impressive feat for Team Max, coming from the open qualifiers and taking out, and I believe, an invited team. Yeah, from the MPL, from MPL Singapore.
Yeah, they were directly invited to these open finals, and unfortunately getting smashed by Team Max. Cambodia really catching up with the rest of the world.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, they have like, I think, like what, 4 teams, right? 4 teams in the open finals, including See You Soon. We know that we lost Logic Esports today. Nightmare Esports, I think, we'll check that in a bit. But I know Logic Esports was knocked out, and See You Soon won theirs. Team Max won theirs, so at least Cambodia still has 2 teams minimum.
2 teams minimum. Okay. At least we have our diversity card still with us. We'll see for how long until we start filtering out to the very, very end.
Was it? All right, so because I was reading the open qualifiers, the region, right? So
no wonder.
Yeah, because I think Vietnam was also pulled into the same open qualifiers as Cambodia and Laos team. But we lost. We did lose the Vietnam region, so Big City Boys no more. Yeah. I was reading, I was like, wait, which qualifiers did it come in from again? Oh, it's the same qualifier. They share the same qualifier.
Yeah, this is the Mekong region for a reason. All right, let's look at the hero damage here. Oh, wow.
Hey,
okay.
Jabberwockies, man.
The
The Jabberwockies. Look at Lei. He has everything.
He's got it all. He's got it all. Doesn't miss a beat ever. But at least we get to see what the drafts were. In terms of Vans, it was Fanny Farmis into the Wan, Joy Glue into the Valentina. First pick Fredrin here, huh?
Right, the Arlon actually made it all the way to the second phase, right? Of course, we have Jabberwocky Lei with the Claw 2 0-11, highest gold per minute, highest damage per minute, and highest assist. This guy did everything.
Yeah, absolutely everything. He's also my favorite Jabberwocky as well.
Yeah, he 100% is. Remember, sometimes you see him in the front, sometimes you see him in the back. I might be thinking of two different people, but they all look the same.
Look, when they all look the same, it's hard to tell which one's which, okay? It's difficult. It's not easy. It's hard to show personality this way.
If there is any personality, you probably wouldn't need the mask. I'm just playing around. But we get to see the replay at least of how this boiled down. Pretty close match through and throughout, right? And it does confirm some of the suspicions that perhaps Team Max just won up by one big team fight at the end.
Yeah, it looks like the early game fell into the hands of Evil Esports very early on, but the turnaround for the EXP laner Mercy actually able to trade backwards. And I think this situation will escalate even further. Yep, look at this.
It popped that coconut for sure.
Instantaneously, right? I think Team Max is extremely aware of having to deal with Eve. Like, choke points are always going to be a point of contention.
Look at Lei. This man, he is diving the backline. He is diving so far. And it's not a draft that can really support a dive, right? I mean, he just does it anyway. But this, I believe, it's either the second final fight, but Mercy showing nothing that is considered Mercy at all.
Yeah, I mean, considering that they have to play front to front, it's a little bit more... I would have expected, at least with Evil, that the Lolita should have been able to disengage from the from a lot of these team fights, but it feels like Team Max, they built... Look at that, 5.2k at 13 minutes of the game, and they caught Evil out in the middle of their own jungle just before the second ward actually spawned.
Just like that, that is the very quick and decisive, one of the faster games that we have, right? 13 minutes and 41 seconds. And there it is, Team Max. They survive another day, getting rid of Evil Esports. They will also be slotted into the neutral pool.
Oh, the neutral pool only gets wider here. Man, it's been quite a long day, and I'm pretty sure all these players have to be exhausted. It's like, what, 12 o'clock at this point? Past 12?
It's about to be 1.
Oh, it's already in day 3. Good to know.
Yeah, it's already in day 3. So, good news is that day 3 showed that the Swiss 4, yeah. Swiss 4, day 3 of the Swiss round is going to start on a later time. The teams have more time to rest because we have lesser teams to play, lesser series, but the stakes are higher.
Yeah, the stakes are significantly higher. And let's keep in mind that this prize pool that they're looking to try and earn, you got to make it all the way to the end.
Yeah, you got to make it to the venue. You gotta make it to 21st of July. Open Finals is just to put you a bit closer to that fat stack.
Yeah, you're just throwing in your lottery ticket, hoping, you know, that you can make it work to get into that top 4. So top 4 is going to be the goal for every team here in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, like a lot of the interviews that I went to, they tell me that I can do this for exposure.
I can't look at you right now. I'm gonna break out laughing if I do. Oh, yeah.
It's very close to home.
It hits a little too close to home, unfortunately. But I think with all of these teams, when there is a possibility of money being on the line, especially when you're going to an international tournament that isn't going to be just MSC, limited to just MSC, MPLI, or even the M Series.
Yeah. And the craziest part is that we only will give only the top 12 teams will be entitled to a piece of the pie, right? There's only 6 teams from the Open Finals that can make it there because 6 of the slots were taken by the invited teams in the Challenge Finals, which is crazy. But this will be the recap for all of today's series. Our first set, EVOS Icon got a victory over TNC Pro Team 2-1. Euphoria Esports flipped the script over Rebellion Zion 2-1 as well. Red Esports gets a clean repeat against RJMY, and Aura Fire beats Onyx Philippines 2-1.
Yep, a lot of different upsets happening all across the board. Unfortunately, we don't get to witness every single one of them, but it's still some exciting stuff to kind of judge where they're at. During our second set of match 2, GPX 2-1, Mista Esports Pro, Minanan Esports getting 0-2'd by Archives Esports. See you soon, winning against Team Hawk in a sweep fashion of 2-0, and Madness Esports pulling it together, beating Maharlika Esports 2-1.
And the craziest part is that Minanan Esports is an invited team, and Archives Esports came to the open qualifier. So again, the tier 2 qualities from the Philippines getting really close to the tier 1 teams from MPL. Some upsets in the second set, but of course with this, Maharlika Esports was the first team to get eliminated, and then we head to the third set. Game Lab got absolutely crushed by Dewa United Esports, Alchemy SG eliminated by Geek Slate, Big City Boys taken out by Z for Pegasus, and Alter Ego X eliminated Logic Esports.
Yep, I mean, all of these matchups were anticipated, but the elimination matchups, all sweeps, not even going into a third game here, trying to show, again, this is the cream of the crop. Everything else is just going to sink down and eventually fade out.
Yeah, except for Game Lab, they still have one more chance tomorrow, but the other 3, they are all eliminations. So we're gonna lose to Alchemy SG, Logic, they're all gone. Match for the last set, Bigatron Beta, they also knocked SMG Singapore out of this competition. Zia Esports knocks out MLBB Esports 2-0. Team Max pulling it together at the last match to eliminate the last hope of Singapore, Evo. And of course, Nightmare Esports also getting a 2-0 over Hello Heli.
And that means Hello Heli is also going to get knocked out as well. So we lose 2 Malaysian representatives already, but Nightmare Esports still going strong.
The Laos team, the Seoul Laos team, they're still going. We will still see them for one more day. And this is going to be the updated Swiss stage. We have already concluded the first 8 eliminations. So we say thank you to Maharlika Esports. We say thank you to Logic Esports, Evo, MLBB Esports, Team SMG Singapore, Hello Heli, I believe. What is it too? Alchemy SG. There it is.
I was about to say whether it was going to be Brotherhood or not. Just to
and
kind
Big
of give you
City
an
Boys.
idea.
There it is. There it is. I was waiting for you to guess the last one.
I was ready to go for it. I was ready to go for it. I was like, you ready for me to scream the Big City Boyos? Right. But now that we've corrected the graphic, and now we also include the matchups that are going to happen here. Oh, Team Hawk is going against Bigatron Beta.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fantastic one. Starting with the neutral pool, TNC Pro Team against Mr. Esports Pro, Rebellion Zion against Game Lab. We have Team Hawk against Bigatron Beta, Onyx Philippines against Z4 Pegasus, Alter Ego X against Team Max, Madness Esports against RSG Malaysia, Banana Esports against Zia Esports, and last but not least, Nightmare Esports against Geek Slate.
No, the Laos team has to face off one of my favorite picks to win the entire tournament, Geek Slate here. But in the 2-0 bracket where everybody is feeling nice and good, Evo's Icon is going to be going up against Dewa United Aura, up against Euphoria there if I see correctly. And of course, Production beating me to the gun to win. Match number 1, Evo's Icon versus Dewa United Esports, GPX versus See You Soon, Rebellion Zion versus Game Lab, Red Esports versus Archives Esports.
Yeah, we have some elimination series going on tomorrow, right? But majority of them is going to be the 2-0 bracket. Rebellion Zion against Game Lab would be the interesting one because only one team can make it through. And if I remember correctly, Rebellion Zion also came in, but they're from Indonesia. Indonesia against the Philippines, well, the tier 2 clash. Actually, no, Rebellion Zion is an invited team. Yeah,
yes.
So Game Lab, they get another shot and an MPL team.
It's been quite a long day here. Our brains are getting mushy, but these competitions are staying sharp as ever. A lot of exciting stuff. I'm very excited to see how Evo's Icon is going to face up against Dewa United Esports. I think the second one that I'm looking forward to is going to be GPX for sure.
I'm looking forward to how Archives Esports play this series, right? Because against Red, because that one will also be very interesting. Because Archives Esports is tier 2 Philippine team from the qualifiers. And there it is, the second set, Nightmare Esports. Well, they got to take on Geek Slate, a tough series ahead. Aura Fire will have to face off against Euphoria Esports. Team Hawk against Bigatron Beta, and Onyx Philippines against Z4 Pegasus.
Of course, Aura Fire versus Euphoria Esports. That is going to be a spicy matchup. I really do hope that. Well, then again, as much as I would like to see Nightmare Esports move on to the next stage, that would come at the cost as my top pick for winning the entire tournament.
well, I mean, Geekslay still have one more life. You don't have to worry about it.
I mean, Geekslay has already dropped one.
Oh, yeah, wait, actually,
It's their
all right,
elimination round, man. It's,
all right.
Look, there's no winning with that one. There's no winning with that matchup, so we're going to move on to match number 3 with Alter Ego X versus Team Max, Madness Esports versus RSG NY, Minana Esports versus Zia Esports, TNC Pro Team versus Vista Esports Pro.
So, and for Zia Esports, right, we've heard the stories a little bit. They're going to be facing off against Minana Esports, which is an NPL Philippine team, an invited team, in fact. So if Zia Esports wants to prove something, I think tomorrow will be a very good proving ground.
Yeah, but once again, the Malaysian representatives fighting against each other. It feels bad when, like, the same regions fight each other. It's just like, we're not really getting anywhere with this. But at the end of the day, it's less about the region and more about the glory.
Well, we get to see another, MPL Malaysia Season 11 face-off, right? Madness Esports, when they qualified, they obviously didn't finish at the top, but they didn't make a good enough impression. Now tomorrow they get to kind of duke it out again against with RSG Malaysia.
Yep, I don't know, man. It'll be interesting to see for sure how much Madness Esports has improved since their time in the MPL, and at least it gives us a benchmark for the upcoming season. You know what? Speaking of the upcoming things that are happening here, don't forget that you can already watch the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals of the MLBB category between the 21st and 23rd of July at Esports Senayan, Jakarta.
Yep. Oh, I thought you were gonna announce the price.
Yeah, I was just like, well, how much is it again?
No, it's gonna be it starts at 20,000 rupiah.
Yes.
You can check them out at esl.gg /SPS MLBB tickets. That 20,000 rupiah that you spend actually is inclusive of Gideon's signature.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Throw that in there. I don't know how much that's going to be worth. It's probably not worth a lot, but hey, it's something, Just a little bit of love from me to you.
Yeah, let the system do the work.
Let the system do the work. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's so many things happening in this year, and SPS being one of them is already very, very thankful to all the teams participating, and you in the audience who has been bothering to stick around all the way to the very end. Y'all the chads here.
I know some of the fans were watching from the start until the end, right? Through the breaks, through all the tech pauses.
Are you serious? Through the tech pauses?
Oh yeah, some people are dedicated. These guys are the true heroes. But of course, we don't just have the Snapdragon Snapdragon Pro Series. We also have MSC coming up, leading into the finals, the challenge finals in July. So if you want to book your tickets to go to Cambodia to watch MSC, ticket sales and free registration has already begun. Scan the QR code with your devices and book that ticket. He will be there also.
Yes,
with the signature.
Signature is debatable, but for the most part, I am going to be there. I'm excited to see. It's great because here at Snapdragon Pro Series, I get a little bit of a taste of what the meta is going to be like. I'm glad that there's a tournament that's actually going on before we get into the big leagues here at MSC 2023.
And after MSC, some of the teams playing at MSC will be in Jakarta for July.
Yeah, so it's just the follow-up upon follow-up here.
Continuation, baby. No more long off seasons. You get to see Mobile Legends day in, day out. You get to see the meta evolve in real time.
Yeah, literally in time. But once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for making it happen. The Snapdragon Pro Series, of course, wouldn't be what it is without Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters.
Yeah, winning is the most important thing when it comes to competition. And we've seen all these teams pour in blood, sweat, and tears. There's always going to be winners. There's always going to be losers. But the fact that they're in the top 32 makes them a winner already. And they achieve it by having the best possible equipment and device to optimize the gameplay. And that is why we want to thank Samsung Galaxy and their latest product, the Galaxy S23 Ultra, for being a part of this endeavor. Share the epic and level up your game.
With a lot of teams out there, whether they win or whether they lose, at least they know they're going to get really good pictures at the end of the day with their teammates to make those fond memories. And speaking of fond memories, hopefully you remember your time when you were younger where you were chugging down Monster Energy drink like it was absolutely nothing. But then when you get older, you realize nothing has changed. Monster Energy drink is still the awesome drink that keeps you sharp to unleash that beast deep inside of you.
And if you guys want to order a box, a stack, a cargo of Monster Energy drink and you don't know how to do it, well, don't worry. We have DHL as our partner as well, allowing you to get your shipments in a fast and effective manner. They also have the FBBot Dash Cup happening right now. You can check it out at esl.gg/FBBot. Participate in it and you might be the lucky winner of 5,000 euros.
Ooh, that's a lot of money there. Make sure you check out those details and follow the rules accordingly. Oh boy, it's been a long day here, Husky, and it looks like there is only more MLBB action to be had tomorrow or later on today. With that being said, my name is Giddy Q. This is Husky. We're going to be signing off here at the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. We'll see you later tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.